हेलो। चेक। हेलो। चेक। Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the second edition of the HDSI International Conference 2025. My name is Anushka, and I will be your host for today. Today, we have a lot of wonderful research talks all lined up for you. I want to begin the first session for today, which is the biology of Huntington's disease. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Shiba Vasu, Associate Professor at JNCSR Bangalore, and Professor Sanjeev Jain, Emeritus Professor at the Department of Psychiatry at NIMHANS.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So, yesterday there was a lot of comment about the lack of fundamental knowledge about Huntington disease and the paucity of research and things like that. So, Huntington disease remains the kind of poster disease for neuropsychiatry. The gene was discovered, was probably one of the first genes to be discovered as far as brain diseases are concerned. And because the brain is such an obscure organ, which we don't understand very well, and we can't biopsy it, we can't directly interrogate it, unlike the liver or the muscle or the heart. So research is obviously a bit slower and a bit more complex. But also the methods to do all this have been in development. So it's only now in the last 5 or 10 years that we actually have the appropriate tools to even begin understanding this problem. So there are many, many groups. So if you do a simple Huntington Research India Google Scholar search, you'll get hundreds of papers, absolutely hundreds. I last counted in the last 4 years alone, there have been more than 1,000 publications from India alone. Most of this research work occurs in silos, sometimes from pharma industry, sometimes from traditional medicine, sometimes from herbal medicine, and also very large groups in Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, Trivandrum, who are working on this. So we are pleased to have groups from many parts of the country, from Gujarat, from Delhi, and obviously from Bangalore, to showcase what kinds of research is possible in this effort. And just to assure you that research is being done, because the disease is more complex, it's slightly more difficult to translate it directly to the bedside, but we are getting there. So I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Shiba Vasu, to add a few introductory remarks, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. And as Dr. Jain mentioned, it's very often that basic researchers do not, it's most often that they do not get to speak with the real stakeholders of a condition. And I myself took a really long time to be in a position where I've been able to have this conversation. So very, very thankful to HDSI for making all these efforts to bring researchers and clinicians and patients, caregivers, and governmental organizations together. I think this is indeed a very, very much needed effort and must keep going. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker today. We are going to have a variety of talks touching upon various aspects of the disease, various different model organisms. And Dr. Ravi Vijayvargiya, who has joined us from MSU Baroda. Welcome, Dr. Vijayvargiya. While he comes up to the stage, I will tell you a little bit about what he does. He has been studying a variety of triplet repeat disorders, one of which is HD. He carried out actually his PhD at Pune in the Savitribai Phule University in 2004, and then went on to Massachusetts General Hospital. And he worked there also on aspects of HD on various model systems. And he came back to MSU and joined there and has been carrying out research as a professor for several years. We are looking forward to hear about your latest findings, Dr. Vijayvargiya. Welcome.
Just a quick reminder, could everyone please take a minute to make sure that your phones are on silent? And the first bell will be 2 minutes before the end of the talk. The last bell will be at the end of the talk, and then we'll have time for Q&A for 5 minutes. Please.
A very good morning to everyone. Am I audible? Okay. So at the outset, I would like to really thank the HDSI organizing committee for giving me opportunity again. I was here in 2019 also, but again in the second international conference here, and this time I got my team with me also. So over the last 5 years, even HDSI has grown and our lab has grown and our work has grown. So today, before I start showing my work, I would like to really congratulate HDSI for bringing this unique way to present conference where all stakeholders, as Dr. Shiva just mentioned, are in the audience. So yesterday, the first day, we could hear the stories from the HD patients, caregivers, and those stories are the real motivation for us researchers. Okay, we know who we are working for. Otherwise, there's, as Professor Jain pointed out, we all work in silos without knowing who is the benefactor. Okay, so this is a unique way in which SDSI bought, and I think this should be taken in every conference. That patient or the group should be in the part of the all conferences, so the motivation should be there. Okay, so for that reason, my first slide goes to all the stakeholders. So I'll start with the acknowledgement slide. So this I made 5 days back. Okay, so it is not including everything which was showcased yesterday. But again, since this is a unique conference, the stakeholders are the one I want to thank before I start my work. So here you can see some names. These names are just suggestive based on the HD care group I'm part of. But many more names are there. And all of them, patients, caregivers, clinicians, researchers, have equal stake and equal say. And I would like to thank all of them before I start my work. Okay, so one thing is there that yesterday we had several talks and basics of HD and how it is caused is well covered. So I can go through some initial slide faster. If you have any question, you can stop me. Okay, as of that it was discovered by George Huntington in 1972, but the causative gene was only identified in 1993. And the mutation is the CAG expansion in the gene, which causes the polyglutamine expansion in the protein. And that's the single, if you see, it's just an addition of some glutamines, but it makes devastating change in the structure of the protein and it function of the protein. And there's a toxic gain of function of the protein. So main expression is throughout the body, but the striatal neurons are the first neurons to get affected, and then cortical neurons, and then other parts. So you can see the chromosome is the gene is located on short arm of chromosome 4, and it's an autosomal dominant disease, as already pointed out yesterday. This is also covered yesterday, that we have a gene expansion followed by a polyglutin expansion in the protein, which leads to the misfolding of the protein, aggregation of the protein, and thereby gain of function and loss of function. But it's a combination of both which cause the disease. You can see this, that in brain what exactly happens. So you can see this is a normal brain, this is a patient brain, and the striatal and cortical regions, there is a lot of loss of neurons. Again, there is a dependency on the CAG repeat size. To up to 30 CAG repeats, it's normal. 31 to 36 is semi-penetrant stage, and 36 to 39 is semi-penetrant stage, and 40 onwards it is going to have HD. It depends on person to person based on the modifiers, that when they will get the first symptoms. This also was shown yesterday. So this is the 2017 study, but things might have changed a little bit with more studies coming in. But overall, you can see that it is more prevalent in the West world. But since India, you can see in pink, and all those studies are going on, we might see that the prevalence might be equal to European countries in India also. These are the major features, symptoms which you see because of the loss of the cortical and striatal neurons. So you see that there is a involuntary movement like chorea, incoordination, neuropsychiatric effects, and cognitive decline. These are the main features which we see in the patients. And there are some peripheral symptoms also. These are the central nervous system based symptoms, but there are peripheral effects of Huntington, mutant Huntington also, involving difficulty in swallowing, heart failure, slurred speech, testicular atrophy. These are the some, and also now immune modulation. A lot of patients have shown to have a high level of inflammatory cytokines in their circulation. So these are the peripheral effects of HD. Okay. So protein itself is a complex protein. It's a huge protein. Huntington protein is 350 kilodalton, but there is no as such, like, no enzyme domain or anything. It is mainly a alpha helical structure and has over 3144 amino acid long. And based on knockout study or knockdown studies, several functions were attributed, but there is no enzyme activity. Okay, so it is involved in multiple functions. It also acts as a scaffold for several complexes. And as yesterday been pointed out, that it is an essential protein, because if it is knocked out, it is embryonic lethal in mouse studies. So whenever we study Huntington, there are two main ways it is studied, either in the full length form or in a fragment form. So fragment form means the N terminal of Huntington, which bears the expansion, CAG expansion, in the gene expansion of CAG in protein polyglutin expansion. Okay. So you see that in patient studies, it was found that when patients are in the late stage, the full length Huntington is less, and the truncated Huntington, which has the polyglutamine repeat, is more in their brain. Okay, postmortem brain. So it seems that over the progression of the disease, it seems the full length protein is chopped, and there are already evidences that there are several proteases, including caspases, calpanes, which have sites near the N terminal, and they chop the protein. And when it is full length, it is mostly cytoplasmic, but once it is chopped, this small fragment moves around, including nucleus, mitochondria, to endoplasmic reticulum. And since it was not supposed to go there, when it goes there, it will do non-specific interactions, and those non-specific interactions with the proteins of these organelles is one of the major reasons behind the what effects we see, the side effects or the toxic effects of Huntington. So majorly, like, we in our lab, we work with both full length Huntington as well as the fragment model. Fragment model tells about the late stage, full length model tells about the early stage progression. Both have its own importance, but in today's study, I will focus on the fragment model. So fragments, when they are cleaved, they are readily, they aggregate. Okay, and also they move around very easily, especially to the nucleus. So when the fragments, you can see here, when fragments move to the nucleus, they can interact, they can oligomerize, interact with several transcription factor non-specifically, and downregulate the gene transcription non-specifically. When they are moving to mitochondria, or they also go to synaptic junctions, or they go to neurons, they can cause multiple dysfunctions, which will be covered in the later slides. So overall, you can see multiple pathways can get affected when the protein moves to different areas from cytoplasm. Okay, so first focus is mitochondria. You can see mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Okay, it produces ATP, which is the energy currency. So it is already, I'll show in the next slide also, it is well established in HD patients as well as in several neurological disorders. The ATP levels or ATP to ADP ratio is lower. Okay, that means their mitochondria are not able to function properly. So what makes this protein do in the mitochondria that the function is dysregulated? So multiple pathways are affected in mitochondria. First is that starting from the nucleus. So the PGC, oh sorry. So PGC1 alpha, which is a master regulator of mitochondrial biogenesis as well as transcription factors, is the gene is encoded in nucleus. So mutant Huntington in nucleus can alter the transcription of PGC1 alpha. In turn, this PGC1 alpha, sorry, PGC1 alpha, which is required for ROS defense, for adaptive thermogenesis in mitochondria and respiratory chain. So if that is downregulated, all these pathways are downregulated. Apart from that, this mutant Huntington also interacts with several proteins which are involved in fission and fusion of mitochondria, and thereby the mitochondria division is also affected. And when these pathways are not in control, then apoptotic pathway of mitochondria also get activated. So mitochondria undergo damage, and then cell go under apoptosis. Okay, so because of this multiple uh, and also calcium signaling is affected. Okay, so multiple pathways in mitochondria get affected because of the mutant Huntington, and what it results in this. So this is already a patient study. So you can see that HD patients, this is a HD patient derived lymphoblast cell lines. So you can see that in HD patients, or sorry, HD patient already the ATP is much lower than the controls. And when you see as a function of CAG repeats, you can see here that as the CAG repeats increase, ATP levels further go down. Okay, so that's a well established study. It's 2005 study. Okay, from my postdoctoral lab. So it is well established that in HD the ATP levels are down. Okay. And the second pathway which is affected is the endoplasmic reticulum. Endoplasmic reticulum is an organelle in our cell which is mainly involved in proper folding of the proteins. And when you encounter a protein which is destined to misfold, and it is, the cell try to make it refold, correctly fold, but it is not being able to do that, then there are the consequences. If it is able to do, there are two pathways to regulate it, try to refold it correctly, then it is fine. If it is not able to do, it accumulates lot of misfolded protein, and if that accumulates, then eventually cell has to undergo apoptosis, that is the cell death. Okay, so eventually neurons, because neurons are non-dividing cells mostly. Okay, so they, if the cells divide, there is a effect of dilution, but if the cell don't divide, then things get accumulated over the time. And that's why, when the things get accumulated, and that's why it is a late onset disease also, that it takes time for accumulation to reach a stage that the cell cannot bear anymore and cell undergo cell death. Okay, so eventually the third option is cell will die. Okay. Okay, so there are two main kind of therapeutic approaches which are been covered. One at the gene level. So several companies as well as researchers are targeting the mutation, trying to correct the mutation, and that is a right way to do. When it was identified in 1993, it was thought that okay, target the mutant gene and you get the cure. But again, the problem is that the mutation is tricky. It's just a CAG expansion. Okay, CAG is there in the wild type allele also. So if you target mutant CAG, it will target the wild type also. Okay, so we want the wild type because wild type protein is important. Okay, so then that becomes tricky. So then there are approaches at the protein level also. Okay, so our work mainly we discuss at the level of protein. Okay, so if what you can do to the mutant protein, so that either you remove it from the cell or you make it refold in a way that it behaves like a wild type protein. Okay, so these are the two ways in which our lab focuses on the protein. So this is a big protein, I told you, 3144 amino acid, and there are several residues which can undergo modifications. So proteins undergo modification. They can add some moieties like phosphate, phosphorylation, acetylation, methylation. So this also goes. So there are almost 50 to 60 phosphorylation site established sites in Huntington protein. Okay, and it has been shown that mutant Huntington in patients has been shown to be hypophosphorylated. That means the phosphorylation, overall phosphorylation level is low in mutant Huntington. Okay, so given that several groups have identified that what if the hypophosphorylated sites are phosphorylated, how it changes the protein. Okay, so several sites have been targeted. You can see here that's threonine 3, serine 434, serine 536, 1181, 1201, and they have shown that if you make a phosphomimetic mutation on those sites, they look preventative. Okay, they almost reverse the phenotype. Okay, that means phosphorylation is important. And then out of all these sites, recently two sites which are serine 13 and 16 have been major focus for this, and there are several publications on that. And one of the landmark paper which came in 2009, that in a mouse model of HD, when they did phosphomimetic for serine 13 and 16, it reversed all the phenotypes. Okay, so that means definitely this serine 13 16 phosphorylation is important. And but the pathways which are this is the phenotype final outcome, but what pathways are corrected is explored very less. Okay, so we focused on these two sites. Okay, so we from a previous literature, I told you we try to use some natural molecules in our research, so that if they are effective, they can be translated easily. Okay, so we work on some fat-free small fatty acids, curcumin, quercetin, which are presented in 2019, and this is a kinetin. It's a plant hormone. Okay, so this is modified in the cell, and this can be converted to kinetin triphosphate, which act as a like ATP phosphate donor for casein kinase 2, and it can lead to Huntington phosphorylation at serine 1316. Okay, so based on this, we used a cell line model of Huntington, which expresses the N-terminal fragment. It has a GFP tag. We can locate where it goes in the cell, and that way we can study the system. So here it is. So we have a Huntington protein tagged with a fluorescent protein GFP, and when we induce the protein, this is what it looks. So I told you it immediately get aggregated, and we see the protein as punctas. Okay, so this fluorescent puncta we can see under the fluorescent microscope. So when we use this cell line and did a time course, we induce the protein and we study this puncta over the time 24, 48, 72, 96 hours. And you can see here that this is 24, this is 48, this is 72 and 96. You can see the number and size of puncta keep increasing. So that means the protein gets formed and gets aggregated. Okay, so this is clear. So now we wanted to see what is the effect of this. So we did a survival curve. So we did a viability assay on the cell, and this is what we, this is the just quantification of say. This is the cell viability assay. So you can see the cells which are not induced, they remain viable, 100% viable over the course of 96 hours. The cells which are induced, the protein gets formed, aggregated, and you can the cell viability from 100% comes down to 20%. Okay, so cells rapidly die as we accumulate the mutant protein. So this is what our kinetin is doing. It is phosphorylating the protein at serine 13 and 16. So our hypothesis is that whether when we phosphorylate the protein, whether it can overcome the toxicity. So based on this, this is a confirmation of phosphorylation by Western blotting. We have a serine 13 16 specific antibody. So we confirmed that upon kinetin treatment, it is indeed phosphorylated. And then first assay which we did was to see effect on aggregation. Okay, so when we treat the cells with kinetin 1 micromolar and 2 micromolar, and we check the aggregation over the time, you can see this is untreated, only ponestrone induced cells, and these are kinetin 1 micromolar and 2 micromolar. So you can see the number of punctas has reduced, okay, over 24 and 48 hours. So that means, yeah, indeed kinetin can slow down the aggregation, and this is quantification of the same. So you can see red is the ponestrone induced alone cells, and then with kinetin treatment. So you can see significant reduction in the puncta formation. Further, we wanted to see whether this was the co-treatment, but we wanted to see whether preformed puncta can be reduced, or if we post the punctas are formed, if we add kinetin, whether it is effective or not. So all three conditions, pre-treatment, co-treatment, and post-treatment, all three were tried, and in all three conditions, the kinetin could reduce the puncta. This is the quantification of the same. So this is, you can see this is the induced, and these are the different conditions. All of them are significantly reduced compared to the ponestrone control. Then we wanted to check the same using a different technique called Western blotting, where you can clearly visualize, differentiate between the aggregated protein and the soluble protein. So here you can see in Western blot, the aggregated proteins over the time course, you can see this is the aggregated protein, insoluble aggregates, and this is the soluble protein. So over the time course, the aggregated protein increases and the soluble protein decreases. When upon kinetin treatment, you can see that insoluble aggregates have reduced significantly and the soluble portion has increased. You can see the quantification here. Same way, when we did for the co-treatment, pre-treatment and post-treatment, the aggregates reduced in all treatments compared to the control. So you can see all the aggregates have reduced significantly. Okay, this is the quantification of the same. Okay, so next we wanted to see the effect on the transcription. Okay, so I told you PGC1 alpha is drastically reduced in Huntington patient, and we confirmed in the cell line also that the transcription levels, the mRNA levels of PGC1 alpha was drastically reduced in the induced cell. But when we did kinetin treatment, it was rescued again. Also, downstream NRF1 of PGC1 alpha was also significantly reduced and was rescued upon kinetin treatment. And BDNF, it's a vital brain-derived neurotropic factor, which is a vital for survival of striatal neurons. So that was also significantly reduced in the Huntington induced case, and then it was rescued significantly with kinetin treatment. This is another important aspect that, as I told you, that reactive oxygen species, they are part and parcel of our electron transport chain in mitochondria. But under the mutant Huntington condition, the ROS levels increase because the mitochondrial dysfunction is going on. So ROS levels increase a lot. So here we track the ROS level using a dye which is called mitosox, which is a fluorescent dye. When it contacts with the superoxide radicals, it fluoresces in red color. Okay, so you can see here in the here. So you can see when we induce with ponestrone, there is increase in the red color. Okay, and you can see over the time it increases. But upon, yeah, this is the time course. But upon kinetin treatment, you can see, I'll just quickly finish. So you can see this is the kinetin treatment. So you can see the red dots which were present in the induced system almost disappeared here. Okay, so that means the ROS levels are also covered, means mitochondrial dysfunction is overall covered. So you can see the ROS levels have gone down. This is the quantification of the same. So also we checked at the ER. I told you endoplasmic reticulum is also one of the major players in the ER stress and pathogenesis. So we looked at the levels of certain important ER stress marker proteins as well as genes as well as proteins. So you can see in the red is the induced condition where we induce the mutant protein. So you can see the transcription levels of these ER stress marker genes have increased significantly in the induced condition, but upon kinetin treatment, all of them have been normalized. Same thing we noticed at the protein levels by Western blotting. So confirming the trends which were seen in the at the mRNA level, we saw the same trend in the protein levels that yes, upon kinetin treatment, the ER stress markers have come down to normal levels. This is the quantification of the same. The most important, if we do all these things, eventually what is the effect on cell viability? That is the final outcome. So the initial assay which we did time course, same thing we repeated with the kinetin treatment. And as you can see, this was the case with the only induced condition where we had significant loss of viability. But upon kinetin treatment, all the cells, there was little bit loss, but not as this. So you can see that kinetin treatment could also reverse the loss of cell loss. Okay, so this is what eventually you want, that all the pathways get corrected but there is no effect on cell viability, then there is no use. Okay, so eventually we could see that the cell viability also could be restored almost to normal levels. Okay, so this is just a summary. So you can see on the top what all things are dysregulated, and upon kinetin treatment at the bottom, things becomes good. So there is a reduction in aggregates, reduction in mitochondrial ROS, reduction in ROS, and overall the neurons are healthy. Okay, they remain viable. Okay, so this all work was recently published in Human Molecular Genetics in April issue. So I did only focus on the major things, but details can be found in this paper also. Also, to do our bit, recently our lab went to a cricket match and we tried to promote HDSI there. I had put in the group also. So few people did come and ask what is this, and we did tell them. This time we'll take the registry form with us. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Are you?
And yeah, this is my team. So this entire work which I presented, most of it was done by my PhD student, Dr. Raju. He is now heading to the same lab I did my postdoc in my MGH, Boston. So he's going to join soon. My two students, Ragi and Anjali, they are presenting posters here. So if you have not seen their posters, during lunchtime, you can go and have their posters, look at the posters. And the remaining team also work on HD. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayvargiya. There are a couple questions. If you don't mind, can you move back to that schematic so that
Yeah, yes.
that can be out
No,
in the
sure.
audience? Dr. Meera, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for this great talk. I think you've really gone through all the different aspects and explained, I think. I had a question. So you said kinetin is a plant hormone.
Yeah.
So has anyone looked at any other model system, an animal model system? Does kinetin go to the brain and work? And you mentioned casein kinase. So is that something that is there in the brain, or you have to modify it and then give it as a?
No, no, no.
Just wondering how it can be
Yeah.
taken to the next step.
Yeah, so yeah, there are already studies like there was HD specific study on kinetin, but there are also studies in other neurological disorders using kinase. So kinetin, casein kinase 2 is expressed in all neuronal cells, first of all, and kinetin is known to cross the blood-brain barrier. So first, whatever molecules we are working on, first thing we do is to check whether it crosses blood-brain barrier or not, because we do everything and then eventually if it doesn't cross, then no use. Okay, so first thing we do that check that it has to cross. Okay, so it crosses blood-brain barrier. Casein kinase 2 is a specific kinase which is already established to phosphorylate serine 13 and 16. There are other kinases also which indirectly affects the phosphorylation of serine 13 and 16, but that is through phosphatase. They inhibit the phosphatase. So if you inhibit the phosphatase, the phosphorylation maintains. This is the direct phosphorylation. Okay, and this can use KTP. So that is the good thing, means like it is produced in the cell also through a salvage pathway, but if we can give this KTP or kinetin directly in cell culture, or even directly as a, it is water soluble molecule, so even it can be taken as a pill. But I'll not say it should be taken as a pill, but can be taken as a pill.
Hello.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Ravi, very good talk. I have only small question that in the field also there is a notions that soluble aggregates also toxic.
Hmm.
So what time it is
So-
actually causing?
So yeah, so that is like, we have tons of literature on both aspect, that soluble proteins are toxic as well as aggregates are safe, aggregate are toxic. All kinds of research and support for that research is there, but what we go by is our observation. You can clearly see that we saw a reduction in aggregates, and then we see the betterment
Survival.
in the mitochondrial dysfunction or ER stress or oral viability. So at least under this condition, I am not extrapolating to everything, under the conditions we worked our this essays, the reduction in aggregates indeed led to a better outcome. And you can see the over the time course itself, the aggregates increased and the cell viability decreased.
Okay, do you think that your kinetin is somehow binding in a pocket of soluble aggregates? That most probably the toxic area.
So another thing is, so how phosphorylation can do all these things? Okay, so phosphorylation means phosphorylation increases the negative charge on the protein. Okay, so the mutant huntingtin is known to be hypophosphorylated, and that hypophosphorylation might be the one of the reasons that it folds in a different way than the wild type protein. So if you can provide those phosphorylation again, it might take a chance to refold in a way which is closer to the wild type protein. So one of the ways in which phosphorylation affects the protein might be the folding part, because it imparts negative charge, and similar to what happens in the wild type protein.
I think we have to close. One last question.
In this field, regarding the gene therapy.
So the gene therapy, what I was telling initially, that initially the target was the CAG repeat. In Huntington, there is an expansion of CAG repeat. So it was thought that if we can reduce the CAG, then it will be easier way. Like you make the protein, the gene like a wild type gene within the normal limits. Okay, but the CRISPR-Cas9 or the other oligonucleotide or siRNA-based strategies which were tried, they also target the wild type gene. Okay, that we don't want. Wild type gene is very essential. We don't want down regulation of wild type gene. Then there were other strategies which were targeting other regions of the gene which are called polymorphic genes. Okay, polymorphic regions of the Huntington gene which were more specifically present in the mutant alleles. Okay, so those strategies were also tried, and they were successful also to the clinical trials, like phase 2, phase 3. But again, they are very expensive. You have to oligonucleotide you have to insert in the brain and then wait for dosing again, how many doses to be given. So, and then eventually, over the long run, did not turn out to be a good exercise. Okay, so there are already clinical trials on that part also, but eventually did not come to the eventually to market.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Vijay Varghese, and thank you to the audience for engaging with him. As a token of appreciation, the HDSI would like to present a small souvenir memoir. Thank you so much. Very interesting. I have more questions for you later. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor Shuvadeep Moity. Professor Moity is an assistant professor at the Department of Biological Sciences, BITS Pilani. He did his PhD from CSIR, the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, with Dr. Shantanu Sengupta. He then joined the Center for Genomics and Systems Biology, New York University, as an associate research scientist. Currently, he is examining ER stress. Just now you heard about this organelle inside the cell. He looks at the stress biology of this organelle and how protein homeostasis and its regulation can help with motor disorders. Welcome, Dr. Moity.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. I'm happy to hear and thanking you all, the organizer and everyone who is the stakeholder here. And one thing I want to say in the morning that when I came yesterday and when I see the actually who is suffering, that motivates me more than whatever we are doing in the lab. So thank you all for coming here, and seeing you, I motivates myself more, and even my student also. She is saying that like now she know why she is doing all this work. So that's the thing that I want to keep my talk, everything in very simple, that you can understand what is going on. I can promise at the end that hopefully I can explain what exactly we try to do, but we are not going to very detail of the jargon words. I keep it very simple. I drew few things for last few days that you can understand what is going on. So the talk is over organellar crosstalk linked to HD pathology. Now, whatever organellar thing, I'm coming to that. Before that, saying that this is our lab where in the Hyderabad, and this is the campus, and my lab is in the A block of BITS Pilani Hyderabad campus. And we started our lab in 2020 during COVID time. And from that time, we started working a little bit about HD. Because in my postdoc, I did my mostly work on ALS, another rare disease. But after coming back here, I focused on this particular area because that time another colleague also doing on HD. And we collaborated because I want to know about the organelle. Now, what is organelle? That we're going to come there. Before that, already yesterday speaker and Dr. Dovi also told that this gene was identified at 1993. Now, till now, we have no cure. But one thing you can appreciate, this is few months back, like last year, citation was 7760. What is citation? That if we are working, we acknowledge that if somebody doing work, research work, we acknowledge that this paper, we are citing them. So you see 7076 means around this much of research done already. And they all acknowledging that that first paper who is doing this. Now today it is 7847. Within 1 year, another internationally over 100 research are going on. So it is not that we are not trying, we are trying our best, but the disease is very complex. Why it is complex? From this first paper also you see, can you tell how many groups are involved? The disease was 1862 identified. 1993 they found this gene. And this paper, when published, is published by 8 research groups with 60 authors, means 60 scientists are working there. to get only know that there is a gene which is causing this particular disease. But till now, it's true, there is no cure for HD. So when we started lab, we tried to do something that we can, even not cure, can delay the disease, can reduce whatever symptoms you have. So how we can do? For that, we started doing focusing on organelle, not only ear or mitochondria. And what are those? For you, let's say this is my body, and this is one of the cells in my body. Now, what we are telling organelle? Organelle nothing but some pockets which is present inside the cell. They coordinate each other, talking to each other, and doing every function properly. If they do properly, then your cells is happy and they do their function. Now, why mitochondria? If you see, this one is, all these terminologies is from Greek or Latin word. So they have certain meanings. And those meanings very nicely tell you what it is. So mitochondria is coming from mitos, which is thread, and chondrion, which is tiny granule. So whenever we are seeing this under microscope, you cannot see by naked eye. So it's very small. So when you are trying to see them, they saw that time it is like thread-like structure. And also they said alternately it is granule-like structure or small globule structure. So why that is so, we're going to discuss those. But the main point is mitochondria, which what it is doing, it is a energy production house. Whenever you are eating, you are getting energy, and after getting energy, you are doing your work. So cells require also energy. So yeah. Thank you. So cells also, it's not on, I think. It's on. Okay. Cells also require energy. So whatever you are eating, ultimately they're making a small molecule that cells also take up that. They make their energy. Whenever they get energy, cells will do their function. Now, very interestingly, these organelle or mitochondria, they also control cell death. Cell death means that if something wrong in this organelle, immediately they're going to start dying. They tell that cells you have to die. So whatever the reason, you do not have to know the reason, but they start dying. Now, anything have their imbalance, mitochondria is the main clock. So if anything happen in nucleus, anything happen in the peroxisome, they ultimately reach to mitochondria and going to tell that I'm dying, and immediately they trigger the process and cell die. Now, why neurodegenerative disease is so important? Neurodegenerative means neuron are degenerating. What does it mean? That cell is dying. The problem is in our body, whatever cell you are seeing, they can divide. They make new, and you are growing. But in neurons, we can't grow. So neuron once formed, done. If they die, gone. So in brain, you have these typical cells. If they die, then they die forever. You cannot regenerate till now. So saying this, mitochondria, as I told you, is a thread-like structure. So how we generally see inside the cells? If you do certain coloration, then we can see them inside the microscope. We have ways to color them. Now, if it is your mitochondria, what it do inside the cell? They have certain genes or proteins. They allow them to fuse and make a long tubular structure. As we are fusing, like fusion is going on. So whatever protein or genes they are, we generally call them fusion genes. Now here you can see it is a normal cell, healthy cells, and they are mitochondria are so thread-like structures. So they are happy. They elongated structure. Now if it is a disease condition or some condition, then mostly found they get fragmented. They become small dot-like structure. That's why we call granular structure. Now this process we call fission. So we are cutting them up. Now those genes which are involved, they are fission genes. So ER and other organelle also help to cut them off. Now this process is required for the reason because we want to make good mitochondria, bad mitochondria if they are, we generally remove them. Again, we make good mitochondria. So this is nothing but a cyclic process. So fission and fusion is always going on, and we always try to make the bigger mitochondria, they can do their function and cells going to be healthy. But the problem is whenever there is a disease or any condition which imbalance this procedure and you're going to get more fission, the cells start death process. So cells start dying. So in our case of HTT, as Dr. Ravi told, that aggregates or those proteins generally somehow that in like we are not taking our jargon term, but somehow they acting over here and mitochondria get smaller, fragmented, cell death started, and we call mitochondrial dysfunction or altered dynamics started. So that's why this altered mitochondrial dynamics is an indicator of cellular death. So if there is more fragment, then it start dying. Now, what is going on in the HD? We already discussed these things for so many lectures that you have this polyglutamine repeat. So those repeat ultimately make a BAT protein. So that BAT protein, when it is enriching inside your neurons, which never can divide, so very specifically striatal neuron is very sensitive. So when they accumulated this particular protein, they start breaking mitochondria more. When mitochondria breaking more, you start like your neurons start dying. Whenever your neuron died, then that area of neuron gone forever. So this is a image initially taken this group. Costa et al. Took this image from mouse striatal neurons, which has this polyQ repeat. Here you can see it is a thread-like structure, here more dotted structure. It is another kind of microscope where you can see this mitochondrial structure is very good, which we know by seeing. You just focusing on these pictures because we're going to show some of the pictures now. Now, what is going on in your brain? Mitochondrial dysfunction started in a particular set of neuron. Your neurons are dying. Whenever neurons gone, then you have the manifestation through your behavioral defect. You have cognitive problem, you have involuntary movement problem, etc., what we are seeing. Now, our question in the lab, when we started, we have different models that we can study them. We do not have the direct human sample, but we have different models that in cell we can particularly express those protein and try to see them. We have in vivo means that when we are working with mice. So in mice also there are different model. One of the model also that you give a chemical, you break the mitochondria and see the similar behavioral defects you are seeing or not. So that way you also model Huntington disease. Now, this is a in vitro model in cell. We picture them. This is Q23 means it's a normal cells and its mitochondria is having all threads like structure, which we are seeing in the normal cells. Now, when you are expressing Q74, which is a toxic Huntington protein, you see immediately they start fragmenting. Means cells, mitochondria start dying. They're going to tell that the cell is going to die also. So can we revert that? If we can revert that, if my hypothesis is true that this is the healthy condition, if we revert this, then you can also make the neuron better. You can survive the neurons for longer time, then might be your symptoms going to goes down. So that we try to do that with a set of other people from chemistry department. We designed 42 molecules. And those molecules, we do different kind of computer-based screening and designed and jot down that those who can cross the blood-brain barrier. And those after that we tested on our cells. Now this is how we are doing this, but you do not have to go all this jargon. The take-home message is when we are using this molecule, you can see that this is fragmented mitochondria or dot mitochondria. After giving this particular molecule, your mitochondria get more reticular or tubular structure. So this ultimately going to give you another thing that if mitochondria is good, then cell death going to be low. So that we exactly see these blue colors which you are seeing in normal, the disease cells, it is 71% cells are dying. When we are reverting with this chemical, they are also, the percentage going down, only 10% is dying. It means that if you are changing or you are changing your mitochondrial health, you can actually help the neurons to survive for longer time. If you survive for longer time your neurons, then it is also helping to reduce the symptom that we're going to show later. So this work recently published, you can get it online in the next week. And these two bright PhD students did the all work. Now, when we are doing this thing, we try to understand why mitochondria. Why there is a problem always with mitochondria in all neurodegenerative diseases. So if you go for Alzheimer, you go for Huntington, everywhere the main point or converging point is mitochondria. If you are breaking them, then it's going to die. So we took a data set of whatever available from postmortem data set of Alzheimer and Huntington disease. We did our some analysis, which are not going details, but from there we found out that mitochondrial organization means those genes are helping for fission fusion. They are one of the top hits. And taking those genes, when we do certain other protein interaction studies or more detailed study, we found that some of the peroxisomal genes coming up. So this is a hub that mitochondria, microbody, peroxisome, all are interacting each other. So we go back and check what are the peroxisomal genes actually working there. And we found this graph, you do not have to know details, but each lines which you are seeing, each line is each patient sample. And in each patient sample, you see most of the lines are down. So these are some peroxisome gene or peroxine isoforms, which are very lowly expressed in case of Huntington compared to the normal. So when we found that, we try to understand what is going on. If this actually peroxine protein is involved controlling this mitochondrial shape or structures or dynamics. So what we do, we took this peroxine isoform, we use certain methods by which you can actually get them off or delete them. So in that particular gene are not going to be there. So one of the isoform, we did the siRNA knockdown, or means we removing them. Immediately you see the normal cells also getting fragmented. So this particular gene in the behind, they are playing role how they are changing the mitochondrial dynamics. Now, when you know this, then simultaneously do some behavioral study, and coincidentally we found few of the good like correlations. If you see, this is, just let me explain this picture, that we using a model system where we use a particular chemical where you can cause the mitochondrial dysfunction. And if you do the mitochondrial dysfunction, then they're doing some behavioral defect which is very similar to Huntington disease. So that test we generally called rotarod. Rotarod means there is a rod, that rod is moving, and we let the mouse to walk over that rod. And we gave that particular chemical. If you give the chemical, then they have this motor dysfunction, so they cannot run over this rotating rod. And we gave certain treatment also. But after giving this particular chemical, we collected their brain sample at the striatum region, which is affected in HD, and we do a RT-PCR, or we try to check the gene expression of the peroxine isoform. You see that is goes down a lot. Now let's see what is happening here. Oh. I'm not seeing any. Yeah. And you also can click the other one. Okay. So here it is a 30 seconds video. If I can move quickly, then we can go faster. Okay, this one, now next one. This is, you can see time is 2 minutes already. And here, if you go only 30 seconds, go back, go a little back, this one. Yeah, 7 seconds. Now we're going to be 10 seconds. He has motor dysfunction, fell down. Other one is also fell down. Okay, but he's still running, the control one, who is no disease. They have the disease, they fail. So this is the graph we generally represent. Now we have a question that if we, now they go after 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So you can plot them, and you know that there is a difference in their first fall from this particular rod. Now we want to ask that we see this peroxine isoform goes down. Is it related to mitochondrial dysfunction and behavioral defect? So now we know that there is a problem with this, and that is also related to this behavioral problem. So what we do then next, can we revert back? Again, to revert back, we need to express the peroxine more. If we express the peroxine more, then we should get the mitochondrial dysfunction revert back and the behavioral defect also revert back. So maybe next one. Yeah. So we use a drug for PBA, which is already FDA approved drug, because we choosing FDA approved drug because we can translate them to other disease very quickly. Then the trial can start also. So this is a chemical chaperone. It has different roles. Like Huntington also related to ear stress. I'm not going on the details, but PBA also very good for ear stress. And now you are seeing it is also a paroxysm proliferator. So when we treated this mouse with 4 PBA and did the same qPCR, you can see that pyroxene isoform expression revert back. Along with, you can see these fusion genes also restored back. When it's restored back, it's also restored the behavioral defect. So can you please run the last two? So this and this, like this one and this one. Yeah. No, last one. This is fine. This is control. So here also, if you move the cursor here, you can see it is failing in 30 seconds. But this is like control after giving treatment of 4 PBA, they are still running. This is, I think, 2 minutes video they are going on. So here you can see this is your control, which is good. After this treatment, it is goes down. Their fall off is very fast, latency of fast fall, and in after giving 4 PB, it restored. It restores also in the gene level pyroxene, is restored the mitochondrial dysfunction or mitochondrial dynamics. Oh, maybe it's not going next. Yeah, next, just the next one. So overall conclusion here, which I have shown here, that mitochondrial fusion can be potential therapeutic avenue. Mitochondrial fusion increases cellular survivability in HD condition, and this is decreased expression of pyroxene isoform in the striatum. Sorry for the typos, linked with impaired mitochondrial dynamics and restoring its defect and restore the behavioral problems. So this all work was done by these 2 PhD students, and this is my small team which we are working. We have collaborator, Professor Pragya Kamal, also going to present, I think, the next one. So she started the HD work there when I joined, and she is looking at another aspect of the receptor level, but we are working on the organelle level. And also we have some good information about certain vitamins which can also restore this behavioral problem. And also other collaborators, I'm grateful. The HTT line which we are working is from David Ruizen's lab from UK. And these are the funding which we are thankful to the funding agencies to giving us the money. So at the end, the take-home message is that we have to work together and to combat this very complex disease, because they have several problems in different areas. And if you see the paper which 1993, it was done by McDonald's group, like she was the forefront in the women scientist. Now here I think the analogy here that our HDSI also started with forefront with women scientists. So we have a group, we can have their hand with each other and can combat this disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maiti. Questions? Well, then I'll ask the first one as usual then from the chairs. You said you tested almost 40 drugs. How many of them showed modest effects?
Okay, so all 42 drugs we did not check for mitochondrial dynamics because we did some in silico study, and those who got rejected due to they are not crossing the blood-brain barrier, or pharmacokinetics properties are wrong. So ultimately we tested on 5. And in all 5, C5, which we are proposing, this is the best one, which is recovering more than the others. Others also have some property, and we have a hinge that in that molecule, there are some, this is an isoxyl group, and they have certain OH group, which is we are now changing. So to make it more potent, that we can, because this is also lipid soluble and or organic solvent soluble. So we have to reduce those things that it can be more water soluble to transform to the like level, drug level.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so just one simple question. So is pyroxene levels are already reported to be low in HD models?
No, we're going to report first. And we also, this is unpublished data. That's why I put.
No, what I'm saying is this 3NP is a model, but genetic model of HD, like,
okay.
So that
genetic model, pyroxene is down. We checked already.
Okay.
And in the, whatever the data present in the repository, And in 3NP also, I showed it is down.
Yeah.
And there are certain relation how it is going down. We have that preliminary idea, but we are also working on that.
Okay. How might these pyroxene could interact with the mitochondria and helping? And
Okay,
second
can
question
you-
is
Okay.
whether the cell death is rescue in case of 3NP model upon giving the compound.
Yeah, that I showed now after 4 PBA that
Oh,
it is
cell death.
restored the time.
Oh.
So that I showed in the last one. Yes, the pyroxene, now the literature is coming that peroxism and mitochondrial clusters is very important to maintain mitochondrial health. So we have data with us also that how it is going on. Simply speaking, that one of the peroxine isoform is also required for peroxism fusion or fission process and in mitochondrial process. So they are in the merging point. So without that, peroxism cannot proliferate that particular. And few of these fission fusion genes also, like by nature, they are converged. They used both for peroxisome proliferation, they used both for mitochondrial dynamics maintenance. So that's why they are interrelated. And how much and what level, that we are checking now.
Great talk. I had a question about here. The inhibitor that you seems to reverse the 3NP toxicity. Did you try that in the cell culture and did it?
Yes. Okay. So if you want to check that, that is my student's poster is there. In the cell culture, it is also reverting.
Reversing the model.
Yes, at the genetic model.
Thank you.
We have a minute? Yeah. Just some closing comment for these two. The good news is we'll have a coffee break. The even better news is that these two papers show how changing cell health at a very fundamental level can improve overall well-being. Now, mitochondrial dynamics is something that people have known for years, that how energy is being used in HD by the muscles and the brain is a very useful way of understanding how to treat it. So they can be like Professor Vijayvargiya's talk. These are plant hormones. So we can now imagine how a proper diet, how maintaining energy dynamics, maintaining regular exercise, maintaining proper oxygenation can overall help the management of Huntington disease. We don't always need to wait just for the drugs. We know how energy dynamics can be maintained in the body in a better way. Whether those ultimately help in neuronal survival can be a question, but both these papers suggest that maintaining cell health is an important part of treating HD. And we have many ways in which to maintain that, to learn how to maintain that. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely. That's why you see antioxidant T, antioxidant, these things came in the picture, but that is coming through this mitochondrial biology in related thing. Thank you.
So we'll go and have some coffee and then we'll come back for the next two talks, which will be equally exciting. More interesting to listen.
Thank you, sir. The next talk is scheduled for 11 a.m. So please help us keep to time by returning by then. Till then, there's a refreshment break for 10 minutes.
Hello, am I audible?
Hello?
Yeah,
Ma'am,
hello, am I audible?
give me a minute, please.
So that doesn't matter the gene maybe.
Hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay, and my slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am, your slides are also visible.
Like not doing at
Uh, can you put them in the present mode, please?
Yeah, going.
and then see.
Yes, okay.
But along with
It
that,
works.
yeah,
Okay.
All right, thank you. I'll let you know when everybody's back from the tea.
I'll leave it like this
Sure, sure. Yeah,
and
this is
yeah, and
yeah.
then we'll come back.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
So if I'm going to the slide board, I will not be able to see anyone except my slides. So just remind me about the time
Yes,
limit. Yeah,
yes. I'll remind you, and we'll also do the questions for you. No worries.
sure, sure. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
can tell me.
I hope everyone enjoyed their refreshments, and we're ready to begin with the next session.
Are my slides visible?
Welcome back, everybody, after our refreshing tea break. It's my pleasure to introduce today Dr. Pragya Komal, who's an associate professor at the Department of Biology, also at BITS Pilani, Hyderabad. You just heard from her colleague, Dr. Maiti. Dr. Komal, unfortunately, couldn't make it here today. She studies various aspects of neuronal function, including synaptic plasticity, how certain ion channels, receptors, and mutations in them may affect neurological conditions. She especially looks at vitamin D3 and its role to play in brain function. We look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Komal.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful introduction. And I hope my slide is visible and I'm audible to all. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I can't hear. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So many thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my data in HDSI. And first of all, apologies for not being able to make in person because of unavoidable circumstances. But we have somebody from BITS representing HD work. As the strategy of this conference is about the different strategies to combat HD, I will be focusing on the neuroprotective effects of vitamin D3 in an experimental mouse model of Huntington's disease. We have a lab logo here. So my main goal is to look at the major ion channels function in different neurological disorders. So thank you, Meera ma'am, Bhavna, Dr. Jain, for giving me this opportunity again. So let's start with this picture showing that when you are performing some work on the computer or you are driving a car or you have a thinking brain, uh, there is something which is going in your got stuck somewhere. All right. So your brain is made up of billions and billions of neurons, and the communication has to be really proper between different neurons. So there are different regions of the brain which performs different functions. All right. So if there is an impairment in the communication, like if you have a normal brain, the synaptic communication between one neuron to the other will be normal. Like there will be a neurotransmitter release. The neurotransmitter will be binding to the neurotransmitter receptors at the synapses, right? But in case of neurological disorders, particularly HD, the synapses are locked because the neurons die. And a lot has been covered on the selective striatal neurodegeneration. So this damage actually leads to many structural and functional deficits. All right. In this case, long back, vitamin D3 was identified as an essential neurosteroid with multiple brain function. So all of these studies that you see this graph over here towards the left, if you see cognitive impairments, Alzheimer's, depression, schizophrenia, autism, Parkinson's, stroke, epilepsy, and multiple sclerosis. Lot of animal studies was done about the vitamin D supplementation and rescue of these phenotypes with clinical studies and epidemiological studies. All right. So vitamin D deficiency now is identified as a global pandemic. There are a hell lot of neuropsychiatric and neurodegenerative disorders which are associated with VD deficiency. I will be using VD for the word. And what will happen if you have a severe vitamin D deficiency? You are prone for all these, you have a likelihood to develop all these disorders, all right? So the biological effect by which VD impacts the brain development, synaptic plasticity, calcium signaling, neurotropic factors, neurotransmission, synaptic connections, and anti-inflammatory response is through its own biological receptors, which is vitamin D3 receptors, all right? So they are not ubiquitously expressed in the mammalian brain, but it is found only in selective brain regions, which are known as to regulate a variety of neuronal functions. When I started my work in HD, before I came back to India from Canada, I was doing my postdoc in McGill. I read this paper by Michael Berridge about the vitamin D3 hypothesis of aging, where he said that if you have a normal levels, and we'll come to the doses of vitamin D, it can protect the neurons and other cellular functions like autophagy, mitochondrial dysfunctions. Dr. Vijay Varghese and Dr. Methi has already given very good convincing data about the mitochondrial dysfunction and rescue. Inflammation, oxidative stress. And then I read a lot of papers on Parkinson's disease, hemi-Parkinson's model, and Alzheimer's, where vitamin D3 supplementation was showing a good effect specifically on cognitive effects, that it was able to rescue the cognitive deficits, all right? And that drove me to know that if vitamin D3 supplementation is given in HD, what we would be able to see. Because at that point in 2017, there was only 1 or 2 papers on Caucasian population. When we start working on a research topic, we owe a lot to the scientific discoveries, which is done by a number of years, I think 4 decades or 5 decades. So it is remarkable that the way we humans have evolved a machinery from the sunlight, we can synthesize the hormone. So it was originally discovered as it's a neurosteroid, it's a fat-soluble vitamin, and it was actually an anti-rachitic substance which was used to treat rickets, which is a bone-softening disease. And over time, lot of people made progress from 1960s to 2015 about the role of vitamin D3 in specifically for mental health or something related to the brain disorders, where they, and one of those studies which was done was on multiple sclerosis. You can see here the animal model of experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis, where vitamin D3 supplementation actually led to remyelination. And then after that, lot of studies showed that how pro-oligodendrocytes, which are the glial cells in your brain, can lead to the oligodendrocyte formation. And then after the neurological triad discoveries and more papers started coming on the role of vitamin D3. So you can see you can either synthesize this vitamin by taking sunlight or from the dietary intake, all right? And then this vitamin, I hope this figure doesn't look more complex. I've tried to maintain the slides as simple as possible because I was told it's a general public. So the vitamin D is cholecalciferol, is an inactive form. It undergoes 2 hydroxylation stages, first in the liver and then the kidney. And there is also an endocrine control where parathyroid gland actually, when it gets elevated, it leads to increase in calcium levels in the plasma, right? The metabolic form of calcitriol acid is then excreted out of the body, and that's how the entire vicious cycle of this hormone towards a homeostatic level is maintained. Now, it can also be stored by the fat cells as given in this figure as this D. So when somebody is having less than 20 nanogram per ml, it is called highly deficient in the blood plasma. And then if it is between over 20 or 50, it is sufficient or insufficient, sorry. 20 to 30 is insufficient. And between 30 to 100 nanogram per ml, it is called sufficient. So before I started this work, I came to know about that why vitamin D3 has gone so much of attention is that it is an essential neurosteroid which was having multiple brain function, and not only at the level of neuronal network, but also at the cellular level. So Michael Berridge, he was one of the pioneers in the field of VD, and also King Faisal International Prize winner, where he said that it is a custodian of cell signaling stability in health and diseases, whether it is skeletal or non-skeletal diseases. Because if you see these terminology, that won't go into the detail, I promise, but Klotho NRF2, these all factors actually affect the gene transcription, and there is a kind of dynamic balance between the calcium signaling which is your secondary messenger cascade, and redox signaling of the system in a normal cellular processes. Now, if the vitamin D levels are highly deficient, that these factors get impaired, and obviously this kind of dynamic balance will be impaired. Abnormal cellular processes are a common hallmark of all these diseases, which is linked to the vitamin D deficiency. All right. After that, I read papers on the other very renowned scientist, and he's basically an endocrinologist from US. So he gave this delightful vitamin D for health, and he talked about a number of papers, like I think more than 3,000 papers he has published. And this VDR, which is the endogenous vitamin D receptors, does not, it actually evolved from the amphibians and then to the humans, and how we have metabolized it. But what this recent paper in 2025 came is that 800 IU in healthy young individuals were able to maintain about 100 nanogram per ml of the VD if you don't take it for the another 2-3 weeks with respect to the dose of 1000 or 2000. So the take home message, and you can see this chart about, which is given by the Institute of Medicine US, about the upper safer limit of VD. So daily allowance is, can see in adults, right, is about 2000, and about 5 times more, 10,000 upper safer limit in for the normal adult. But what happens if there is an impairment, if there is this insufficiency or there is a deficiency, the dose can be different. All right. So 2000 IU per day of VD for neonates is recommended presently. 5,000 IU per day for children is recommended, and 10,000 IU per day is recommended for adults. However, in spite of numerous abundance publications, there is no global consensus on optimal VD levels or the necessary supplementation which is needed in a neuropsychiatric or a neurodegenerative conditions. All right. So the debate is still on. Now, how does work on HD started in my lab? It started in David's lab back at McGill, where we were having this YAC128 mouse model of HD. It's published. And I was looking at the excitatory, because we talked about the synapses, the ion channels has to be in a proper number. If that goes low, that will lead to some kind of impairment in neuronal processing. So I showed that in this mouse model, which actually is good genetic model, and it shows the entire 128 repeats of CAG repeats, which is found in the humans, there was an increased excitotoxicity. AMPA and MDA are glutamate receptor. There's an increased excitotoxicity, and there was a decreased inhibition. So the striatum is the basic output zone of the basal ganglia circuitry. So I showed that at this stage, so we used adult animals about 8 to 10 weeks old, and we showed that there was an increase in glutamate and decrease in GABA, and this homeostatic balance was severely impaired, which is also shown in other variety of neurological disorders like schizophrenia, ALS, and Parkinson's. So what we did in David's lab, I took these animals. So there in the from the motor cortex, the information comes to the basal ganglia, and you have direct pathway and indirect pathway. We'll come to that. So we had this dopamine D1 receptors expressing neurons, and I patched with the help of a technique called whole cell patch clamp recording. We just mapped the inotropic receptor functions only with the D1 medium spiny neurons. I will not go into the details because I think earlier presenters have already given so much of introduction on HD and MSNs. So what we found is when we patched these, there was a lot hell of miniature excitatory postsynaptic currents from the D1 neurons, and the TNF, the tumor necrosis factor, was actually saturable even at the pre-symptomatic stage of the disease. So this is the instrument I used back in McGill, and we got recently in BITS also. And we looked at the glutamate receptor functions. So those glutamate are AMPA and NMDA, and there was decrease in inhibitory output. So we know already that in HD, there what is the puzzle of the selective striatal neurodegeneration still continues. There is a death of the striatal neurons. You have neuropsychiatric symptoms, you have motor dysfunction, you have cognitive deficits. Is there a way we can rescue it? As I said, there is a D1 and D2 pathway. It is a no-go pathway, like it inhibits movement, and D1 pathway, it actually accelerates movement. It initiates movement. And in the very first stage of the HD, the D2 pathway is affected, followed by the D1. So we know HD pathogenesis is multifactorial. Previous two presenters have talked so nicely about the mitochondrial dysfunction and ER stress. Apart from that, there is also an excitotoxicity neurodamage. And apart from that, what in the normal brain, which you see, if you can see my arrows here, there is a normal neurotropic secretion coming from the cortex to the striatum, as shown by this paper. And when there is a mutant HT aggregates going on, there is an impaired BDNF, brain-derived neurotropic factor secretion in the symptomatic stage. What did we do? What we did back in 2018 by my first PhD student Manjari. So we did not had a lot of I would say resources here with very limited funding. I was very baffled what to do. So we got this 3-nitroproponic acid model, which I was reading a lot of papers from Mr. Professor Puneet Kumar from University of Punjab, and he has shown that this toxic leads to selective neuronal degeneration in the striatum, and that actually leads to mitochondrial dysfunction, increased ROS production, apoptotic cell death, and excitotoxicity, neuronal damage. So we use 3NP model. We got this C57 mice, all right. We injected this 3NP for 75 mg per kg for 15 days, all right. And we had the third group of animals which got only VD, about 500 IU per kg per day. And then we had the fourth group of animals, which was pre-treated with 3NP. We will call it as an HD group. And then we post-supplemented with vitamin D IP. We injected through intraperitoneal for another 15 days. So from the 15th day to the 30th day, the animals got the vitamin D supplementation. We did a lot of behavior analysis, locomotion. We tested the spatial memory. We also looked at the muscular strength, the grasp. And on 30th day, we decapitated the brain. We look into the different markers or the protein expression of different markers in the brain from the striatum and the cortex. We got this paper in neuroscience where we showed that when we gave the 3NP treated animals, the fourth group with vitamin D, 500 IU per kg per day, all right, that led to an enhancement in the gene expression of BDNF, NGF, and that inhibited the antioxidant expression both in the cortex and the striatum. So overall, I'm not going into the specific data and all the results we had already published in the lab, but the take-home message is that vitamin D in 3NP, when we gave the vitamin D in the 3NP, that rescued the vitamin D receptors, the endogenous biological receptors of VD, and in that alleviated the BDNF, NGF, glutathione peroxidase, catalysis and vitamin D receptor expression, both in the striatum and the cortex. So somewhere it was very encouraging for us that this particular very affordable and cheaply available vitamin D could rescue some of the symptoms which we see in Huntington's disease. And I think Dr. Mathi has already shown this rotor performance. But what I wanted to show you is that if you see the second group, it will fall within, I would say, 30 seconds. All right. The only VD was comparable to the control animals. And once you gave the 3NP injected animals with vitamin D, it was able to rotate well. For the sake of the time, I have the spatial memory. Morris water maze is a standard to look at the spatial memory. You can see the 3NP animals will not be able to locate the hidden platform. But when we gave vitamin D to the 3NP, that is the fourth group of animals, it was able to locate the platform very quickly. So this is taken by ahead by Professor Mathi's group, which will be published soon. But after 2022, the work which was done by Manjari is the VD had also cholinergic potential, because we know that the acetylcholine is an important neuromodulator in different parts of the brain, very important for decision making, working memory, and cognition. And what we showed from this paper is that when in the fourth group of animal, when we took the brain tissue, it was able to rescue the acetylcholine level with increase in one of the cholinergic receptor expression. The overall story here is that if these ion channels are getting rescued in the neurons, the information processing which will be going from one neuron to the other could be rescued to some extent. So overall, we showed that when 3NP mouse model of HD was treated with vitamin D3, it was able to rescue the neurotropins, it was able to rescue the cholinergic receptors, it was able to combat the oxidative stress, and it also combated the TNF levels. And we also looked into one novel immune protein receptors expression in the HD brain, and it also combated the NF-kappa B expression in the striatum. What are we doing presently here is that we are taking Jurkat cells. So this whole cell patch clamp electrophysiology equipment we have got from the DBT Builder grant. We are treating these Jurkat cells, which is a leukemic cell line with alpha-7 receptors, venous fluorophore tag, and we are incubating 1 micromolar of calcitriol, the active form of vitamin D, and we are looking at the single channel kinetics. If the vitamin D is modulating the ion channel current, because the channels, if they open, they will cause depolarization. So the data is very encouraging and it's not published. So you can see that with respect to the control, the calcitriol levels of the peak current amplitude mediated by alpha-7 really gets higher. That means vitamin D is modulating at a single neuronal level these ion channels which are expressed at the synapses. So that can have a role of synaptic plasticity. What is the overall significance we are trying to reflect to the world actually? So that when there is an increased glutamatergic excitotoxicity, when there is an impairment in the neurotransmitter, or there is an imbalance, when there is a disruption of excitatory and inhibitory imbalance and increased neuroinflammation, these 4 characteristics is actually a common factors which are found across these neurological trials. And these things are getting rescued when there is a aptitude, a good level of VD supplementation, intervene at a correct age and time, that can actually lead to good neuronal communication. It can make you think better. It can help the neurons to function better in the brain. And it can also affect the decision-making capacity, because we have focused on alpha-7 cholinergic receptors. The way we age matter, we are not claiming that it is a miracle or a very it is a panacea. It's not a panacea, but it is very inexpensive, safe adjuvant therapy. Not only HD, if we have a correct intervention at a correct dose, that if we start taking the VD supplementation at earlier in a life, it might rescue some of the phenotypes, some of the features which is a characteristic of HD also. We need to promote the HD research in India, and it cannot be done by 1 or 2 groups. All the groups have to come together, and I look forward working with Meera ma'am. Thanks for her support. And as the conference strategy claim is about the unified strategy, public health efforts has to be undertaken in India to actually promote this vitamin D deficiency as a pandemic, as a global pandemic, also is seen in India. And none of the group has actually looked into the VD levels in HD patients. Unfortunately, for the last 8 years of my stay in India, I went through a number of high reputed institutes, but none of them actually was agreed to collaborate or give me the HD samples. But I'm sure and I'm very positive with the help of this HDSI conference, we will take this effort to another level, and we will have some clinical data on Indian HD patients. So this one missing link, there's a lot of puzzles in HD, and it's presently not curable. But if one missing of information we can find through VD supplementation, and how is it affecting ion channels level, how is it affecting mitochondrial health, we can restore some of the deficiency in the neuronal communication. So recently I got this EBRO NCAM only recipient of India. So I'm very thankful for the EBRO, because none of the funding agency actually gave money in my first 3 years here in India. So EBRO gave me money. I started with the HD, and I'm very grateful to the BITS for their funding support. To my students, Kishore Gola, who's doing electrophysiology. Manjari actually has already graduated. She's in Australia pursuing a postdoc. The present student, Ishwari, is working on schizophrenia, Koema, and Mahesh is working on nicotine addiction. And yes, then we got the DBT Builder, and we are now collaborating with DIMHANS for our schizophrenic project. ANRF then was convinced that there is a possibility of some research of VD in schizophrenia as well in HD. So you cannot run your lab without the help of Goddesses Lakshmi. So I'm very, very grateful to all the funding agency. And yeah, I'll be happy to take questions. I think I'm on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Komal, for enlightening us about the potential role of vitamin D in tackling this condition. The floor is open to questions. We have one question coming up from Dr. Prasanna Menon. If anybody else has a question, you can please raise your hand so we can move the mic to you quickly. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Little low, but yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Dr. Pragya, this was a wonderful presentation, and you have done a lot of work in vitamin D. In fact, I am a gynec obstetrician by profession and now a palliative care physician as well. In both these cases, vitamin D plays a very important role. And that's why I decided to talk at this moment so that audience will be able to relate immediately to your presentation. Okay, we as clinicians, we make observations. Sometimes we don't know how it works. As an obstetrician, in my patients, I do all correction of the correctables. When the vitamin D is low, vitamin B12 is low, I make the corrections. We immediately find that the AMH, which is the indicator of fertility, improves. Okay, these days in the PCOD patients, in the younger women, if you do AMH, which is indicator of fertility, it is as low as a menopausal woman. When we do these corrections, these AMH values improves. Not only improves, the ovulation improves, and they are able to conceive very fast. The abortion rates are also decreasing. This is one observation which I made. I can relate it to the observations that you have done in your lab. Okay. And another thing which I want to tell you is in my palliative care, I did not sign for dementia patients. I was taking care of the stroke patients. I was taking care of elderlies. But the dementia became a part of it because we know the dementia changes happens after the stroke, the vascular dementia and all that. And currently I have something like 25 patients under me, okay, of dementia. Now, again, I believe in correcting the correctables. So vitamin D, B12, electrolyte corrections, hydration, I started doing. And actually, I must say that the cognitive functions of these patients have improved and they are involving themselves in purposeful activities. This is a truth. This is fact. I can relate this clinical observation with your work. That's why I thought I should talk about these two observations, which
Thank you so much. It is really encouraging and very nice to know these updates from the point of a gynecologist, right? Thank you.
I am sure that as clinicians, what happens is we know that vitamin D is working, we are giving, but we are not able to relate to why it is happening. Now, I can very clearly relate it to your work. So I thought I must thank you for this presentation personally. Thank you so much, doctor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions for Dr. Komal? Okay. Yes. If there are no more questions, Dr. Komal, we will encourage our audience to write to you if they think about something.
Sure, I'll be happy to address them.
See you in person next time.
Sure, I will make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before I invite the next speaker, Dr. Arif, please come. In the meanwhile, I thought I'll very quickly summarize in Kannada for people who may not have completely followed in my broken Kannada to some extent what happened. So ನೀವು ಈ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮೂರು ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಶರೀರದ ಒಳಗೆ ಇರುವ ಕೋಶಗಳ ಒಳಗೆ ನಡೆಯುವಂತ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇಂದ, ಅವರ ಗವೇಷಣೆಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕೋಶಗಳ ಒಳಗಿರುವಂತ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ತಿದ್ದಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಎಂಬ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯವರ್ಗೀಯ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಕೋಶಗಳ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ಗಳ ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಸ್ಯದಿಂದ ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೂ ರೋಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಮೈಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ರ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ವರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಹೋಗಬಹುದು ಎಂಬ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೋಪ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಂತರ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ಸ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮೊಯ್ತಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಬಿಟ್ಸ್ ಪಿಲಾನಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸಹ ಅವರ ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಕೆಲವಾರು ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಅವರ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಾಲಿಕ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರ ಲ್ಯಾಬಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕೋಶಗಳ ಒಳಗೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ HD ಇರುವ ಮ್ಯೂಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಉಂಟಾಗುವ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಡಿಫೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಎರರ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ ಅಂತ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನ ಅವರು ಇಲಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಕೂಡ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೋಮಲ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಸ್ ಪಿಲಾನಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ವೈಟಮಿನ್ ಡಿ ಎಂಬ ವಿಟಮಿನ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಟಮಿನ್ ಡಿ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಲ್ಯಾಬಿನ ಪ್ರಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವೈಟಮಿನ್ ಡಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಸಮ್ಮರಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೋಪ್ ಅಥವಾ ಆಶೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ ಈ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಇಂದ. Okay, so now I will move on to the next speaker, Dr. Jain.
It's my pleasure to introduce Taslim from the INSTEM and from the CCAM, which is the part of the NCBS Neuroscience Cluster at the TIFR campus in the north end of Bangalore. And Taslim has been instrumental in fostering the CCAM group of efforts, which brings together a lot of biotech and industrial engagement and also startups as to how the advances in biotechnology and fundamental molecular biology can be translated into various aspects of life, including clinical improvement. So many of the things they are doing have a direct bearing on how we can think of finding solutions for HD within Bangalore and of course within India. So Taslim.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. As Professor Jain mentioned, I work at CCAM. I just thought I'll quickly introduce that. But I think it's great to be here in a very, I would say, appropriate gathering where stakeholders and the larger family, which aims to work and aims to take the efforts of Huntington's disease families together, from both in terms of making sure that today is being kind of addressed, and also in terms of building dialogues and how tomorrow can be addressed. Because that's the effort that actually going to allow us to work in a manner where we can continue to address challenges that lie in front of us. And I'm happy to be here for two reasons. One, the reason I thought it was important for me to come here, thanks for the invite, is to at least share with you that what kind of efforts are going on which are in the close proximity of what new efforts in terms of therapeutics for something like Huntington's could happen globally, or in India, and more so in Bangalore, something is happening. So I just want to say how scientific advances are actually pushing the boundary of how we can in future, if not today, in future address challenges of Huntington's if we come together and if we build efforts. So that is one. The second is that my own training has been in neuroscience, largely from basic research of neuroscience, but it ended up going into Parkinson's, which is in the close proximity in terms of larger concepts of neurodegeneration. So there is a kind of an, I think, alignment that I thought that it'd be a good idea to just talk about it. So with that context, I'll just quickly introduce organization so you get to see what I was trying to say. As Professor Jain mentioned, CCAMP is an initiative in Bangalore. It's not in North Bangalore. Of course, now it's like almost like a, across two cities, or the way the traffic actually happens during the week. But yeah, no problem. I'll just use this. So we are an organization supported by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. The role was not to have another academic research organization, but rather an organization which can, as Professor Jain mentioned, help early stage understanding of science and help it move towards application. Right? Idea is to leverage amazing work that happens in the basic biology of what happens behind something that goes wrong in a physiological condition, something that goes wrong. Understand having that fact and allow people to build applications on it and help them to actually attempt addressing challenges, including in health that we see. And that's a very important space because amazing workers and something that you already heard, they are continue to develop new understanding of what goes behind what happens in different disease conditions, including in Huntington's. Once we understand what goes wrong, we can try to come and see how to address it, what can be done. It's almost like, if you simplifying thing is that if there is a table and something has gone wrong, we have to first understand what has gone wrong so we can actually go and address it. That understanding is very important. And that's what basic research allows us to constantly say, which leg of the table has actually a problem? Let's understand, go there and do it. I have simplified beyond the limit, but just want to give a view of that is very important. So CCAM leverages the understanding, allows people who want to fix that and help them to take it forward. The mission has been to enable, sorry about it, I think it's good. Yeah. The mission is to, enable high-end scientific research and innovation. So we foster deep science research innovation, drive high-impact research, and translate and commercialize the research that happens. As in the introduction, it was mentioned, we are a group of 4 organizations which together have formed what we call as the Bangalore Life Science Cluster. It's India's largest life science campus, research campus, where NCBS as a first organization which came on campus and then in early 90s, and CCAMP and INSTEM were set up by Department of Biotechnology in 2008-9, and TIGS, funded by Tata Institute for Genetics and Society, attempts to work on it using the gene editing tools for health, agriculture, and across. So nearly we have 2,000 people. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. We have nearly 2,000 people on campus working on understanding different aspects of biology, and CCAMP attempts to work with them as well as everyone outside in India to see how we can build new solutions. Not overnight, it takes time, and some of them succeed, some of them do not, but that's the attempt is all about. So what do we do in one of the verticals of CCAMP? This is the third, and I'm just jumping onto what we do. We support innovation and entrepreneurship, and we have, as we aim to do that, we provide support in terms of funding, incubation, and many other aspects. I'll not go into that. But very importantly, we support different components of life sciences. Okay, thank you. I'll try. Thank you. So we kind of, to support some of the work in healthcare, agriculture, environment because of the life sciences. And we have now nearly 500 such innovations, of more than 500 innovations across India. Very large number, because we have to keep trying and support many such innovative ideas which go forward. And this is more or less a quick picture of how across India we have been working, supporting these innovative ideas, ensuring that these attempts actually come to society and address societal problems in healthcare, in agriculture, and environment. So that is one of the effort. We work in, as I mentioned, within healthcare, we work on many areas. That is in infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, many other aspects, and I'm not going to go towards it. But to quickly come on, so we have several efforts in neurobiology and mental health. Different people are working on it, and I can go in detail of it, but I'm going to actually not go further on it. But we also work extensively in rare genetic diseases as well, which are of different kind, where people are addressing many things in total, how things work. So 2 different buckets. One is neurobiology and mental health, and second component is rare genetic disease. There could be an overlap between them, but we have kept it kind of a broadly apart. And what we hope to do here is that now we are hoping to add more and more. So if I just quickly tell you about just the sorry, yeah. So just to get you a feel of kind of solutions that is being built, I'll not talk about too much, but I'll take a couple of them more for now. The giftolexia is kind of in development disorders. They are trying to understand in early stage whether the children have a development disorder so early to connect and then make a therapeutic intervention. Cyclops works on the later stage in terms of people affected by vertigo and many other things. BrainSight does the MRI-based connectomics for neurosurgeons to help them at the surgery level to ensure that they have a connectome built in. And there are a few more. At the same time, we have rare genetic disease which people are working on and something that would come here as a broad aspect as well. And I'll go into them all in all. So just to take a pause to say that while we are doing a lot of it, we have a bucket where we have been able to attract innovators who are working in neurobiology, and we have a bucket where people are working in rare genetic diseases. And we have a kind of a Huntington disease provides that. So let me quickly come to Huntington disease aspects globally, what is happening, and you must have heard of it, many components. Few things which people are doing it from the perspective of the protein accumulation and how do you actually approach that. There are efforts which are going on from the perspective of gene editing. So how do you actually minimize protein production broadly or in a way? So there are efforts like RNA interference. So at the expression level, just before the protein is produced, how do you actually kind of silence the component using CRISPR? Again, it's a gene editing component, as well as you have anti-oligonucleotides. We actually go. So more or less, this is to lower the protein levels which actually happen. This is a genetic gene therapy that we all know about. It is becoming more and more mainstream as we speak globally. I don't know if you followed something. Last year, 2 gene therapies or 3 gene therapies have been approved in multiple markets or multiple geographies, including in UK and US. This includes, something like hemophilia, if I'm not wrong, if you followed it already, it's already approved. People have opportunity to take drugs which are gene therapy, right? And it depends based on the assessment of the doctors as well as the thing to do it. So there are already progression of gene therapy, which was a promise when I was studying. That was a promise that was done. Now it is being realized, and we have gene therapy in market where you can correct a genetic change, which actually is causing the downstream disease. And that is already there. You have products which have gone through entire safety thing, all clinical trials, and are approved by companies in US and already in UK that demonstrate that they have gone through the rigor of it. So gene therapy is becoming much more mainstream. I think something to look forward to as we go forward. And the techniques are becoming safer and safer. The techniques are becoming safer and safer. So based on the thing, the appropriate decision could be taken. At the same time, another thing that is actually advanced significantly, and I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called cell therapy, right? Initially, it was in the precursor version of it, people used to call it stem cell therapy, but now people call it cell therapy. So you actually go and replace something that actually is not there, or it vanished or moved away or died. So in terms of neurodegeneration, cell therapy is one of the most promising aspect, which is still not reached the society, but it is in working. How do you actually get delivery of cells which have died, neurodegeneration, which have died? How do you get them to do it? And there are different ways people are looking at. The science of the cell therapy is more or less done. The science of delivery of those cells is now being worked at. How do you get there? It's easier to do cell therapies for easily accessible organs. It's difficult to do it for something like what you would call it in terms of brain because of many reasons. And I'll tell you an example what has been tried in collaboration with Nimans for Parkinson's disease. I'll just tell you about that. So these are very exciting approaches. Of course, those are the ones which are promising us the maximum opportunity to look at and see how we also contribute in advancing those options together, and what are the ways we can do that. Of course, there is other thing that people talk about there are other ways to do it, as we all mentioned as I mentioned in the previous thing. So now let me tell you what are the other efforts happening which are not exactly uh, Huntington disease effort, but happening more or less from here in Bangalore in India, and very, very good efforts. So I'll take examples of some rare disease therapeutics which are happening either through gene therapy or through cell therapy. So you can understand it is not something that is happening far away in the most developed country, but rather it's happening right here, and how we can start collaborating with them and see what we can do together. So the first effort is a rare genetic disease for eye, which is easier to target, which the company is iStem. They are working on retinal degenerative diseases like retinitis pigmentosa or age-related macular degeneration. Here is again, there's a degeneration happens. Here, this time happens in the eye. So in the retina of the eye, one layer, which is called retinal pigment epithelium, the cells of that component of the retina actually degenerate with age, right? And that causes eventually vision loss to many of them. Uh, and then there is something retinitis pigmentosa, which happens because of genetic disease per se. Here, they involve photoreceptors. What they have attempted is to take simple blood-based, where anyone, in a way, as one say, blood can be taken. It converts into, you heard already possibly in this room, stem cells, that is called induced pluripotent stem cells, iPSC. And from iPSCs, you can make any kind of cells. Here they make what they call it RPE cells, retina pigment epithelial cells. These cells are then they have worked out a way to actually now implant into the subretinal injection. They have now shown it in the animals. They have now done phase 1 trial on it. And on legally blind people, they have been able to rescue up to 15 letter vision in the phase 1 itself. That's a safety net. This is best in class data in the world, even better than Roche's company called Lineage. This is fantastic work. Demonstrate that science actually has been doing very well in India, not at the scale that happens in developed countries, but in small pockets. And we need to work with those pockets and go further. And that is important. It's not to now dream that no, we are best. Not necessarily. Unless we have hundreds of eye stems, we will not be best, which is a different story altogether. But these are the hopes that we need to cling on and work with to do it. This is really remarkable work that we actually need to do. And this is right now, they are about to go in phase 2, where they will show efficacy. This was only safety study where they got the efficacy. Now they will do further efficacy, and then hopefully they will be in market late next year, which will be truly phenomenal in terms of it. Now, what they are not necessarily only doing it, but they have a platform of blood-based iPSC creation, and from iPSC they can make any kind of cells, as I made, right, for cell therapy. So they have attempted something, and I hope I have added it in my slide here. They have attempted in collaboration with Nimhans to say the way they made retinal cells or RPE cells, can you make neuronal cells? Just like in Huntington, the Parkinson's, you have the loss in substantial nigra, and that actually causes the motor coordination deficiency or effect, and so on. What they did, they built precursor cells again, and then tried it they tried it in animals. And here they showed that just nasal puff, because through the nasal route, you actually can, at least in animals for now, it goes through your blood-brain barrier. These cells, they observed the precursor cells from the dopaminergic cells, the step 1 before. Those cells could go to brain from the animal's nasal route, find appropriate location after moving around, locate in substantia nigra, and rescue the motor coordination. It took time for them to do it because they had signals already. So there was a signaling pathway that they could do it on their own. So within brain, they could actually do it. They could locate because it was tagged with fluorescence. It was visibly possible for them to follow the path. And that is a very promising way. Promise is that eventually you don't even need to, and we will get there. It's a matter of time. Eventually, we'll be able to take nasal route to have cell therapy, which can go to brain and actually do it. As I mentioned, science is done, delivery is an issue. Animals, it's easier to do that. In humans, the pathway is much longer. And that is something we'll have to figure out what goes wrong in delivery, and we do that. But such a promising data, because they could put animals who had motor coordination difficulty, they could put on them and they could rescue, they could get them back in a normal motor coordination. It's a very promising work. Again, from here, something we should keep an eye on, we should work towards. Sometimes it's a 1 in a 10,000 chance. Sometimes it's 1 in 100 chance. But we need to keep taking chances. And that is very, very important. So this, and as you can see, it is in collaboration with Nimhans. That's why I kind of opened it up right here, which actually happened here. So that is where the collaboration makes a huge difference. Another rare disease, that was a cell therapy play. Another rare disease is a gene therapy play. We all know possibly about Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Again, a challenging aspect here. Here, a company called Hanugen attempted antisense oligonucleotide effort, and they have their molecule now in phase 3, where they're trying to see if they can give it to affected children who can actually, hopefully, their muscle weakness can be reduced and their longevity also can be brought in, because around adulthood, we tend to lose many of them after difficult times in motor coordination. So that is something very, very important, and something has been tried right from here. So this is now gene therapy. Now, with the advancement in AI, what has happened is that we are able to rapidly identify possible new drugs, right? Because AI is allowing us to check thousands, millions, billions of permutation combination and help us to say, hey, in this thing which is wrong, which basic researchers tell us, this molecule can work. So you don't have to do 5 years of drug discovery to land on one molecule and then test it further. It is allowing us to do in 1 month, 2 months. This company, Peptris, is actually been able to identify new chemical molecules. Now this different thing, which actually works on a particular Duchenne muscular dystrophy target. And hopefully they are going to work on it, because this will not require as difficult things as gene therapy, but an easier approach to that. This has been licensed to another company called Revio Therapeutics. So this has gone further, and we do hope that this actually sees the light of the day as the effort goes on. Another small molecule effort in another rare disease, this is vitiligo, which actually is a kind of in skin, the pigmentation is an issue. Again, they understood the pathway. Where does the pathway goes wrong in the cells, within the cells, in terms of pigmentation, including tyrosine gene and upstream before that, and how you can actually have small molecules, the drugs, like chemical drugs, which actually can do that. They are now in phase 2 of it. They have demonstrated over time. They are Pune-based work. They have demonstrated very good work. Now they already have done phase 1 trial on it, finished it very safely, and they are going to phase 2 of it. This actually could be, even topical application as we go forward. Very important thing to notice and how we can go forward. Porous from Bangalore, it is actually trying something for lipid storage disorder called Niemann-Pick disease. I'll not go into that. Another rare disease happens to very few people in a particular community. They have been able to build a small molecule which works on the Niemann-Pick disease. They have been able to license to a US firm for $250 million in total. But more important is that this is being taken forward, and hopefully that big company will be able to bring out things. Another very important thing in the orphan drugs, so they got in the US, you can get something called orphan drug notification, which actually gives impetus to people who bring the drug out, because that impetus is required because the market is very small because of rare disease. So orphan drug notification allows you a coverage that 7 years no one else, if you bring the drug out for 7 years, no one else can bring the drug out if it's efficacious. So it's that a protection so that a company which also has its business interest in mind to survive can actually make a risk of going into that market and take it forward. So they have been able to build that. So these are the broad efforts that I thought I didn't have much more of it. I didn't want to bring too much of component to it, but wanted to give you a perspective that rare diseases are challenging for many reasons. Of course, from the family perspective, but also they are challenging because of the treatment and the therapeutic efforts actually demand much more deeper and longer effort compared to the lifestyle disorders or many others because the market dynamics are different. And for that, we definitely need to come together and make much more directed efforts. If I were to say, and I shouldn't be, and I would not note it, at least 3 of these companies that I mentioned, and it's very important that I should say this, 3 of the companies that I presented today actually are founded by families, right? And they have somewhere success is going on. It's very important to come together. 3 of those are founded by families who wanted to address that aspect. And I think families can come together because families has a drive that can keep and make sure that all impossible becomes possible. And that is something that is very, very important. So I think even for Huntington's disease, while unfortunately I couldn't have the successful outcome from India while other things are going on, I would say that, advances are in the understanding of the disease, as you heard from the speakers, is actually growing to very well. The methodologies in terms of how to treat the new technologies, gene therapy, cell therapy, small molecule or chemical therapy are also growing. And I think in India right now, there are a bunch of people who want to take on challenging components like that. I think what we need, and I do like at CCAM, we do want to have a dedicated effort for the new therapeutics in neurobiology per se, and we are trying to figure out how to get it done because without a dedicated effort, it becomes what comes our way, we take it forward. So we want to actually have an identity for that. We are looking to figure out a way to do that. But I think it's a good idea for all of us to come together and make sure that we give it a chance, be it 1 in 10, 1 in 100, or 1 in million. Nonetheless, 1 in million can also win. And that's what we have to do it together. So I think we are all together. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taslim, for that very encouraging talk. The future can be rosier than it is now. So questions? Question back there. Second row at the back.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I was just wondering, I have a couple of questions, but to begin with, so you cited multiple examples of multiple rare diseases, and then you also talked about an AI example as well, AI-driven drug discovery. So when you pick what to support, like, are you ultimately looking to develop some kind of a disease agnostic approach of looking at all of this, or or when you talk about all of these multiple examples, are they looking at very specific mechanisms for drug discovery, or are we looking for like one common framework at the end? And the second question is, if you're supporting, for example, AI strategies, are they explainable? Because as biologists, we also want to know exactly how an AI arrives at a decision, because we're ultimately looking at biological systems and we need mechanistic answers to that. And yeah, so
yeah, no,
and
thanks.
so some kind of numbers with respect to the trials that are being done, and where can we find the specifics?
Okay, good. I'll take all 3 questions in that order. I hope I remember them. The first question was the that are you, looking at specific framework, or are you being agnostic in terms of what we do? So at CCAMP, we began agnostically, broadly. I didn't go into details, but we wanted to see amazing ideas from anywhere addressing any issue. We wanted to take it in. And we have done that for 10 years. But in the last 5 years, what we have done is that we have now built thematic areas. So thematic areas for different components. So we have thematic area for antimicrobial resistance. We have thematic area for infectious diseases. We have thematic area for digital health. A thematic area that we want to build an identity around is neurobiology and disorders around it. Something that we want to do it. The reason we want to do it, as I mentioned, once we have it, we have something to build on and deliver. Otherwise, we'll only take what we get. And unless we have a target board, I think anything that goes, it will be very few that will actually hit there. But we want to create a new target. And we are trying to figure out how do we build resources for that. We want to have a larger funding because that will attract a lot of people who were possibly in the surroundings and proximity to come and address that. So we are looking at it within that, within the scientific targets. I don't think one can be, or one should be, at least CCAM is not thinking of any particular scientific pathway that we want to go after. It is all in. If there are good ideas with talented people who can attempt something, we are very ready to support them. It could be on AI, it could be on cell therapy, it could be anything else as well. So we are not necessarily giving preference to AI-based approach at all. AI kind of provides you an opportunity to fast forward the conventional way of, I would say, structure-based drug targeting approach. And that is something we understand. It actually allows you jump forward 2 to 3 years of work in specific areas. So we are very, very open about it. That's your first part of the question. I hope I answered that. The second question was, I forgot. Correct, AI. So I think, again, idea was that this AI has to be based on phenomenal data set, which are rigorous, right? It actually allows it. It is not, it would actually have to have components which make them understand. It is not a black box, to be honest. It is not a black box completely. You have to provide details on what you want to look at, which will do the appropriate searches and come back. So you will have to have criteria or filters for AI to help you. What do you want to look at? First of all, if you're looking at the drug discovery, it begins with something called target. What do you want to target first? What kind of molecule do you want to do? Within the target, what subdomain that you want to target for? What do you want the shelf life to be? What do you want the bioavailability want to be? What do you want not to target? What is the toxicity? All that will come in. And what kind of chemical molecule do you want to look at? What is the nature of that chemical molecule? So those filters will be there, and that will allow you the mechanism of action as well as the chemical toxicity and many other efficacy components to it. So that will come with the explanation of it. What was your third question?
That was it. I think you answered the AI part in the first question.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
There is this molecule, AMT-130. It is a gene therapy by Unicure Therapeutics that is in phase 2 trials in United States. So probably we were talking about the gene therapy. So could you shed some more light on this, and are there any possible collaborations that our country can do to start the gene therapy trials here? And basically, this therapy has been given a breakthrough trial status, and it started as an orphan drug treatment. And when the successful results of phase 1 came, so the US FDA has given the breakthrough therapy status to this molecule. So how does this gene therapy function in the Huntington's disease, and how can our country collaborate to bring such therapies in our basically the developing countries and in our country, basically? Yeah.
Indeed. I'll try to give my quick answer, and I'm sure other experts who can do it. Gene therapy, as you rightly indicated, it kind of addresses the, in kind of stemming the downstream production of the protein. So it lowers the HTT protein that we are talking about, Huntington's protein, and that is what the gene therapy component would look at. To be able to actually get some of those. So right now for many things, and I don't know if you know about it, in many such disease indications, many families do reach out to become volunteer in clinical trials. And could be either happen in India, this could actually happen in the US. If you actually go and reach out to the innovator and the innovator company, they are looking for volunteers as well as they go through. And that is very, very important. So you actually do it and they can say, if you come here, I have an approval in this geography, I'm happy to incorporate you based on the need. One could do that. The second component of getting them in India, I think that is something that could be worked, and I'm sure somebody like Professor Jain would know better. But I think that is something as a community we should definitely work on. We should work with them to see how do we facilitate for you to do it. What are the pathways that you have to do to go through a Drug Control General of India, DCGI, under CDSCO, and see what we can provide. Do we have enough volunteer group available that makes them exciting for them to do it? They may have a frequency of volunteers which are 20 for 6 months. We may have 20 in 1 month. There is a power that we can actually present to them, right? That can you do it here? Can you actually take it forward? And if there are volunteers who need to look at it, we could certainly bring it. Of course, we have to present them an opportunity. That could be numbers. We have to then help them along with them the regulatory pathway so they could do it here. And that is something we have to work out. But I would like to believe that's doable.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions? Yeah.
There are no companies right now doing any research on the HD at C camp right now.
Yeah.
So I think that is my understanding.
Yes.
So it's a generic question for HDSI, how HDSI can influence some companies to do some research, because whatever we are seeing in the group, it's all coming updates from the foreign countries. Okay, that company is doing this, it's a trial 1, trial 2. So these are all the updates we are getting, and we do not have much control on them. So if HDSI or somebody internally influence something to happen at C camp, maybe we will have a better control and we get more updates, and even the kind of a pressure, or they actually realize the kind of potential opportunity for market also as well. So that is my question.
I completely agree, and I hand it over to HDSI.
No, see, we have tried to work with some teams at C camp, gave some proposals, had some discussions, but ultimately it's a question of also getting funds to do this. Even the startup companies need some startup capital.
He also mentioned that they are also funding the projects.
No, but they have their own approvals, they have their own committees, and we did not pass that barrier. So obviously we need to do better at designing these drugs, whether it's, like the use, like we heard yesterday, the use of anti-diabetic drugs or orphan drugs or repurposing drugs, or using the kinds of things that were talked about today, small plant hormones, or, other drugs which can be used to alter mitochondrial function. All these things can be done. So the thing is to get a network of people, both from industry and from technology and from the clinical groups, to work together. Much of this is doable at relatively low cost, much less expensive than retinal stem cell replacement. But it can be done, and we hope by the activities of the HDSI that we will be able to enthuse enough people in the community to take part in this research. That's the only way forward.
I completely agree. No, absolutely. So, but in a way, you're absolutely right. It is for us to do it together. And that is where I mentioned that I would love to continue that dialogue with Dr. Professor Jain, but something that we want to build together a dedicated effort to do it, so that it doesn't go through and get it challenged with other issues, other efforts which are going on, which are much more easy and hence get supported. So I think a dedicated effort in neurology, would actually allow that to happen. So you are actually going to target that. We have been thinking about it. I have kind of work with it. We would love to work with HDSI, and we'll see what we can do together.
Because we have companies like Biocon in Bangalore itself. So can we influence them to do at least some project within CCAM with some budget so that they'll also get focus? Dr. Reddy's lab is there. So there are many
No, absolutely. I genuinely, I'm saying we are very, very keen. We would love to see how we can build resources. I mentioned during my talk. Once we build resources, we have, I would say fuel to run it for 5 years, give support to at least 10 such efforts so that one of them actually advances, because it's not 100% chance. In science, it's all about uncertainty. So we'd like to do that, but we will work on it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just to answer your question, so even we are getting to know that so many researchers are happening in this conference. And even yesterday, like ICMR said that they are going to fund some research projects if we approach them. So HDSI is definitely in future, it will look into it and will also approach CCAM for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taslim Arif. Thank you to the audience. We will now close this session and the next session. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. HDSI would like to give a token of their appreciation to Taslim Arif.
So that's the end of this session. Thank you to all of our speakers and thank you to our chairs. And I'd like to invite Dr. Meera Purushottam on stage to say a few words.
Sorry to suddenly come into a program which is not listed. So I just wanted to say that after this morning's presentation by scientists, over tea, Dr. Biju and I were just talking. And I think even this session, we are quite sure that there's something we can do. So we decided that we should form a consortium of scientists in India who are working on Huntington's disease, talk to each other, and share ideas and resources. So we will send out an email, and I invite everybody here who is a researcher interested to work in HD to come forward with a small one paragraph to start with. See, if we start with asking for funding, nothing's going to happen. We first have to show that we can do something. Dr. Shiba's group has also been worrying about movement disorders. So I think we have the critical mass now in this country, in Bangalore and in India, to ask some questions. Each one of us has a different strength. And I think if all that strength comes together, something can definitely happen. I was very, very concerned when I got this idea of starting the registry. I didn't know how patient families would react, whether they would come forward or they would hesitate to share their details. But I can see that in over a very short time, we have more than 50 registrants. So people are interested in sharing information, if it is for a cause of finding a treatment or understanding the biology of HD better. And if we were all to come together, so our lab now at NIMHANS, we are a biorepository for a large number of mental illness disorders. We have samples for bipolar disorders, schizophrenia. We have DNA samples which run now into 20,000. So we do have HD samples, but those are only DNA samples which came to us for HD testing. But if we make this additional, what should I say, interest, and if other collaborators in India show interest, we could also start doing some serious clinical research, keeping plasma samples, because I know the group that's working on vitamin D doesn't have access to HD samples. So they can't test patients' plasma to see what is happening. So a very important part of all disease research is access to patient samples. It is a reality. We can go up to mice, rabbits, and flies, but till we have human samples, we can't do anything. Mr. Samvit was very kind to donate the brain of his mother. We have started working with that brain and we've got insight. So we do need patient samples. And it may not help your immediate family, but definitely it'll help somebody sometime, we hope. And the talk by Dr. Tasleem was also very encouraging. So I think if we all come together, something can surely come of it. So I encourage HDSI to encourage the patient group to collaborate with us, and we researchers should all come together. If we first say that we are working together, I'm sure there are people who will give money, whether it is the ICMR or the government or private or families. First, we have to show that we are working together. We are doing something. Then money will come. That's what we have realized over the long run. So I think that will work for Huntington's also. So I hope it works. I thought this was the right platform to broach this. We had not thought about this. It was purely over the vada and tea. Please stand up. That I was talking to Biju, and we said, yes, we should do this. So I'm hoping with the blessings and wishes of all of you here, we'll be able to take this effort forward. Thank you.
Technology. I have been asking him to stitch this gap. So because all the who are working in this area to bring a consortium and try to industry also, because they have been in touch with the industries. So somehow bring that together in the platform so that people can see at least some progress happening in India. He agreed. So he's gone to US today, I think. After coming back, I think he's going to discuss with us. Okay, we'll take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meera, for those words, and thank you to our chairs. On that positive note, we'll move forward to the next session, which is patient management and care. To chair this session, I invite on stage Dr. Biju Vishwanath, Additional Professor at the Department of Psychiatry at NIMHANS.
Okay, so I think it's a very important session in terms of patient care. So I think Dr. Prasanna Menon is the speaker. So I invite her for giving the talk. So I think she leads the palliative care center in Mumbai, and which mostly cares about welfare of senior citizens. And so she's going to talk about the role of palliative care in Huntington's disease. I hope there'll be more questions after the talk. Yeah.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And good afternoon to one and all. And I thank the organizers for having me today for this session. So many of the people in the audience are very curious to know what we do in a palliative care center. Yesterday also, many people asked us. So today I will try to reveal what we do in our center. Yep, I'm unable to move the slides. No. This one? Okay. Okay, thank you. So what is palliative care? Palliative care is a comfort care, supportive care to treat the symptoms of a given patient. Often nursing care designed for a subject based on the scientific and the holistic approach to enhance and enrich life. The holistic approach is very important. We all do a lot of scientific work, but this holistic approach is very important, and throughout the session, I will carry forward. We try to cure the disease, and yesterday and today, we have heard that a lot of research work is being done, but when it comes to cure, not always we can cure. So cure, if possible, sometimes, often mitigate pain and ensure comfort always. This is the principle of palliative care. So what does it comprise of? Feeding, grooming, emotional support, involving in activities, relieving the pain, whichever form of pain, be it physical, emotional, mental. Do the dressings for the patients who are bedridden, that is, take care of the bed sores and help them in the daily activities. So, palliative care is a passive treatment zone. This is not an active zone like hospitals. What is the difference between palliative care and geriatric care? So, geriatric care, it comprises the services to the senior citizens, the older citizens, like the old age homes. So, how is it that the palliative care is different from a geriatric home? Because it's a specialized care which is curated for a given patient. The entire team works with compassion and empathy and is scientifically trained to do their duties again with an holistic approach. There are sometimes we adopt the unconventional methods just to see that there is maximum comfort given to the patient. Now, what is the significance of a palliative care in the community? Patients recovering from a surgery, stroke. So in palliative care, irrespective of the age, even if it is a 30-year-old, 35-year-old who comes forward and says, look, I have undergone a CABG. I have nobody to support in home. I require the support, the nursing staff, the OTPT, the occupational therapist, the physiotherapist. So we are here to support that. So a patient who is recovering from the surgery, strokes, patients discharged from the ICU with various tubes. They are discharged with the Riles tube, the PEG tube, the colostomy, and so many other tubes, the catheter. Patients after a fall recovering with physiotherapy. End of life care, the hospice care. This is very tricky. Sometimes we receive call from the relatives saying that, look, I have a patient whom I think is a terminally ill patient and we require end of life care. Honestly, it is very difficult for a relative or the family members to decide whether this patient is actually a terminal case. We need to look at the patient, assess the patient, and counsel them. Look, this is not an end of life care. This patient has got some good quality of life which he can lead if it is addressed properly. At the same time, there are patients in ICU, in the hospitals, who are actually terminally ill, end of life care, but the relatives are unable to accept this and come to terms that whether they are taking care of the end of life care management or not. Here again, we need to counsel them saying that active management and aggressive management, we need to stop and we need to look for the palliative care management. Patients with a heart failure, not wanting any interventions. Patients have a 10% or 20% ejection fraction, and they don't want any of the angioplasty, angiography, or anything. They simply want to lead a comfort care in the palliative care. Similarly, patients with COPD and ILD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and interstitial lung disease, patients at home, it's very difficult to manage. They have maximum number of admissions in a given year because of want of oxygen, oxygen concentrator, nebulizer, and BiPAP machines. Again, these patients are referred to us. Severe dementia, schizophrenia patients. I'm very happy that today these terms have been addressed here. So dementia, yes, we thought that these are the patients only seen in the West. It's not like that. We have a lot of patients joining this gang from India also. Dementia patients, when it is mild and moderate, you can take care at home, but it becomes severe dementia. It's very difficult to take care because they have a lot of aggression, so much of abuse of words, abusive behavior. It is simply difficult to take care at home. Well, Huntington disease is a new case which I'm managing in my palliative care. That's why I'm here today talking to all of you. Motor neuron disease, I received 2 cases in the last 2 months. Again, this is also on rise. We must understand. We thought that motor neuron disease is not so much, but yes, this is also on rise. We got 2 patients in our palliative care, and one of the patients was a doctor who recently expired. He was a pediatrician. The list is actually endless. As and when new cases come to us, we will be adding to this list. So what is Huntington disease? We have been hearing yesterday and today, but there are a few colleagues of mine, palliative care physicians from Bangalore here attending this session. So I'll just quickly go through for them. It's a neurodegenerative condition within the neuropsychiatric clinical spectrum, which involves a different range of involuntary movements, chorea, that is a dancing movements, behavioral psychiatric manifestation, dementia, anxiety, insomnia, depression. HD is a polyglutamine disease caused by the CAG trinucleotide repeat expansion in the Huntington gene, which is located on chromosome number 4, inherited as an autosomal dominant pattern. Normal repeat is 10 to 35, and 40 or more repeats is likely to express a disease. In a short way, I'm trying to explain this. As clinicians, we are more interested in how we are doing the clinical diagnosis. HD is diagnosed with the clinical symptoms, family history, personal history, neurological, psychiatric evaluation, and finally, the genetic testing that we've been talking about. Clinical symptoms include anxiety, irritability, anger, paranoid symptoms, dementia, insomnia, slurred speech, difficulty in swallowing, aspiration of food, that is choking of the food, and repeated falls. Classification. Sorry. So pre-symptomatic, a person has got the CAG expansion but no symptoms. The prodromal has got CAG expansion and subtle motor abnormalities and cognitive changes. The manifestation HD, they have all the symptoms of the varying degrees that we're talking about. So the incidence and the prevalence, again, this has been discussed at length by the various researchers. So I'm not going into the detail. The higher prevalence is seen in Europe, North America, in Asia. The West Asia is more affected than the East Asia. Study which is conducted in 2024 reveals highest prevalence in Pakistan, Punjab, and Gujarat, around 1.35 per 1 lakh persons, at least 0.25 per 1 lakh person in China and Hong Kong. Like many were asking whether men and women are equally affected. Yes, it is not that it is only the females or the males are affected. The typical age group affected is 30 to 50 and at times occurs in juveniles too. So, what is the role played by a palliative care in HD? This is what is interesting part. So most of the HD patients, since they have the anxiety, the irritability, the depression, and the mood fluctuations, it is very important to give a safe environment, give a peaceful environment, familiar faces to take care. When there are attendants who keep changing, the patients don't get adjusted to these attendants, mind you. Even if you change the curtain of the room, they don't like it. The lights of the room, they don't like it. These are simple, non-pharmacological approach in the management of these cases. Well, I'm emphasizing on this because there are many audiences. We have patients here and their relatives, caregivers who would like to make these changes in their residences and try to take home some messages. The emotional support, the caregivers, maybe the relatives, maybe the attendant or the nurse, they need to have a very empathetic and compassionate approach. We train our staff to do that. Very polite conversation because they have the maximum irritability and mood fluctuations. We cannot give up. We cannot be angry with them. We need to be very patient. We can have calming music in the background. Yesterday, there was a demonstration of the dance, music form, and the art therapy for Huntington's. It is true. I'll come to that. Good amount of sleep hygiene. What I mean by sleep hygiene is the sleep cycles need to be corrected. Because of the excessive movements in these patients, they are unable to sleep, take a nap in the afternoon, unable to sleep in the night. This is causing lot of deprivation of sleep. Sleep deprivation, even in us who are not the patients, will add to the depression, anxiety, irritability, and mood fluctuation. In patients of Huntington's, it is going to do the same. There is a poster outside which is displayed by one of the student, and I was agreeing with him. Yes, it is very important to correct the sleep cycles in these patients and make sure that they sleep well. Because if they sleep well, the agitation and aggression will be less. That is how we break this vicious cycle. Hydration. Make sure that they are well hydrated, because as patients, they don't take interest in their daily activities, they don't drink well, they don't eat well. It is a caregiver who is going to take care that they are well hydrated. Nutrition, very important. Now, they are not going to eat whatever you offer. So it has to be healthy. It should be easily digestible, soft diet, not very liquid and not those full diet or the hard diet that we take, because they cannot swallow the food. They have the choking sensation. They have the difficulty in swallowing. So if it is a food that is prepared as a soft diet, like a porridge consistency, a little weight, that helps to swallow. Okay, they can feed well. Again, there was a poster displayed outside on feeding techniques. I will be speaking on it. And each feed, make sure that you're putting a lot of protein, that is 2 scoops of protein in each meal. As one of the person in audience asked me, because of the activity of all the muscles, the energy required by these patients is too much. So that's why we need to add proteins. The protein powders are many available in the market. There are many brands and anything can be used with the doctor's consultation. And whoever is feeding the patients, look, as long as the patient is able to eat on her own or his own, it's okay. But I'm talking about a bedridden patient. I'm not talking about a patient who can do the daily activities. The palliative care takes care of a patient who needs our support, that is bedridden. So when we are feeding this patient, it is very important that the feeds have to be given in small quantities, if possible with a rubber coated spoon, so that you don't damage the gums, you don't injure the oral cavity. Because you will see in the videos how the patient move their head when they are taking the feed. These are very small observations made on my patient, and that's how I've come up with this advice for the entire group. The positional support while feeding and sleeping is very important. While feeding the patient, do not try to feed a bedridden patient in a lying down position. Make the patient at least around 60 degrees inclination, so in a Fowler bed, in a hospital kind of a bed, so that there is no aspiration of the food, so that there is no choking of the food. Even while sleeping, you will see that these patients are not comfortable sleeping flat on the bed. Try to use a Fowler bed or a semi-Fowler bed, so that you can give a 20 degrees, 30 degrees inclination. Observe the patient in what comfortable position he gets a maximum sleep. I think a caregiver can do that. Prevention of fall, bedside railings with cushions. So even if you have a semi-Fowler bed or a Fowler bed, try to put the railings and try to squeeze in as much as cushions as possible on the border, so that the injuries are prevented. Definitely in the hospitals and palliative care ward, we can do that. Even at homes, you can buy a semi-Fowler bed. It doesn't come very expensive. 20,000, you get a very good semi-Fowler bed, and you can put the railings and the cushions. Now, again, I will say for the bedside patient, do not take this patient to the toilet for toilet activities of grooming and all that. Bedside, try to manage as much as possible, because it is a strain on the caregiver. One person cannot manage. 2 people are at least required to change the diaper, groom the patient, and put the clothes. As much as possible, try to do it bedside, so that you can prevent a fall for the patient and for the caregiver. Many times we hear that the caregiver only slipped in the bathroom and fell down and had injuries. Prevention of an infection is very, very important. So if there are family members or caregivers who have got upper respiratory infection, try and wear a mask or try to avoid contact with the patient as much as possible. prevention of anxiety, strangers should be avoided. Say we are okay with, strangers coming in or guests coming in into the house. We at sometimes are also not comfortable interacting with the guest if it is unannounced. I think we need to be honest here. With these kind of patients, try to avoid a gathering unnecessarily. If they are not comfortable with that environment, don't have that noisy environment in the house and too many people talking loud in the house because it just adds to their anxiety. Again, prevention of aspiration while feeding. So these are some of the tips that I thought I should share because they will be the take-home messages for the caregivers and the patients who are here. Now, let me come to that patient whom I'm handling. And I must say, I'm fortunate because of that patient. I've learned something in medical science, and I'm here to talk to you all. In fact, there are so many people who have presented the paper, done a lot of research work in this field. But this one patient, from my observation, I will share whatever I can. So this is a 50-year-old male patient and was working as a manager in a prestigious bank in Mumbai. 10 years back, realized that he was occasionally falling, not able to manage his gait, went for a checkup with the neurologist, psychiatrist, and of course, found himself to be positive for Huntington's. Family history, genetic testing confirmed that he is a patient of HD. In his family, father, uncle had similar symptoms, and also one aunt. When father expired, they did not know about this disease and hence did not expect that it will be seen in the son, who is our today's patient of discussion. He got married, has got 2 kids, a daughter 21 years, son 11-year-old. Son got tested and he is negative for this disease. Daughter has not yet decided whether she has to go for the testing. So this comes as a shock to the family when they know that there is no cure to this disease. Wife is the breadwinner of the family. Mother of the patient is old and can't manage this patient. And the kids are busy with their own routine. So wife has also filed a court in the case saying that this disease was not revealed to her at the time of marriage. See, this can go to what extent? I'm just trying to say. But at the same time now, the wife has realized that it was nobody's mistake and she has come to terms with this and acceptance. I'm mentioning this because at some point, acceptance of the disease is very important. One day, I received a call and was asked whether I have a role in taking care of this patient in my palliative care. This is where I come into the picture. I had to be honest, and I told the patients in a letter that I haven't seen a case of Huntington's. I did my MBBS, I did my gynec obstetrician practicing for the last 25 years, and I'm very honest to say here that I hadn't seen a patient of Huntington's during my academics time, neither afterwards. So I had to tell her, look, we need to talk, we need to meet and try to understand what are the services that you want for your patient. Because I cannot do a false commitment. So after talking to the family, I realized that they require the supportive care because this patient has become bedridden. And there is where I tell her, look, I think I have a role to play. We will try with whatever knowledge we have. And I started reading about Huntington's, and there are so many literature available on the internet. And of course, I was fortunate to see the YouTube video of Mira Madam, and got some insight into it. Then I got in touch with a lot of people. They introduced me into the group. That's how I got educated with this particular disease. And today I'm seeing a lot of patients here coming onto the stage, talking, and I'm able to understand and make my observations as to what I can also make changes in my treatment. So I counseled the entire family about the disease in the manner they understand and said we can surely give him the support to a degree he may not be able to receive at home alone, and such as constant health monitoring, emotional support, food, companionship, nursing care, medical care. And let's see what best we can do to relieve the families agony. Their faith in us helped the family and the patient. So allopathy in palliative care in HD, because in palliative care, we try to integrate several different modalities, alternative therapies, which can give comfort to our patients. So for this patient, what is the modern medicine that we are giving to this patient? This is a list of drugs. Couple of them have been prescribed by the neurologist, couple of them have been prescribed by the psychiatrist. And the patients who are HD here and the caregivers know about the first few drugs on the top. I had added Zincovit, Limc, Neutrolin B, Pan-D, and neem turmeric capsule to this. So here I was talking that whatever is a deficiency of the patient, try to correct. Like it may be a vitamin B12, it can be a iron, it can be vitamin D, because they have their roles to play in the cognition. So we added the Zincovit, which is zinc and the vitamin. Limc is vitamin C. Neutrolin B is a probiotic. One of the member in the audience was asking me if my patient is on PEG tube, a feeding tube, what care I should take. Make sure that they are given the supplements of vitamins and the probiotic, which is a gut bacteria. Those can be included in the feeds. Pantoprazole and Damsel combination or any of these you can use because these patients have a lot of gastritis and indigestion. One of the ways you can keep them comfortable is adding these drugs. Neem turmeric capsule. Here, this is a combination which I give for most of my patients in palliative care. It's a very simple thing that you can do at home. This combination prevents the incidence of infections like upper respiratory infections and the urinary infections in these patients, which is very important because these infections, they will get our patient down fast. If we have taken around, say, 100 steps to go ahead in the welfare of the patient, this infection can get us back by 1,000 steps. So it is better to avoid these infections. And this is a simple method that we are using in our setup. Again, I know that this is a conference where it is about modern medicine, but yes, it's time to understand other molecules also, like how we are doing research in so many other molecules. Now, how I have seen in our center, we have close to 25 patients of dementia. And these patients, when they are with us, the observations help us to know whether these medications are helping them or not. Okay, that is why we come to a conclusion like, look, this is helping us. Like if somebody has explained that the art form is helping, it is helping. That is because it is generating the happy hormones in the body, the dopamine and the serotonin, and that is how it gets the wellness into a patient. So even this branch has got good role to play in this particular patient. This is a drug which is given. There are good homeopath consultants doing good work in this field. They are also doing research paper work and they are also presenting in the different conferences. So this is our homeopath consultant who have added this drug for our patient. The other therapy that we are doing for this patient is physiotherapy. How does a physiotherapy help in these patients? Communication training. They have speech difficulty. When they become bedridden, they are almost unable to communicate. That adds to their depression. So communication is very important. Speech therapy is very important. For that, you have to make the patient relaxed. See, because even if I ask my patient about the name or how are you, to answer back, he's getting anxious, he's getting excited, and that is only throwing up the symptoms. So it's very important to relax the patient as you're talking to the patient also, the holding, the high contact and everything. So relaxation technique, deep breaths, extra sheets and cushions and blankets to squeeze in to prevent injuries, adaptations around the bed and chair to prevent injury. Caregiver training for strapping of hands and legs to allow only the limited movements to conserve energy. Again, this is very important. There are patients who are like, kind of moving the hands and legs so much that there's a waste of energy. Try to learn to strap the hands so that there are lesser movements and so you can conserve the energy and the patient will be better. Okay. Small range of movements, however, has to be allowed. That is what is the role of physiotherapy. Otherwise, there will be contractures of the muscles. Correct positioning, I've already mentioned. Small task-oriented games for good hand-eye coordination, we will see in the video. Somebody can play the video. So this is our patient in our center. And you can see the range of movements of this patient on day 1 as he came. 2 people on either side are trying to hold him, trying to make him stationary so that the third person can feed him. This is our first day. We wanted to give him the full diet and then we realized, no, this is not the way to go ahead. Here I'm trying to tell you how we overcome the difficulties while managing this patient. 3 people to take care while feeding. Okay, this is a bedridden patient I'm talking about. Next. Yeah, can you play this for me? This is in the evening, day 1 again. See the range of movements of this patient. The patient is wanting to talk because he wants more food, faster food. The requirement is very fast. So this, we got a bit scared whether we will be able to handle this patient or this is going to be a challenge. See the range of movement of the face. The spoon can hurt the oral cavity. Yeah, can you play this for me? Okay. So day 3, we realize it's better to feed him on a chair. Not only that, you can see that the hands are strapped to the arms of the chair and one person is feeding. Now it is not 3 people feeding. So this is something again with observation we were able to take care of this patient. Yeah. This is 1 week later. Generally, these patients don't sleep so well. They have a lot of movements in their sleep. Now, I'm trying to say that this patient is sleeping peacefully. If I can assure a good sleep, only then this disease can be taken care of. And this is after 15 days. Yeah. Can you play this video for me? Here also you can see that patient is taking good rest in the afternoon and not having the jerky movements and not moving. Control of the movements is very important. Only then they will get their rest. If the rest is assured, the progressive nature of the disease can be taken care of.
अभी कैसा लग रहा है आपको? ठीक है? कल से ठीक लग रहा है? कल से आज अच्छा लग रहा है? कल से आज अच्छा लग रहा है? अच्छा। कुछ तकलीफ है आपको? नहीं? सुनील सर, मेरा हाथ पकड़ो। हाँ, अब बोलो, कुछ तकलीफ है आपको? नहीं? क्या ठीक लग रहा है आपको? हाँ? ठीक है।
So here I'm just trying to say that strapping can be done with just linen, bed sheets, the upper arms and the abdomen part. So by strapping, the extra energy is not wasted. And at the same time, the fall is prevented. Here, the patient has got the confidence in the caregiver, and we have given one body to this patient, one face, one voice, so that the patient gets familiar with that voice, commands, obeying the verbal commands. And at the same time, this patient is making an attempt to talk. The patient wasn't able to talk. That much we have achieved in the 15 days. Now, this is the 4th week. We have to give him some activities if he's ready for it. So these activities are given for the hand-eye coordination. So from a bedridden patient, within a month, we could achieve this, wherein he is able to do some activities. This gives a confidence further to the patient that, look, I can be better. I need not be bedridden. That itself is a great confidence to the patient and his family. Yeah, this is my last line. Oh, no, I have after that 2 slides more. Yeah. This is again another activity which the patient is trying to do. So how can community, government, NGO help? So I'm very happy that in this conference, people from different arena has come here to tell what they can do and what can be done when we unite together. So family and society counseling is very important. Financial supports, of course, very important. I heard that the insurance companies do not take care of these patients because if it is a pre-existing disease which is declared, then they are not given. In fact, I am of the opinion that these patients should be given the insurance. Otherwise, because these are the patients who require, not people like me, because they require the admission facilities, and if the insurance covers them financially, at least it can be of help. Now, I've also heard some of the patients saying that, look, doctor, when we go to the clinics, to the general physicians, sometimes they just tell us that, look, I told you there is no cure for this disease, and you're coming to me again and again. And when they want to share their problems, it's like too many people or patients are waiting outside. So express yourself faster. These patients cannot express fast. So this is from a medical community. Doctors to be more polite, patient, and empathetic towards this group of patients, giving them the time and listening ear, and this is the least we can do for them. NGO and government support. In government medical colleges, I humbly request that there should be palliative care in the government medical colleges, and few beds should be reserved for these special cases, the Huntington disease, so that the family members can be relieved to a great extent. Today, palliative care itself is taking a big leap. We have DNB in palliative care, we have MD in palliative care, fellowship in palliative care. So medical students should come forward to take up this branch, and the medical colleges should also keep a ward like palliative care ward. Now, how can one help counsel the family? The kids or the patients with SD should be counseled about the disease, encouraged for genetic testing. If at all found positive, they should be encouraged to adopt the kids or give them the information about the IVF and embryo selection. In case of own progeny, where the embryos can be segregated after the prenatal genetic diagnosis, the affected embryos can be discarded and good embryos can be transferred and implanted. So, thought for the day. Our brain and heart is our temple. The philosophy is kindness. This is by Dalai Lama. We as human beings are blessed souls. Thus, there is a need to exercise humaneness. Service to any form of life is service to God, service to universe. Let's practice this. The whole world is one family. Future is made of you and us. As my favorite doctor, Dr. Parvati, our palliative care physicians know this. I would quote her here. I-ness is illness. If I think only about I and me, it is illness for sure. We-ness is wellness. This is a Sanskrit slok. This is Sankachatvam Samatatvam Sarvo Manasi Janatum Devabhagam Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasate. It means let us walk together. Let us speak in harmony. The minds and thoughts of all of us today here should resonate. The ancient gods, they were always united in their thought process, and that's how they accepted our offerings in yajna. We should try for this, a teamwork. Like this conference has shown yesterday and today, it is definitely a teamwork. Together we can, together we fly, and together we all win. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you for the wonderful and heartfelt talk. We'll take a few questions because we are running out of time. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that heartfelt talk. Every word I resonated with. One of the things that really I would like to share again to reiterate what you have just said is about acceptance. In the UK, we actually have acceptance therapy. And I think this is something that could or would be very, very useful. The other thing I'd like to say today is that I am working closely with Alex Fisher, who is an occupational therapist in the UK. And we have just received approval to do some research in palliative care worldwide. So what I'd like to offer is this opportunity of anybody who's interested in palliative care. We're looking at a review of some research, and we want to take into account all the patients and the families in the research whilst designing the research. So if anybody is interested, please do contact me today and I can take your names and give you more information. But thank you from the core of my heart for your heartfelt work
Thank
that
you.
you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Any of the families who want to say something?
Yeah. Good afternoon. So this is one of the task force committee formed by Karnataka government. So they have been looking forward to collaborate. They're ready to put a investment to do the establish the palliative care facility, but they're asking somebody to run that. Like we have been trying to do collaborate that. We are in the process. So I think you have been having network of people. You've been running in I think somewhere in
Thane. Yeah,
Thane.
I'm running in Thane,
Yeah.
Mumbai.
Yeah, if you are trying to pass on to the information, these HD patients are looking something. Okay, so we can also contact in Bangalore.
Yes.
We can try to.
So,
collaborate.
sir, I'm fortunate to say that my friends from Bangalore, I would request them to please stand up. Dr. Anusaya, Dr. Malika, and Dr. Jyotsna. These are all my colleagues. They are palliative care physicians from Bangalore. And I was talking to them that they should get in touch with you and join the task force because, of course, I will do my bit from Mumbai, but they will definitely help you out. So they are here today. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll take it forward because we'll try to propose. I'm trying to see somebody can Cipla Foundation something support this sort of causes. I think like a Karnashrayano for cancer patient, they'll do it, take care of. A consortium to be need to form, look into this aspect of the, not only for HD alone, government may not do for one patient alone. So they may try to do all neuro disorders.
Yeah.
Even for a other like a Alzheimer's, okay, other patients also they will try to do so that they want to address this issue. Now, palliative care, it is a issue has been taken up. Not only old age, no, people are suffering. People are, their kids have been staying in abroad. Right now, the only private people are running. Okay, I've been visited the private people. They charge for 1 lakh per month, but they do seduces and they're sleeping all the time. That's the patient conditions. Okay, so it is afraid to take the palliative care, which has been, I don't know. Okay, something might be good somewhere where I observed that what I'm trying to bring it up. They should understand one is the patient. And one more thing concern, like I've been asking that even Iman's team also, they need to be caretaker who is even want to engage somebody. Okay, they should be trained this area. That's the one thing what is lacking right now because somebody comes caretaker where agencies provides caretaker for us. That caretaker doesn't know anything about patient condition or patient things. So they will handle like a normal person. Sometimes patient may not like to eat food. That's happened to my case, my wife case. She's also bedbound. So she, and forcibly too, I have to take back my work again myself. So that's what is happening. I think we'll try to see collaborate. And one more thing I would like to say, convey that see, we all treat okay, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava. Okay, next is Vaidyo Narayana Hari. Okay, means we treat as a god. Okay, all the doctors, okay, researchers and all. So I think we request all the people try to join hands and try to address the concern of the HD community. Please, some light we can see in the future days.
Madam, in the palliative care, since many years we are looking for some centers or orphanages which are giving patient for or bedridden patients or patients involving some critical care. But but thing is, they are not trained and they don't know, don't understand the ground staff or the housekeeping staff don't understand the care that is understand the illness, number one, and it is just giving medicines and checking the vitals of the person. Okay, they just maintain that part. Okay, but thing is, what is expected is more. And many times we find for people look around for orphanages. There are many institutions which I myself visited many years back and found nothing. We tried to find a solution by myself. There's many things you have critically pointed out that the safety of the you should have the care and concern is very important. The safety of the patient is very critical in the care, and that is very nicely kind of narrated. Thing is, the center which you are running, is it a kind of a independent center or it is attached to any particular hospital, madam, in Mumbai?
Okay. So, as what you rightly said, and I also pointed out, it has to be a holistic approach. Right from my first slide to the last slide, I was maintaining this word. Giving the medicines, keeping them sedated, that's not the intention. We also would like to give them the quality of life. So it's a holistic approach. We would like to assure the sleep at night like all of us we sleep, but during the daytime, involve them in the talking, emotional support, and meeting with the people who will do the activities. So we need to train more staff. Okay, there are centers like in Trivandrum, Pallium, India. If you have the nurses, if you have the attendants, if you have the MBBS doctor who need the training, they can attend the sessions there, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 6 months or a year, and they get the required training. They further can train more people, and that's how the community can get more trained people. So this is the answer to that question. Not many people are aware of palliative care. That's why today I presented what is palliative care. People think palliative care means it is end of life care. People think only terminally ill patients are coming here. That is why I wanted to emphasize what is palliative care. What is palliation all about? That was my first agenda. And the next was how it can play a role in patients like HD. Okay. Now, regarding my center, like I am primarily an OBGY, an obstetrician and a gynecologist. That is still I'm doing my work. Palliative care, I started since 5 years, and this is my passion, and I started. So it is totally my investment. There is no government supporting it. There is no NGO. It is my investment.
Okay.
In this, we have two parts. We have the patients who can pay so that they make the organization viable. And there are some patients who can't pay. So for that, we have reserved 1 or 2 beds free and 4 charitable beds. The charitable beds are supported by donors. The donors are none other than the relatives of the patients who are actually using the commercial beds. They feel that when they're doing for their patient, we counsel them whether you can support another bed. This is how our organization is running. This is a Robin Hood style. Even in my clinic, I do that. There are some patients who are paying, some patients who can't pay. We don't charge. I'm able to do it. Probably not everybody will be able to do it. We can always make a small attempt to do it some. We always say that the government has to do. That's why I said how community can do. We as community can come together. One way or the other, we can help, sir. It can be a drop in the ocean, but I think it's a long way. We will all go wait together.
Okay, so we'll take one more question.
Right, thanks.
Yeah, please.
Sankesh's book actually got nominated for Indian Time Award, and it is like in the next. And I have shared the link in HD Care group. People who are there in the group, can you please nominate for him? And he's going to Guwahati next week to
for the award ceremony.
yes.
And
And hopefully I'm 200% sure that he'll be winning it.
and I'm the youngest nominee in the national award book.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, with that note,
And this is Kate. I know you must be aware of, you know about him, Sankesh. Yeah, he's my brother, youngest brother.
Yeah, me too.
In fact, they have been my friends yesterday and today, Archana and Sankesh. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so I think this will be the the last session before lunch. So we'll break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
HDSI patients are been asking help to HD community, no? They're asking that UDID, how to get whatever benefits are available. So I think social worker, if somebody's been participated in this forum from NIMANS, they can help them. We can ask them to reach out. Otherwise, I think some NIMANS team to guide them. Something they can address that issue, what to do and whom to approach.
I reached out to Dr. Priya. Unfortunately, she's traveling and she couldn't be here in the conference. She would have been an ideal person. I'll try to find her student if he can come by for some time. I'll try to do that, but I can't promise because I don't know where he's. Yes, yes. We'll try to do that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we'll break for lunch now, and the next session will be from 2 p.m. onwards. Thank you.
ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Had a good lunch. Now, for our next session, the title is A Practical Guide to Living Better with Huntington's Disease, where our speakers will present patient stories and tips to improve daily life for the patients and caregivers based on clinical experiences and research. So, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Nitish Kamble, Additional Professor at the Department of Neurology at NIMHANS, Dr. B.K. Yamini, Additional Professor, Department of Speech Pathology and Audiology at NIMHANS, and Dr. Shiba Vasu, Associate Professor at JNCSR, Bangalore. So there will be short presentations followed by questions and answers, and then we'll have a longer discussion. So our first speaker will be Dr. Nitish.
Oh, this is me.
You can use this.
A very good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjeev Jain sir, Dr. Meera Purushottam madam, and the entire organizing team and the Huntington Disease Society of India members for giving me this opportunity to talk on the practical guide to better living in patients with Huntington disease. So, in the previous talks and all, you might have studied about you might have learnt about the cause, the pathophysiology, and the symptoms of Huntington's disease. So moving ahead, so till now we know about that it is a genetic disorder. It's a progressive neuropsychiatric disorder, and currently, as such, there is no complete cure for the disease, and the disease is progressive, which results in progressive disability in terms of physical as well as mental disability, and also it increases the caregiver burden, and it has a worse impact on the quality of life. So hence, in order to manage these patients, as there is no complete cure, to improve the patient's quality of life, we need to have a practical guide to manage these patients. So in order to do that, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. So that involves neurologists, psychiatrists, who are the main primary caregivers for patients with Huntington disease. And then we'll have physiotherapists, then occupational therapists, speech therapists, genetic counselors, dietitians, and nursing staff who are involved in this multidisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary care for patients with Huntington disease. So these strategies should be tailored according to the disease stage. So there are various, you have early Huntington disease, then you have mid to mild to moderate Huntington disease, then you have advanced Huntington disease. So based on the stages that you see, there are different strategies that you can adopt. So all the team members of the multidisciplinary team, they have a role to play in the different stages of Huntington disease. So these are the health professionals that are involved in the care of Huntington disease. You have a neurologist, psychiatrist who are the primary caregivers. Then you have the psychologist, neuropsychologists who are there to assess your cognitive functions. And there are some techniques where they can help you with improving the memory or the other executive functions. Then you have a geneticist who can give counseling regarding the genetics aspect. Social worker is also involved when it comes with managing the finances or getting legal aid or the disability assessment and so on. And physical therapists, occupational therapists are involved in providing the physical care and maintaining the physical activity. Then you have speech therapists, dietitians, nursing staff, research team. And then in addition to that, you can also approach the organizations. So there are different voluntary organizations which are running for the or what we call as the communities which are committed towards taking care of patients with Huntington disease. So when it comes to individualizing the therapies for the people with Huntington disease, I'm not going to talk about any medicines or any treatment of Huntington disease. So I'll be just giving a practical guide how the quality of life of these patients with Huntington disease can be improved. So one is the management of motor and the physical symptoms. So this can be done by maintaining the physical activity. So the patient should be advised to have a regular gentle exercises like walking and yoga to start with, and they should adopt a specific exercise programs advised by the physiotherapist or the physical therapist. And they can also introduce assistive devices like walkers and wheelchairs as the disease advances. And there are studies which show that swimming, tai chi, and stationary cycling, which are other modes of physical therapy, do help in improving the motor symptoms. And consulting the occupational therapist who can advise you regarding adaptive devices and strategies that can help the daily tasks with the daily tasks, like specially designed utensils for eating or hand rails in the home. And studies also have shown that exercise in Huntington disease brings about an improvement in the motor symptoms as well as in the cognition and body composition. So other aspects of symptoms are the speech and swallowing issues. So they need to consult a speech therapist who can offer techniques to improve communication and reduce the risk of choking. Nutrition is another aspect in patients with Huntington disease, which there is a gradual decline in the body weight and the nutrition in these patients. This is because of the increased calorie expenditure because of the severe motor symptoms that these patients have. So dietitian can help with creating a high protein diet and high calorie and high protein diet, and strategies for easier eating like use of softer foods and dietary supplements, because most of these patients are tend to have deficiency of multiple vitamins like vitamin B, B12, and then vitamin D. So strategies for addressing these issues should be taken care of. And medications, whatever the medications has been prescribed by the neurologist, psychiatrist, the patient should adhere to and should have a regular follow-up with these with the neurologist or psychiatrist. So assistive devices are there are various assistive devices which are available in the market for managing these patients in terms of the motor symptoms. So you have mobility devices in the form of walker, wheelchairs, and there are devices for communications also. There are smartphone apps are available which can help in the effective communication. So in terms of memory aids, people can use paper calendar, or they can list out the various tasks that has to be done by these patients, and then they can break the entire task into manageable steps. And reminder apps can be put, and there are some pictures or symbols can be used as a form of communication. Visual cues can be used as a form of communication. And when it comes to eating meals, so there are some specially shaped utensils for better grip are available. Non-slip mats are there to keep the dishes in place, and then the spill-proof cups or the straws which are built in with the cups are also available. And during in the bathroom, they can use shower chair or handheld shower are available. Grab bars or safety rails are also can be placed in the bathroom so that the patient doesn't have any problem in doing the activity. Or there are some elevated toilet seats can be provided, and non-slip mats in the shower or tub can also be provided. And in dressing, so they will have difficulty in buttoning or unbuttoning the shirts, and then tying laces and all of the shoes. So loose fitting design slip-on shoes can be used, and those the clothes which have elastic waistbands or velcro fastenings can be used. And then when it comes to sleeping, there are adjustable bed railings are available so that the patient doesn't fall when he's sleeping in the night. And then pressure relief mattresses are also available. So when it comes to nutritional strategies that can be adopted in patients with Huntington disease, so the key dietary strategies are they should have a frequent small meals which are high in calorie and high in protein rich and a nutrient dense foods. And they should be soft, easy to swallow foods. Use of sauces and gravies can be used which are more palatable, and Mediterranean style of food has been advised in these patients, which it is nothing but a diet which is rich in fruits, vegetables, and healthy fats. And nutritional supplements are also advised. So foods that you should include in this is a balanced diet that should they have, but more in calorie and more in protein. So high fats and protein rich foods, and full fat dairy like cheese and yogurt can be advised for these patients. Then how to cope up with the emotional and cognitive challenges that these patients encounter during the disease. So establish a routine, simplify the task. So you have to break up the task into multiple manageable steps. And when it comes to irritability, so it can be managed by avoiding confrontation during the outbursts, use a calm tone of voice, and try to distract from the triggering issues. And engage in cognitive exercises like use of brain active puzzles, games, and reading can be done, which stimulates cognitive function. You have to reduce stress by doing meditation, mindfulness, and deep breathing. And pursue hobbies. So if the patient has any hobbies like reading, art, or music, so those things can be pursued, which helps to maintain a sense of purpose and joy. And preparing for the future. So they can, with the help of social worker and legal advisors, they can plan legal and financial affairs. They can create legal documents such as living will or advance directives, and consider future care options, like whether they want to get in future, whether they want to get care at the nursing home or at or the house itself, so that they can discuss with the family members and the healthcare team. And they should be actively advised to attend a support groups, which helps in connecting with others who understand the challenges of living with Huntington disease and combat isolation and provide a sense of community. So when it comes to caregivers and family members,
Dr. Kamble,
so yes.
In the interest of time, can I ask that this next stage can come from questions? Is that a good idea?
That is okay, madam. Yeah.
So since we have actually only a very short schedule, we thought that we will have short presentations, and if there are immediate questions, we can address them, and then we will move on to the other two parts. So if there are any immediate questions for Dr. Kamble, you can raise your hand. Anyone who wants to ask next can just indicate. Okay.
Yeah. So, Doctor, actually, this whatever multidisciplinary care required for Huntington disease like that you mentioned, doctors require. Is there any SOP? Is there?
Right
SOC,
now, there are no SOPs, sir.
like
No.
recognized by NIMANS, or because I go to the state government.
Yes, sir.
I've been myself asking all that. Oh, your entire world you are asking me. That's what they say.
Yes, sir.
They are asking some reference. Who has been recommended? Is it
No, no.
NIMANS recommended or ICMR recommended? Is it possible to make a formalize that document? What I'm trying to
We
say.
can do that, sir. Yeah, yeah.
But ICMR, make the
yeah.
stamp of ICMR so that I can go to any government office.
Huh.
Okay, these are the requirement, basic requirement.
Yes.
Otherwise, we've been talking on a paper or a air, but it's not been materialized on the paper because tomorrow we have a committee meeting, whatever the task force committee. When I say I present no, okay, they say you are asking so many things. Okay, so that's what they'll not believe my words. Okay, that's the reason I need as a medical fraternity. You should propose to ICMR. These are the things recommended. I should be formulate a SOP. Okay, so we can take it forward to the government too. These are the requirement to address the things. At least phase 1, phase 2, like that, they can divide and try to do something. Otherwise, no, they are not able to accept that my convincing because I'm a sufferer. I'm asking this like that they feel. It's not that. This is the basic requirements. Okay, you can say these are the different stages are there. Okay, of the HD patient also. This stage, these are the requirement like that. You have to have some SOP. I request no NIMANS team to do that so that it will help us to reach anybody, any state government to reach, no? Because most of the administrative people, they may not be knowing, commissioner will be there. He may not understand the medical terminology, what we've been asking. You're asking so many things like that.
So I guess if I can interpret what is being asked, maybe the request from HDSI is that if NIMHANS departments of neurology or whichever departments are most involved,
Yeah, I totally
can
agree,
provide
madam.
a
That's the
recommendation.
need of the hour,
This
actually.
can be
Yeah.
then sent to ICMR or whichever governing agencies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. In India, as of now, there is no such SOPs available in India, sir, for Huntington disease. But I came across an European Huntington Disease Society. There, they have a guidelines. The practical guidelines are available.
But that is what the society is recommending.
Yeah.
As clinicians, would you be, because you're part of the movement disorder group, could the clinicians maybe come and set up these guidelines?
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's
as
been done.
doctors, we are recommending this. HDSI then proposes to ICMR that these doctors have given us these recommendations. Is that what you're saying? Hmm.
Yes, sir. We'll start working on that, sir. Yeah. Yeah. I if I can give, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sir, I have a suggestion. Why don't you draft something? Okay. There, Dr. Jain has something to say. No, no, it's okay. There's a question from one of the Rashmi.
No, you were saying that we can use the straws and cups with straws. I was looking around in the market. All the cups with the straw is small. And these people, they cannot suck. It has to be given from outside. So that straw, they're not able to do. So do you know any company which straws are a little bit, sprouts are big, which
Like
can
if
be
you seen some this Amazon, Flipkart, and
right,
those we get some, but those it has to be individualized. All this thing.
So
Maybe I think.
manufacturer who can
No, madam, I am not aware of this.
And do you know any manufacturer who has lifters from bed to wheelchair and wheelchair to chair?
Here in
any
India,
No. No, if somebody has any experience on that, it would be very helpful.
I think, yeah, there are probably many recommendations here that are not directly translatable to the Indian situation, and perhaps the HDSI and our self-help groups, we should probably come up with a place where we can put our collective wisdom in one place and help each other out. This is what I'm it's probably going to be a jugaad situation, but the Indian jugaad situation is usually done well in many places. So perhaps we will have to figure out a way to do it among ourselves. So thank you, Dr. Kambli.
Thank
We'll come back to you as the doctor. I'm sure there'll be many more questions directed to you.
Sure, madam.
Okay.
I'll definitely support, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kambli.
Thank you.
You can sit here. So now we will move to our next speaker, Dr. B.K. Yamini. She has several years of experience also at NIMHANS. She's part of the, could you please move the slides down to Dr. Yamini's? And she will give her recommendations and her experience that's related to speech and audiology. Yes, Dr. Yamini, please.
Speech, swallowing, and hearing. Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. So at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjeev Jain, Dr. Meera Purushottam, Mr. Kaushik, and the entire team, Ms. Bhavna, and the entire team for asking us to be here. Thank you very much. So there's some experience that I've had. So before I even say anything, how did we all have a good time here? In a sense, did we all get some information what we wanted? Is there, did we all get? Oh, okay. Now, is there someone who's saying no? No, okay. Maybe people are not willing to raise even if there's a no. All right, I would take that there is a yes. Now, the reason is because this has brought in together clinicians, researchers, as well as persons with HD, as well as their caretakers. So there is a complete participation or a socialization. All right. So there is some feeling, good feeling that yes, somebody is taking care of us, and we feel that okay, we are kind of contributing some things, small things, if not big things. Okay. So, and that has resulted in socialization. And in order to do this, these are very important in aspects. One is communication, swallowing, as well as the hearing. I'm touching three different aspects, and I come from the Department of Speech Pathology and Audiology. Okay. So there's a lot of, you've done there's a lot of work going on in, my studies, depending upon how the communication is in them. But unless we study human communication, we will not be able to say what is the deficit in the speech, because speech is a highly complex act, and there's an entire neural network system along with its own muscular system that is involved in, which results in a production of speech. So, or in communication. And speech is just one mode of communication. What are the other modes? We have gestures, right? So, and is this affected? And the answer is yes. And speech can be definitely taken as a biomarker for disease progression. There are plenty of studies related to this. So what happens in, persons with dysarthria? We call that as dysarthria. The speech is affected due to a neurological cause. The term is dysarthria. So there's a mistiming because of inadequate breath control. Okay, there's a sudden forced expiration that happens. And so you can sometimes feel that, they suddenly said the word very loudly, or it can be very other way around, it may be very soft. There could be even an articulatory breakdown. They're saying a word, but only a portion of the word is told. And then after a gap, there's a small silence, which we can perceive it. And then the word is completed. So lot of such, characteristic features are very evident. And in addition to that, what happens is there is also a cognitive factor that comes in. So they have word finding difficulties. There's a delayed response by them. The number of words that they use is less. So these are the things which hamper, and ultimately the speech is affected. All right. So it's important. So what do we do? First is give them plenty of time to communicate. Are we giving them plenty of time? How many of them are saying yes? And how many of them are saying no? So yes, please. First, can we have hands up? Do we give the persons with HD enough time to communicate? Hands are going up? Yes. Only I see 3 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. So environment, we have to reduce the environmental noise. How do we do that? In the background of a TV noise, we are all speaking with them, and we expecting them to respond. And then he or she speaks softly. So then what happens? We are not able to understand. We are asking for a repetition. Are we fair? No, that is very unfair. So it's important to have the apt environmental background noise and avoid the distractions. And it's important to introduce, what we want to talk about, because sometimes there are cognitive issues. Their decision making can be affected. It's very mild at a very subtle level. So when you introduce the topic, it becomes easier for them to grasp the idea and then continue to communicate. So then, are they going to speak very fast or slow? We can tell them, okay, we can follow the rate control approaches. that is possible. And we can allow them to not just speak, but use gestures also for communication. All right, the facial expression, gestures, and so forth. And in addition to that, today we have the mobile with us. Can they, do you think they can all, click on a thing? Some of them can, most of them will not be able to, but still this is a very good tool. In addition to that, you can have big boards and ask them to point onto the, you can have a huge board and they, use their entire limb. It goes there, reaches the particular point. For example, they want to eat an ice cream today. That is the wish for the day. So you have a picture board with a picture of ice cream stuck, right? So it has a lot of pictures, eatables. You have dosa, masala dosa, you have ice cream. So they point to that and, you can, when they want, you ask them what you want to eat. And if they point to it and, you give them this. So as a way of, communicating, they may not sometimes say, they are anarchic. They don't have any word to say, or if they say something, you may not be able to understand. So when they reach that phase, that it's a progressive condition, we all are well aware. So then we can use such boards, and please get in touch with us so that we can give you an idea how to move on from speech to board. Sometimes people insist that no, you continue to speak, you will get better. It is not that. Okay, communication is very, very important. We need to know where they want to, as madam said, we need to know where we need to give them a scratch. We need to know where to adjust, the back. So for all these things, communication is very important. So it's not that they need to speak, they can use what is called as alternative augmentative communication. Alternate means they don't speak at all. They can, use a hand gesture, they can use a eyeball movement, a head nod, or directing the head towards a particular direction, or the whole body, the hand goes in one particular side. So irrespective of the movements that they are showing. So the family needs to understand them, that this is a yes response, this is a no response. And the family, the caretaker, it's very important that we work closely with them so that the communication barrier is broken and there's effective communication all the time. So that's the main thing. And we need to use reduced rate of speech, and then ask them to repeat. Suppose they're still speaking, we can ask them to repeat. Then we can introduce some keywords, we can cue them. Then they can also provide us cues in the form of, for example, they want to know where they've kept their ATM card. All right, so they can, possibly show the passbook and then say, something like that. You can ask questions related to that. Okay, so is it related to money? Are you talking of net banking? Are you talking of, various things? Everybody, we need to communicate with them at an adult level. Please remember that. Someone who is, 60 or 70, you can't communicate with them like a child. So that is the level because we need to maintain their ego as it is. Otherwise, if we shatter their egos, believe me, they will stop communicating. That is the main thing. So these are the things, and we can use kind of, close questions like which require a yes or a no type of an answer. So it's important, and then you verify again the whole thing. All right. So this is with reference to very briefly the communication. Please get in touch with us so that we can, have a one-on-one, for each one, the pattern of communication may be different. The stage is very different. The way they want to communicate may be different. So we can design, we can have a plan for that. I just touch upon very briefly swallowing. We also know there are different phases of swallowing, and then the difficulties that they could have because of the involuntary movements. Once the food is in the mouth, we ourselves don't know where it is, right? So along with, while talking, we also even, we can chew also. We do multiple acts. But then, when we give them, but in their case, it may not be possible for them to chew as well as talk. So we need to avoid the distraction because we do not know how the involuntary movement in the tongue will bring about the placement of the bolus in the mouth. So there should be a propulsion backward, right? Once you masticate, once it's chewed up and everything, it is positioned and then it is pushed backward. So there's a pressure built up and then it goes further down. So you can see, so then what happens is, suppose there is a problem at that level, then there can be an aspiration. Okay, initially there could be a penetration basically because it doesn't go below the level of our what do you call in the voice box, you have the vocal cord. So if it doesn't go below, we call that as just a penetration. Otherwise, they can even aspirate. Aspirate, what happens? The food is thrown out, there's a big cough, loud cough. But sometimes there can be even a silent cough. Okay? So all these can happen. So they don't, participate in meals. They don't come, they don't come and they don't come to a conference. They say, no, I don't want to come. I can't sit down for a meal and so forth. All this happens. So what do we do for them? So madam was asking a very important question. Is there a straw? Straw could be very unsafe because they can, suddenly take in a sudden huge amount of it. I would prefer, what is called as syringe feeding. What we do, you take out the needle, just have a syringe, and then you can, give them, 2 ml of liquid, and you can just, allow it to, once they swallow, you can, replace that. Okay, so that way. So that is a very important thing. So when we say that, can we just bring about, oromota movements and, enhance the swallow? The answer is no, because there is also a coordination between breathing as well as swallowing. What happens is there's a small holding of a breath, fraction of a second, and then the swallow happens. So we need to train them on that. Otherwise, they'll be choking repeatedly. That is also a possibility. Then small quantities, give them a longer time. And then we have this, if you see on the right side, the different type of diets is available. So you need to see which diet is okay with them. Someone who's a cognitive issue, if you give them a nice fat piece of apple, then that is it. We are going to, place them at risk. They will not bite, chew, and swallow. They will try to just swallow the entire piece. So we're placing them at risk. So we need to know how their cognition is for eating and swallowing. That becomes very essential. So if that is in the mild stage, then you can give them all kinds of diet. But otherwise, you may not be able to give a solid chapati, apple, or something like that. So you'll have to move on to semi-solid diet. So you can see the varied texture. So this is available on the net. You can go through it. And then further down, if they are unable to take anything orally, we need to go for alternate modes of feeding. That is very clear. That is initially maybe a Ryle's tube in situ, and otherwise, alternatively over time go in for a percutaneous endoscopic gastrostomy feeding. So wherein directly a tube is provided into the stomach, and then everything. It is not that we don't advocate hybrid feeding. That means most of the diet goes in through the alternate mode, but just for, we have taste buds in the mouth. Somebody wants to eat. There is a wish always. I would like to taste this item. I would like to taste the kheer that is there. So for that, what we do, we say just smear a little, 1 or 2 trials you can do. If they take in safely, give it. Otherwise, we can use only the pig feeds as a mode. So with this few things, I just move on to one more, which is just 2 lines. Here, what is, because there is a gene which is responsible, for hearing, and that tends to be affected in Huntington's. So we are looking at what is called as, this is often not looked at, but it is reported in literature. I have not seen anyone with central auditory processing deficit. That means in the presence of background noise, they are unable to perceive the speech. And then we need to kind of minimize the distraction. And if you speak to them very rapidly, these advertisements comes which, where mutual fund advertisement extremely fast and you need to follow. We ourselves have a problem in processing that speech. Forget these people who have central auditory processing, it is going to be a mess for them. They don't understand. And second, and the other thing is, if you give them multiple instructions very many times, why don't you put the blanket, then I will switch on the fan. So, and you're waiting and then you're wondering what is happening. The person is not putting on the blanket because you've said the instruction very fast. He doesn't perceive. Is the perception affected because of the auditory perceptive problem, or is it because of a cognitive deficit? We make a differential diagnosis. And then we can go ahead in the entire rehabilitation program. With these few words, thank you. Let's discuss.
Thank you, Dr. Yamini. I'm sure there are lots of questions. She had very, very practical things to say. Questions? Okay, there's one at the back.
The caretaker actually. So how much time he has, in what situation he is, what kind of environmental issues or the surrounding family members are there, and also how the patient was behaving when she or he was good actually with him. So it has so many aspects actually. So if you have a patience and time and do this for the whole day, I agree this can be done. Otherwise, I'm 100% sure nobody can follow all these steps at home.
Yes,
That is my
I agree with you totally. But when a person falls sick, right, in the sense develops this condition and needs the assistance, I am sure the caretaker will have, will kind of bend a little backwards for sure, at least to ensure that, 50% of this is done. See, if the person is going to repeatedly choke on a meal, you cannot give that kind of a, you cannot feed him at that rate. That is very clear. He is going to land up in the hospital with a pneumonia, he or she. So it's important to have that time for feeding. You may avoid communication. That may be the last things. You may not want to make him speak because you don't have the time. But please, as far as food is concerned, please ensure that you follow the approaches, because we eat 4 times a day. And how many times do we drink water? You all know. All right. So during each of these, it's important whether the person has mild, moderate, or is in the severe stage. It's important to have the safe swallow strategies and the stay. It depends. And if there's a self-monitoring by the person with HD initially, that is fantastic. We train them actually to take care of that. You don't have to always, the moment it is a HD, you don't have to say that, okay, I have to do everything. No, if they are cognitively alert, believe me, they take care of themselves. They are our teachers. Thank you.
Is there another question?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you can just.
So Dr. Yamini is in NIMHANS, and maybe again part of the HD group. If you get onto the HD care group, I'm sure all of this information can be given. I have another suggestion both for Dr. Yamini, please come, and also for Dr. Kamli and others. Maybe especially for the in regional languages, it's probably a good idea for people to come out with small booklets for easy communication. And maybe again, the HDSI group can have volunteers to take responsibilities for at least some of the major Indian languages to communicate information that will be very useful for patients and caregivers. Maybe the society can take some responsibility to, do that as well. There is another comment.
I was just, you were saying about syringe. But syringe also, if you remove that, this.
You remove the needle, yeah.
The spout is very small.
Yeah.
So when you keep it in the mouth, it'll just come out.
No.
Spout is big.
No, we can just so we can see him and then we can decide.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can decide on what
Acid
nature.
eating is not such a big problem.
Yes.
Except for liquids.
Yes, that is. It starts with that mostly. But again, you cannot allow them
But
to.
speech is a big problem. He cannot speak.
Yes, that is another thing. Let him communicate. Using gestures or hand, just a single hand, both hands.
No,
Okay, or even as.
It's not when we speak. We speak, I speak, I can understand. When he replies, I can. But he may speak randomly on some topic.
Yes.
Which is out of the blue. Which
Yes.
is not a topic that I am speaking at that time or I know about that.
Yes.
Then to realize what that topic is a very difficult.
Yeah, there is a reaction time for us also. So what you can do is you give him options. You may give him, if not 2, you must give him 5. Or you need to show the objects around that what he's trying to communicate about. It may be a wedding invite that came 2 weeks ago. He might be talking about that.
Correct.
He may be asking you, why are you not going for that wedding? So he's concerned that you attend the wedding. He is at home, but he can't attend, but he's concerned that you go.
Yeah. It's
Could
usually
be.
about daughters or son. But then
There you go.
This is what it is. It
Yes,
takes a lot
so
of
it can
time.
be very many things. Alternatively, you can make a list of things, where he's a literate person, very highly literate. So you can keep there so that he can read and he can point out to it. So these are the alternate modes where you facilitate communication in them. So that is what we need to encourage more and more, so that what is called this greater rapport at home and there's more harmony. Yes, thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yamini, and also Dr. Kamli. I'll be very quick about it. What I have to say is nothing like the perspectives that these two doctors have said. I'm going to speak really from the point of view of somebody who is interested in circadian clocks and circadian rhythms. And these are biological phenomena that are present in all of us. And I'm going to propose that perhaps this may be this way of looking at life might be a key to how we can manage the condition. So as all of us that live on earth know, that we experience as surely as night follows day, that the sun rises, light, temperature, and several other cycles happen on earth, environmental cycles. And for our biologies, for any organism, here I'm trying to take you to the part that as humans, we are very, very, very self-centered. And here, as patients, even more, we are thinking only of us as human beings. But we must realize that we have an evolutionary history, and almost every organism that has evolved on Earth has had some kind of a common ancestor from where we've come. And hence, we can learn from these model organisms. And all of these organisms arose on Earth when the Earth has been rotating on its axis, and hence there is a cyclicity, a going up and a coming down of many environmental factors. That being the case, when we are trying to provide medications or treatments, we must realize that for it to work properly, not only should we provide the right concentration, the right medicine, and so on, but the timing of providing it can in fact be very crucial. So I'm going to take you through a couple of things to sort of drive home this point. We may imagine that since anyway the sun rises and the sun sets, all life systems or all living organisms can anyway see the sunrise, can anyway see the sunset. So we can go to sleep when the sun sets. We can rise when the sun rises. But it turns out that's not what we do. It turns out even the earliest single-celled organisms had developed methods or internal mechanisms by which they can predict when the sun is about to rise and when the sun is about to set. Why? Because it turns out it helps to know, to anticipate this change. So even single-celled organisms and us complicated organisms all have internal biological clocks. Now these internal biological clocks, where do they sit in us humans? They sit in our brains, in a particular region of the brain. And this thing doesn't sit there like our wristwatch or our phone clock or our wall clock. It actually tells the rest of our body, almost every other organ system in our body, starting from our immune system, starting from the part that tells us when to go to sleep and when to wake up, when to do these things. So we have an internal clock. It runs with its own speed, but it would be very useless if it runs with its own speed and does not look at the environment outside, right? Because we live on Earth and we have to listen to the light dark cycles, temperature cycles outside. So in almost all organisms, our clock listens to light. Light in us humans comes through the eye. So information about light from the outside goes through certain paths and hits our clock, which sits deep inside our brain. But is that the only clock that we have? No. In the rest of the body also, here in these pictures, you can see that there's the picture of the kidneys, there's the liver, there's the heart, and in fact, almost every single organ that people have looked at, they have found that they also have clocks. So that means in our bodies, we don't have just one clock, but we are a clock shop with so many different clocks. Then wouldn't that cause confusion? If every clock does its own thing? That doesn't happen because all of these clocks also talk to each other and synchronize each other. So, like in an orchestra where there's a conductor which is telling all the instruments to play in harmony, so you have music. Similarly, in our bodies, our body clocks have a little bit of hierarchy. The one that's sitting in our brain is a little bit of a master or a central clock and can communicate and synchronize the other clocks. Additionally, it's not only the light that gives us time information. In fact, if you look at the liver will pay more attention to the food. Similarly, many other cycles in the environment affect our body. So what? Why am I telling you all of this? The reason is that because of these clocks in all of our body parts, there are many aspects of our body's physiology that is not the same.
Okay, doesn't matter what's on these plots, but I hope all of you can see that there is a going up and a coming down. So that means there are cycles. There are cycles in several aspects of our physiology, including our immune system. So the question is, can we harness this to our benefit? Can we harness this to our benefit as just regular people who are going about their business who don't yet know of any illness? Can we harness this as a caregiver of a patient? Can we harness this even for patients who are going through certain illnesses? It turns out that several researchers across the world have tried to do that. And in this cartoon is this schematic, I've shown you a summary of studies that is actually targeted to a different condition, which is arthritis and conditions related to the immune system. But as several other researchers have pointed out to you, that in the case of HD also, there is an influence of the immune system being involved. So what I'm trying to propose here is that whether it is clinicians or caregivers or patients, one must be cognizant of the fact that several of our physiologies oscillate, and one must be mindful of taking medication as well as food and sleeping at the right time of the day. The reason is as follows, that when everything works fine, that means if there is coherence inside our body, when all of these systems are oscillating nicely, then our body clock is able to regulate these physiologies well and deal with bad proteins properly. As you can see here in this cartoon, what is shown is that if our clock works normally, if we get the proper sleep at the proper time, then our internal clocks also function normally and take care of bad proteins that are anyway normally usually being formed. On the other hand, in conditions including in HD and several other neurodegenerative conditions, this message is true that when things go wrong, then the appropriate clearing of bad proteins start to suffer. So what can we do? How can we improve it? We think that even in the background of such neurodegenerative cases, if we can forcefully impose strict timings of feeding, of sleeping, enforce these in a manner that, of course, without causing discomfort to patients and caregivers, we think and we propose that it can slow down the rate at which progression of such conditions happen. Especially in the case of HD, when we know that there are a large number of at-risk individuals, I think it's especially important for these regimens to be followed early in time so as to be able to have a slower progression of these conditions. In our lab, we perform experiments in Drosophila melanogaster, which is a fruit fly, where we can induce these HD-like conditions in the fly. And there are at least 2 posters out there where we have shown that providing a strong cycle of feeding and fasting is able to reduce the speed at which motor dysfunction happens in the fly model. Additionally, people have done studies in mice. There is almost no study done on humans. I think it's important that we start to look at patients, because both in the rodent as well as in the fly model, there is experimental evidence that strict feeding fasting cycle can improve the health and reduce motor symptoms. So I think with this, I will stop, and perhaps this is the time for us to take other questions for the panelists and for myself. In our studies, we have shown not only changes at the behavioral level in the fly model, we've also been able to show changes at the cellular level. So I'm hopeful that this will be a useful method to follow. I'm going to stop with this here, and I'm acknowledge all the people who have supported our funding, our research till now, and I'm thankful to all the people who connected me with HDSI, including Dr. Meera and Dr. Jain, and the members of HDSI with whom we've been able to have conversations until now. My lab members and me are thankful to all the patients who have engaged with us and also the caregivers. So with this, I will stop here, and maybe if you have more questions for all the 3 of us, this is supposed to be a panel discussion. We can do that for the next 5 minutes. Thank you. You can go to the first. Ah. I think there may be more questions for Dr. Kamble, especially. Anybody? Or everybody's tired. It's okay? Okay. Okay, I think if that's done, did you want to say? Okay, thank you to both my co-panelists, Dr. Kamble and also to Dr. Yamini.
Thank you very much. Let's just have a round of applause for all three of our speakers. And a small token of appreciation.
Suggested we'll take it up that once they give it in a week. One more thing, I think that HD Vayu representative, is your name? Archana. See, she is ambassador for HD Vayu. So anybody is having any queries, okay, more information required on HD, we can channelize the questions to HDYO or HDSA, so they can provide information. So now that one more madam also is there from UK, Paramjit Obrai. So we can reach EHD and also through her. Means we have collaborated all these people. So anybody, HD people, any help is required or queries are there, they particularly want to address any concern, we can reach out them through HDSI, what I would like to say. And one more thing, Vijay, where is that? Yeah, so he's left for the day. He is a pharmaceutical background guy. So he said he would like to take it up in a future event in Delhi. Probably we're going to have a future event in Delhi somewhere. We'll take it up in future. Another one more announcement is the team, that HDSA team has been 2 years term has been completed. We would like to look forward young and dynamic people to join from HD community to the board. So help us to more involvement is required, we can able to take it forward. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, on to our next session, which is titled Mental and Emotional Well-Being for Patients and Caregivers. So I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Sanjeev Jain and Dr. Adesh Agrawal, who is an assistant professor at AIMS Deoghar in Jharkhand. We'll begin the session with the presentation by Dr. Adesh, followed by a discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for HDSI and Mira Madam and Jan sir for inviting me for this presentation. So since yesterday we have heard a lot about the neurobiology and what kind of stressors and how patients and caregivers are dealing with this disease. So our main agenda is to how we are going to deal with the emotions and how we can keep patients mentally well in the having with this disease also, despite having this disease also. Yeah. So we all know that Huntington disease is a rare disease and progressive in neurodegenerative disease, which most common symptoms arise usually in between 13 and 15 and worsen progressively. But now we know that symptoms can arise at any point of the life, and it impacts movement, most commonly movement disorders, and also mood disorders or emotions, mood swings, depression, anxiety, other things. The disease has wide-ranging consequences for patient and families that we see in our clinics. So why focus on mental health? Why we are so psychological symptoms often appear before motor symptom in a state is well-known phenomena. Earlier, like the depression, irritability, anxiety are highly prevalent. Sometimes they confuse the symptoms with HD. They are the separate primary mental health symptom or mental health disease symptom, or is a part of the HD symptoms. Caregiver also faces a lot of stress and oxygen and emotional stress, and addressing mental health improves treatment adherence and family bonds and quality of the life of both of the patient and patient's caregiver. So my objective of my presentation will be the raise awareness about the psychological impact of ST, then identify the challenges, what challenges they are facing as a caregiver or the patients, and the offer what kind of services we can provide to for the emotional well-being of the patient's caregiver. And highlight we would like I would like to at the end I would like to highlight resources and professional support available, how they can reach to professionals. So the most common psychological disorder we find in patients and caregiver of patients who are suffering from Huntington disease, depression, which is most common, and it's around 30 to 50%. If you see the prevalence, it leads to hopelessness and loss of interest and withdrawal from the social life. Patient can have loss of appetite, which may be another symptom of the ST, and sometimes it's confused with the symptom of ST and independent symptom of the depression. It can worsen physical symptoms by reducing motivation and therapy and care, because patient knows that patient if knows that he doesn't have any cure for the disease per se, so he that might lead to life and depression, or we call it chronic depression or dysthymia. So generally management includes patient psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, antidepressant, and family involvement. I will come later on, how we manage corely these kind of things. Anxiety and other aspects and irritability in patients is very common psychological and emotional condition. The fear of disease progression, or how much time I have, that leads to a chronic anxiety. Brain changes leads to difficulty regulation emotions. So that's why again and again I'm saying that it's a it's a part of primary disease, or it's a part of the primary psychiatric disease. It's very difficult to diagnose, and it yeah, many patients comes to many patients who are suffering from HD, or many HD families come to us because of the disorder itself. They are having a IPR, interpersonal relationship, because suppose a recently married couple has been diagnosed with Huntington disease. Now what will be the life of the wife, what will the how to manage, and they and lot of issues in the interpersonal relationship and in the social relationship. uh, so we try to teach them. uh, we try to pharmacologically we try to manage them. We try to teach them through the relaxation therapies, appropriate medications, like that. Another commonly seen phenomena is loss of independence. So a person who quite independent, and suddenly he is he starts having symptoms of Huntington disease, coordinating movements and abnormal movements. Now he's having imbalance problem, speech problem. He's having so difficulty to maintain communication with other people. So he start having loss of independence, and when he's not able to dress up properly, he start like taking help. Young guy who's like 30 or 40 year, who start taking help of other people, and he feels like my dependency, or I am become dependent, and my independence is losing. So it's a miserable thing. So as Huntington disease progresses, so patient start feeling this kind of symptoms, and autonomy. Basically, the autonomy is reduces. The other person starts making choices for the other person, for that person, that you should eat this, you should sit there, you should not to talk to that person. So there are a lot of things, and patients are not able to walk, they are not able to balance themselves. So as mentioned previously, wide and structured routine support independence can actually enhance the independence of the patient. Now, another aspect of the mental health well-being of or the part of the another part of the symptoms or core symptoms of Huntington disease, cognitive changes and emotional distress. So you know that it's a Huntington disease actually involves the caudate nuclei, and there is a reduction of like dorsal striatum. So uh, there are a lot of subcortical structure are involved, and memory concentration problem leads to embarrassment and withdrawal where they don't know so what is happening, what is not happening, and difficulty in a lot of frontal lobe involvement. That if there is poor decision making, programming, and there is a lot of uh, abstract thinking loss. So families sometimes misinterpret it like cognitive decline of patients are who like suppose a medial frontal lobe is not working. A patient becomes lazy because of that, and that is a symptom of that is known as apathy. Patient is not concerned about himself, or patient is not concerned about the outside, and we feel that patient or as like a caregiver, you start feeling that okay, patient is not putting the effort, or patient does not try to put the efforts, and patient become lazy. So what it's a symptom of the disease itself. So so this kind of like family education also required that time. So patient patience, understanding, and appropriate intervention reduces such kind of stress. Now, the one is social isolation. This also is very common in patients of Huntington disease and family of Huntington disease, because patients are in this condition. Like suppose you would like or you would like to take your patient or your loved one to with the other person, or you don't want to mingle that person with other person. Stigma is there. Motor movements, motor symptoms often lead to patient to avoid public gatherings. That's I want to mention. Uh, that withdrawal can worsen the depression or can initiate the depression, and can increase the hopelessness and helplessness, and it increases like okay, why I'm on this earth, what is my value, what is my worth. Okay, so that kind of symptoms can be there. So for that we require a lot of support group, lot of community programs. We have lot of provide social connections and technologies, how we can help them like through video calls, and how we can maintain the relationships. Let think about the caregiver also. In spite of like caregiver is always involved in the caring or taking care of the such kind of patients, and they are not left behind with the emotional burden. Okay, and they are just charged, emotionally charged always. When we see in these patients caregiver in the clinic, and we don't take care, we like we find them, they are always emotionally charged. They want to say something and we don't listen them, and they are like we don't provide the solution. It worsen their emotional health also. So it is important that we should care for the carers of the Huntington disease patient. uh, Caregivers assist with mobility, feeding, personal hygiene. The unpredictability of the symptom creates constant stress, because yesterday a patient was presenting with something, now he started having something, and caregiver is also confused, like what to do now, what to do now. Every 6 months the symptoms are changing. So this question remains. I always get I always get calls from same person. Now what to do? Without support, caregiver risks severe exhaustion will happen. And if you don't revise you don't divide the responsibilities at home, care, the proper exhaustion will happen, proper depression, proper. I've seen patients who are having depression due to just caregiving only. So he may feel guilty because he is not. He may feel guilty that he is doing his best, but he's not able to he's not being provided to being able to provide the proper care, or helplessness can arise due to the incurable nature of the disease. Why my child or why my mother is having this kind of problem? Now, for support group and counseling, reduce these feelings and recognizing personal limits. Actually, the accepting that this much you can do, this much is in your hand, help caregivers cope better. Now, financial and social stressors. So we always talk about in the on HDS meetings and all how we can how we can support the families, how we can support the poorer patients. So long-term care involves very heavy financial cost, medicine therapies, and caregiving supports. Once you are diagnosed with HD and you know that you have to take the medicines for so long time, and what kind of insurance policies are proper? There are no perfect insurance policy for HD in current situation, and what kind of even considering chronic neurological disorder, you will get a 1,000 rupees of or 1,500 rupees of pension. That will not fulfill the demand of the SD patients as per as such. So caregiver may have to reduce or leave work, lowering the family income. Social life is affected due to the time constant stigma, financial assistance schemes, and I would like to like NGO support can in case this easy the burden, I would say. So, what could be the caregiver burnout signs like lack of joy, poor sleep, emotional numbness from towards the patient, towards the spouse, or towards the other in his social relationship? He might be feel outsider. So, respite care and delegating duties and therapies can help burnout actually, or self help groups, or now this HDSI committee, HDSI group is there, so where people actually share their views, and I am feeling this, I am feeling that, my patient, my husband is having this, my wife is having this problem, how you are solving this problem. This actually reduces the burden or emotional burden, despite knowing the fact that okay, there is no cure. Impact on caregiver health. So chronic caregiver increase the risk of depression, anxiety, physical issues like hypertension, backache, sleep problems occurs. Relationship may suffer under caregiver restrict. Caregiver should seek medical and psychological help. So if caregiver's mental health is good, it improves motivation for physiotherapy and medical treatment, enhance social interaction, communication with family, reduces symptoms of depression, anxiety, and improves overall quality of life. Reduce. So what are the benefits of mental well-being for caregivers? Reduces stress, exhaustion, increase resilience because they have to take care of the patient. The emotional balance is necessary, improves ability to manage patient care without burnout, and so it's without burnout and with acceptance. Okay, you are caring the patient. It strengthens family relationship and communication. They are tightly bind up. Okay, so psychological counseling for patients is necessary. Individual psychotherapy helps patient manage depression, anxiety, cognitive behavioral therapy, family therapy, and early intervention essential for better outcomes. Can someone help? Yeah. It's not going next. So patient benefit from support groups. Patient benefit from meeting other facing the same challenges. So that's why support groups are required. Sharing experiences reduce loneliness and stigma. I am not alone with this problem in this world. That is the main theme behind the support group. Peer support encourages positive coping strategies that I am dealing with this problem, or you are having this problem. I am trying this way. You can also try from this way. And national international HD groups offer valuable resources. Like we are trying to what Mr. Kosi is trying always he's always behind the how to collaborate with the international HD societies and with the help of Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. Mira. So stress management for the patients, as in previous slides also mentioned, that relaxation exercises, meditation, music, art, journalism provide healthy outlet for emotions. And most of our in the group, actually, we see that people have started using those techniques. Breathing techniques help to be calm and to reduce irritability and stress. And regular practice build resilience over time. So engaging in hobbies and routines. This I have learned that in my when I was doing fellowship in geriatrics. So this is actually very important thing that if your activity schedule is you are maintaining your activity schedule despite your limitations, it increases your disability, and it decreases your disability and increases your resilience for that disease. Healthy lifestyles like balanced diet, regular exercises, adequate sleep support, like it mentioned in previous slides, and avoiding alcohol or other substance use. Now, psychoeducation for caregivers, despite they know that, okay, that there is no cure for the disease, or we are always behind the treatment, like, okay, there is a pill that one day a pill will provide the solution. But we are waiting for that. But that is not the end. That is the like of uh, till what time we will wait for that thing. So caregiver must understand the disease progress and the disease progression and symptoms, and accurate knowledge prevents the unrealistic expectation. So if you are not spending time with the patient and patient's caregiver, you are not actually achieving anything. Otherwise, after 2 months, 3 months, they will be sitting in another clinic, and the chain will be going on. So, regular workshop and training program enhance caregiver skills. Well-informed caregiver manage actually reduce the stress and provide emphasis on more effectively. So hence, it works like on support groups. Respite care options are there, like for temporary relief for caregivers. Professional care facilities and in-home services can take over for short periods. This allow caregiver to rest. They also require rest and to recover, attend to personal needs. Self-care and mental health for caregivers. Family communication and support, like open discussion should happen about the person who's suffering from the ST, and there are a lot of misunderstanding about the illness, so that all should be like open communication should be there about them. Shared caregiving responsibilities that I was talking about the previous. Children and other relatives should be included in the decision making. Strong communication promotes unity in facing ST challenges. Communication should also include the patient himself also. So, as Dr. Nitish also mentioned, that it is a multidisciplinary care approach. Okay, so ST management requires collaboration between specialties, neurologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, speech therapists, social workers, speech psychologists, physiotherapy. A lot of teamwork, holistic care required. Integrated care improves long-term outcome. Basically, what we want long-term, basically we want a better outcome for long-term. So how we can build the resilience and hope? Resilience involves adapting to challenges with the strength and positive thinking and celebrating small achievement. Keep spirits up. Spirituality and community support provide additional comfort. Hope is essential in coping with progressive conditions and resources. So there are a lot of resources, HDSI, like local NGOs, helplines, counseling services, and in America or other international societies are there. So we have to keep connected with our local HTSI, and then through that how we can provide how we can access to the health or other services to that we should know always. We should be always in contact with our local HTSI group. So mental health, what closing takeaways, like mental health being is a very important. Physical health in HD, both patient and for both caregiver. Professional help, family communication and community resources make big difference. So if I would quote, like, together we are stronger than Huntington's. I would say like that. Thank you.
So Dr. Adesh has described all the many issues that come up. Now, psychiatry and Huntington's has been an issue for a long time. Before the gene was discovered and the disease was better known, most patients of Huntington disease would end their life in psychiatric hospitals all over the world, because the psychiatric manifestations were seen as the more troublesome thing. than the movement disorder. And for a long time, we recognized that symptoms of psychosis, depression, addiction, violent behavior were much more common in those who had Huntington disease. So this overlap between psychiatry and neurology has been well recognized for almost 100 years. But as our capacity to diagnose Huntington's has got better, we now know that from practical experience that sometimes mood and behavioral symptoms precede motor symptoms by decades. Sometimes they occur after decades. At all points, they can be managed. At all points, they need attention. At all points, they can be managed to, especially something like OCD, psychotic symptoms, mood disorders, can be managed quite well with the psychiatric drugs and with counseling. Obviously, when the illness has progressed beyond a particular level, these efforts are not that effective. But questions and clarifications about any of these issues?
Hi, Dr. Adesh. Am I audible?
Yeah, one thing, sir, actually, still I see that telemedication and video conference, no, we need to have it together, both psychiatrist and neurologist, to arrive. Some people know, like bedbound patient, I can't take it up to the patient, to the doctor or anyway. That's one problem. The caretaker itself sometimes go down. Okay, so I myself went to depression. So I thought I will not come out of that. Okay, so somehow with the spiritual, whatever the learning or techniques, I could able to come out of that. So those sort of situation, no, there is I require some helpline supposed to be available in India. Right now, no, because that is the reason sometimes suicides people are happening. Okay, if your common helplines are there, that is not going to address for HD patients. But I don't know how do people want to address that. The national level should have a helpline. Okay, at least no, somebody is desperate. Okay, sometimes it's happening. One of the board member took an extreme decision. So even we have all the setup available, so sometimes we go down totally.
So to handle this problem, actually, like we have like in quite like few years back, we started Telemanas program, and which is actually handling the psychological issues openly on the telephonically. So first call will be attended by the counselor, and if the serious problems are there, they revert back to the psychiatrist. So it's like now and also like Tele Sanjeevani, that is also there. So these two platforms I know, and they are doing very well. I think.
Am I audible? Hello?
Telemanas is there, and one is. Sorry, Archana?
This Telemanas.
So Telemanas is like a helpline, or it's a national helpline, okay, which was launched around 3 or 4 years back. And if you call them, if you are having any mental health issue, okay, the call will be like attended by the counselor, and if the counselor you are not satisfied or counselor feel that he requires the another call, okay, the call will be transferred to the another level. So there are multiple levels on that.
Will it be okay for even like
It's
I
a
have
24
discussed with you, right?
it's a 24
About the juvenile Huntington disease kids. Will it be helpful for the caretaker? Because I have no guarantee that kids will be interested in the counseling, but the mother is needed. Will it help her also, the mother?
So first they will know what kind of mental health issue is there, okay, and at the level, so it's a critical issue, or it's like it can be solved by the over the call, okay, or suppose you see that patient is having a suicidal risk, okay, so they will immediately refer you to another psychiatrist, okay, local psychiatrist. If they can at the level of one only, they can solve your problem where you are having with mild adjustment issue, okay, so they counselor will solve the problem. He is not able to solve the problem, then another problem will be raised to another level. So it's a VRS kind of system.
And here the carer and along with the patient, both of them need help. That is medical help. Because that is the reason I'm asking you.
So medical for the medical help, it will definitely it will refer to the it will provide the number or some contacts. So you can have a telecontact, you can take the help of telemedicine services.
And where will I find the number? Online?
It's online. It's online. Telemanas.
It's telemedicine.
Telemanas.
Manas. MANS.
MANAS. Yes.
MANS. If I'm not able to find, I will message you.
Sure.
Thank you. There's a question from Dr. Pragya. She'll just unmute and ask. She's on Zoom.
Hello, Dr. Adesh. A very nice presentation. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a general question. When I started my studies, I'm having a research lab at BITS Pilani, Hyderabad. When we started work in HD, I got a lot of comments that who gets HD in India. So now we have this HDSI group, and I'm very happy to be a part of it. I'm just wondering, sir, if how many patients you get in the northern part of the India versus the southern part, and like approximate number. And the second question is, HD patient has the highest suicidal rates. They have very high depression symptoms, and antidepressant is suggested medication. There is something called, you know better than me about this, disability adjusted life years. After you give this medication, how is this disability life years are they able to do the daily work? Like how good it is, like, in terms of the phenotypes, how they are able to do their day-to-day work? Could you shed some light on it? Thank you.
So Huntington disease, by textbook standards, was supposed to be rare in India, but by actual clinical experience, it is as common in India as it is in Europe. So we expect approximately 1 million patients in India to have Huntington disease. This is a rough estimate based on our genetic epidemiology. There is no recording of Huntington disease as a notifiable disease or as a rare disease with the health system. So we have no accurate numbers of the number of people with Huntington disease. The patients, there is no difference by geography. Centers in Delhi have almost, AIMS has reported almost 500 odd cases. We have tested more than 500 cases over the last decade. The labs in Bombay have tested several hundred people who have tested positive. And these are only the academic publications that we are talking about. How many routine patients are getting routinely tested by various labs in India? We have no way of accumulating that evidence to estimate how many patients have actually tested positive for Huntington's in the whole country. But from our secondary analysis based on the genetic studies that we do not expect it to be very different from that of Europe. So it will be as high as Europe and much more Africa or China. So this is the only answer we can give. It's probably around 5 to 8 per 100,000 people will have Huntington disease. So I hope that clarifies that issue. It is a rare disease, but not an uncommon disease.
Right. Thank you.
As far as the DALY, disability adjusted life year is concerned, that is more an epidemiological and a World Bank kind of assessment, trying to look at how many working years are lost for common diseases like hypertension, diabetes, depression, etc. Now, all those conditions assume a return or a maintenance of a steady psychosocial level of functioning. DALYs should not be calculated for people who have a progressive illness. So that makes it because the depression may occur much before the Huntington disease, can be treated effectively over a few weeks, and the patient can go back to being normal as they were earlier, only to have Huntington disease many years later. So the concept of DALIs is not should not be applied to these kinds of progressive disorders. They are sometimes applied for cancer, but typically the concepts of DALIs are not useful for progressive disease because the illness will progress, and the speed of progression cannot be estimated or cannot be accurately measured, and therefore number of disability adjusted life years is impossible to compute.
Thank you.
See the issues, from clinical material, it is sometimes very confusing. We've had people who have been diagnosed to have schizophrenia for many years from Delhi and Chandigarh. This is a person who lived in northern India. So for many years they had been treated as mental illness, and only when they came here by the no, actually when they went to another new psychiatrist in Delhi, they figured out they found something wrong with the kind of movements they had, and then they asked for testing, and it turned out to be Huntington disease. Uh, OCD symptoms are very common, and for a lot of patients, they develop a particular meticulousness or a repetitiveness, or asking the same questions over and over again, and that often gets misdiagnosed or early symptoms of OCD. Now, paranoid symptoms are also very common at particular stages, so people get very suspicious and irritable. There is also sometimes, these are probably partly organically linked to the changes that are happening in the brain. But sometimes people have profound emotional, as Adesh mentioned, denial of illness. So we've had often situations in which the person has got obvious problems. And the most tragic was a young boy who had juvenile HD, who would keep getting injured. And when we asked him finally, he said he was only 10 or 12 years old, but he was perhaps too wise for a child. So he said, I know my father had the illness. I think I'm developing the illness because I fall very often. But I wanted to convince my mother I'm good enough. So I used to play football even more aggressively. So that to convince my mother that I'm not getting the illness, I would play more and more and I'd fall more and more. But it was that kind of, so sometimes people live in a very conscious denial of their illness. So that also needs to be understood, that sometimes people do need to be made aware of their illness so that don't try to overcompensate and do not refuse help because they want to remain so-called without a label or without a disease for a long time. And that's a very difficult personal judgment. But this young boy was, like I said, perhaps too wise for his age. And that degree of burden should not be there on a child. But that's the way it was. So many times these little things, as has been repeatedly pointed out, the management of each of these conditions for each individual has to be tailor-made because the nature of symptoms and the progression of symptoms differs markedly from individual to individual. The genetic test will just tell you one blanket repeat number so and so, but that does not explain even a fraction of the complexity of the real life of the person. So we, with HDSI or with our efforts at NIMHANS, we at least try to get as many of our colleagues involved. You listen to the yoga and the rehab people later in the afternoon. But with Dr. Yamani's help, with the neurologists, with the social workers, with the psychologists, even with the imaging people, we try to understand it from many different ways. Now, whether all that can be actually done at many other places, we have no idea. But if we produce a registry and if we can somehow nudge the government to providing unified continuity of care. Many times we get patients coming in from, they've already been diagnosed. They already know they've got Huntington disease, but they've still gone to 6 doctors to see, because some doctors have been pessimistic, some have been optimistic, some have promised them stem cell therapy, some people have offered them other things, so they want yet another opinion. That's only because we don't have a continuous system of care, that people shift from clinic to clinic, from place to place, and there is nobody who's following them following them up consistently over time. So nobody really knows how the disease is growing or progressing. And unless we develop a model of continuous care for those with HD, things will be very different. So, a society, a registry or a society is the first step, because each person can be logged in. So even if they are not coming for follow-up, somebody can contact them. Why haven't you come? What has happened to you? We can have a system of every 3-month follow-up, even on the phone, to know how they are doing, what's happening, what are their needs. And those can be logged in into some other system of, of not just waiting for them to seek help, but making help accessible and available to them. It can be done. It's done in many countries in the world. So it's not rocket science. Yes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Hemant, and my nephew is suffering from Huntington from last 10 years. And we taken the treatment from Neimans, and we are trying to reach all the doctors. I think I meet with the Sir with you also, and Adeshar also. But my concern is patient have the different issue in different time. And when we are trying the help from doctor, sometime I'm seeing that 10 days, 15 days, doctor is not responding. We don't know how to handle these situation. Even medicine also, we are waiting for 10 days, 15 days. So yeah, we know all you doctor are very busy. But just a human side, just think, we are also caregiver, are also thinking we got some help from the doctors on time. So just
So I
just
think with this group only, like HDSI, we are working on it, sir. Like we are growing the work like a community, and how we can be on same platform. Okay, like I mentioned in my slides also, like if caregiver or we don't provide the enough knowledge, like or we don't spend time with the patient's caregiver. Okay, and so after 10 days or 15 days, patient will be sitting in the next clinic with the same disease, and doctor might repeat the same test also. So like we are through this society, actually we are just employing the doctors. We are trying to snatch the numbers, who can help pessimistically to our patients, who can listen actually the problems, or not just for the sake of like, okay, there is no just say negative words like okay, there is no cure, or just take these medicines, continue your medicines, or like that.
yeah. And we already all knows this HD there is no treatment. But
Yes.
based on the symptoms, as your doctor knows, if based on some medicine we can control those
Yeah, so
symptoms.
for that only I'm saying, sir, like we are developing, increasing our capacity building. Okay, we are increasing the number of doctors who are associated with the HTSI, and in the zonal areas like in Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, where other and from each part of the India. Okay, every doctor is good. Okay, I'm saying by default, but when he is associated with this platform, okay, he will give you the time. The agenda is that he will give you the time. His responsibility should be that okay, if this patient has come from the HTSI, he has been referred from the HTSI, that I my duty is to provide the proper not treatment at proper time.
But at least from the SDS side, if 15 days, any one day we can decide Saturday, Sunday, where the neuro doctor or psychiatric doctor both are available on the same time and through video call, because these patients we cannot bring in hospital and all these things. So if that type of thing is it's done through SDSI, is it's good for all the patients.
we will try on that, sir. Like we will
Yeah.
discuss, and this can be discussed actually with the other clinicians.
Yeah. Yeah.
We made an attempt, like a HD clinic, like when Abbas has been coming forward
Yeah.
to share his clinic space. So we need to identify some philanthropical doctors who are already there earned enough. Okay, like Sanjeev Jain is ready to do that because he came to forward. So like that, we need to identify the doctors and some space. Okay, so that we can able to fulfill physically the meeting them. Other one is telemedicine. We are trying to do. That's what we are raised. No, raised one point that to telemedication and all something we can able to reach out. But anyhow, sometimes no, our timings like a will not match, and it is still in India now. We need to improve the situations. That's what I can tell. That's the reason we've been asking the multidisciplinary care along with the college. College means at least some PG students will be there to 24/7 midnight something you want it. Okay, some duty doctors or some PG neurology department, somebody will be there. That is the reason that whatever the task force committee we've been asking, establishes a multidisciplinary care unit in Victoria Hospital, like that we were asking. Let us see that something comes up. I think sir also there in the committee, so you can bring it up that issue. Yeah. So other one is I would like to share my experience of spiritually how to can handle. So your life. So that's a very 2 minutes actually. No issue. See, everybody is born with a purpose. So this is all. Disease will comes and go. Somebody, everybody have some cancer cells in our body. When you come to know only cancer, then you have starts thinking that you have a problem. So HD also something like that. So that's one thing I'd like to say. So don't worry that too much that worry about HD in your mind. Okay. Think of a normal person. We are born and one day we need to go. Somebody may go early, somebody may go late. So what is the purpose of a life? If you're able to understand, try to do that. Try to bring it up that scene. And the other one is how do you can do surrender yourself to God? I don't know how many people believe that. So you do the best in a day and totally surrender to Him, is it good or bad, so that you can get a good sleep. Okay. So you try to wake up early morning, some to do a meditation, yoga, and listen some Vishnu Sahasranama chantings, which is good, gives you spiritual knowledge, and means it gives the energy to you live in a day full with energy. I do that practice. Okay. So that's what I can say that because how to overcome this problem. In addition to that, what are regular problems are there? Because this is what I've been trying to practice. Because the meditation, like a yoga, the dance, what we've been learned, no. So you've been observed that that what is that one cinema actress, no? She is 91 or 92 years. She's a dancer. That what is that name? Her name? Vaijayanti Mala. She's still doing a dance. See, that shows up very clearly. You can be have an energetic life. You have been associated in one of the what you like in the area you try to go. See, if you make it a patient also, whatever he likes, you happy or something, you try to provide them. So you will let me waste or something. So that may give you energy for them, extra energy, a superficial energy, okay, to take care of them as well as carry forward. Okay. So that's what I understood. And one more thing that according to spirituals, okay, the 80 years of life, average life. So according to spiritual knowledge available, 1 year equivalent to 1 day for the God. So 80 years, 80 days. 80 days, the 40 days we are sleeping. Okay, we have a rest of life is only 40 days. Out of 40 days, we are know ourselves is 20, 25 days gone. Means we graduate or elder, you big adult, or going. Only you're living in 15 days to 20 days. So we have been all materialist we are running, making money, lust, greed, low many politics, rockets we play. So try to be limited yourself. You come to this planet, there's some, and you're going with the empty again. This philosophy you try to practice, you'll have a happy and peaceful life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One last.
Sir, I'm sorry, in the interest of time, we can't, but you can have the discussion later during the tea break. All right. So our next session. Our next session is titled Yoga for Strength and Balance, Breathing and Well-Being. This will be a presentation and demonstration. And I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Hemant Bhargav, Head of Department of the Integrative Medicine Department at NIMHANS, and Dr. Selva Ganapati, who is a Senior Physiotherapist at the GATE Lab at NIMHANS.
How to go forward. Namaste and very good afternoon, all of you. I am Dr. Hemant Bhargav. I have been working in the area of yoga therapy for more than a decade. Basically, MBBS doctor with MD and PhD in yoga therapy. In the Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, we do get patients who have Huntington's chorea or Friedreich's ataxia or similar kind of movement disorders. And in this very brief presentation, there are two objectives. One is to just sensitize people about the role that yoga can play. Sir has already given a very wonderful background on the domain of spirituality, what it can add in the quality of life of a patient and the caregivers. And the other aspect is why yoga for Huntington's disease. More and more research is coming up. There was a recent systematic review of more than 30 studies that assess the effect of yoga on brain using the MRI studies. And it was observed that as less as 6 months of regular practice of yoga, by regular, I mean at least 3 sessions per week, studies have demonstrated that the gray matter area in the areas of brain, especially the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, can increase in size. Studies have also shown that insula is one particular area in the brain which is responsible for interoceptive awareness. That particular area also becomes thicker. The default mode network connectivity becomes better, more coherent, and studies have also demonstrated several important functional networks in the brain showing coherence. Neuroplasticity and movement are connected. There is a neurochemical known as brain-derived neurotrophic factor that goes up with synchronized breathing. Yoga means the body movement, breathing, and mindfulness combined together. Balance and stability is another very important domain that yoga can help in Huntington's disease. When we try to teach yoga to a patient, depending on the stage of the illness, the yoga practices also differ. For example, in the earlier stages, more emphasis, the yoga practices also can be, more varied. The emphasis can be on the mental as well as the physical well-being, strengthening of the joints and muscles, proper grounding, and we can end the session with a meditation, depending on whether the individual follows the path of knowledge, that is jnana yoga, or he follows the path of bhakti, that is surrender. So both ways you can use to end the session. In the middle stage of the illness, we see that more chair-based yoga is required because the risk of fall increases, and therefore always the practices should be done either closer to a wall or more of lying down or sitting on a chair or using the chair support. Whereas in the later part of the illnesses, it is more of mindfulness, breathing practices, and chantings that is advised. We all know that the symptoms of Huntington's disease are closely related to the stress levels. If the individual becomes stressed, the symptoms of chorea, dystonia, motor, as well as psychological distress, irritability, everything goes up. Whereas if the individual is able to counter and learn coping mechanisms to address stress, then the quality of life can also improve. And definitely the caregivers also suffer from lot of stress and burden. At the Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, we have developed and validated a module for caregivers for their stress management. And sir was asking about whether there are any tele facilities. So from NIMHANS, we actually offer every day morning 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. Very simple, easy to do, chair-based yoga practices. I will share the Zoom link here. So both caregiver and patient are advised to do it together so that the bonding also becomes better and there is a sense of connect. It is also very important to understand what yoga is and what yoga is not. Unfortunately, with the popularity of yoga, the misconception about yoga has also grown up. For example, now the only understanding that we have about yoga is to perform some very complex posture and become very thin and lean, and only advanced models like Shilpa Shetty, those people only can do yoga. Whereas a person who is seriously ill or who is elderly or who is obese, he cannot do yoga. Yoga is not for them. Yoga is not about that. Yoga is alignment of your body with your breath, breath with your mind. If all these three things come in sync, you are doing yoga. Here we can see B.K.S. Iyengar at the age of 94 is performing a very important yoga pose known as bridge pose. Very wonderful for back pain actually. And there is another gentleman who is in a similar pose. So he is more by a compulsion, he has gone into similar pose, and he may actually maintain the pose even longer than B.K.S. Iyengar. But we will not say that he is doing yoga, because where is the body, where is the breath, where is the mind? That alignment is not there. So this inherent component of yoga, it is not only about bending the body, it is about bending your mind. It is about bending your breath. It is about, transcending the body mind complex and touching the non-dual reality within you. So this is the aspect that I would like to emphasize. I will demonstrate some simple practices. Before I demonstrate, one very important thing is whenever we teach yoga to the patient, the student who is handling the person should never leave the person alone. He should always be with the person, and it is encouraged that small group of people can do yoga together, like 4 to 6 group can come together, and you have to listen to your body and perform within comfortable limits. Never, overdo practices. Extreme backward bends as the nature of illness, risk of fall, dizziness should be avoided. Fast breathing practices should be avoided. Inverted poses should be avoided. And as far as possible, there should be one supporter or caregiver when the practices are performed. We can always begin by spending some amount of time in loosening the system and connecting the body to the breath. And after that, more specific posture that enhance the balance can come in, and after that we can focus on gentle breathing practices and deep diaphragmatic breathing, and at the end we can have a guided relaxation session. All these practices, you can finish in as less a duration as 10 minutes. For example, one very easy to do practice is neck loosening practice, where you synchronize your neck movement with the breath. Neck rotation is actually biomechanically harmful, and one should only do forward and backward movements of the neck. So you breathe in, look up, breathe out, look down, breathe in, and take deep breaths. Use your full lung capacity. Now, breathing is another very important point. It has been shown that as compared to breathing through the nostril, if you breathe through the mouth, then those benefits of increasing in the GABA levels or the EEG that shows alpha activity are not observed. In fact, there has been some studies of long-term follow-up of children who had adenoids and had constant practice of breathing through mouth, and even in night their mouth was open. It was observed that the palate becomes high arched, the teeth become crowded, pinched nose, that adenoid faces come up Mentally, it leads to a lot of attention deficit, inactivity, hyperactivity, and these kind of changes. Cognitively also it affects. So nasal breathing is always emphasized. And one of the major causes of this increasing prevalence of obstructive sleep apnea is also the habit of breathing through the mouth, because then the muscles in the pharynx area, the nasal area, their tone goes down. So you always breathe in through the nose, and some yogic breaths like Ujjayi, where you actually feel the friction of the air. They are very good. And second is about in the breathing, most of us do not exhale completely. We only breathe superficially. So that superficial breath, shallow breaths, activates the sympathetic nervous system. Whereas when you exhale longer, the heart rate variability increases and you can bring in the parasympathetic component more strongly. And that is what we need here in this particular condition. So once you think that you are breathing out, try to exhale a little more, empty your lungs completely. So breathing out and breathing in and breathing out ratio should be 1:1.5. So you breathe in for 4 count, breathe out for 6 count. Very simple. Shift to nasal breathing. From thoracic, shift to abdominal breathing. When you breathe in, bulge your abdomen out. When you breathe out, sink the abdomen in. And remain aware. From the nostril to the belly, from the belly back to the nostril. And these are very simple things, but in the long run, they can definitely enhance resilience. Then second practice that we do is the loosening of the neck and the shoulder. Here also you try to synchronize the body movement with the breath. Everybody knows this, very simple. Breathe in, up. Breathe out, down. So first round you can do with eyes open, then gently you can close the eyes. Breathe in, up. Breathe out, down. So 5 rounds can be clockwise, and then you go reverse. Breathe in, up. Breathe out, down. Now, especially in patients, one very important thing is that the involuntary movements should not be resisted. They should be considered as an inherent part of oneself and accepted. So one should not bother too much if one is, it is normal. Movements are normal, and just try to sink in. No posture is perfect. Don't try to do perfect yoga. Perfect thing is only one thing, that your body is with the breath and breath is with the mind, and you are aligned. So in this way, stress reducing effects can come in. Similarly, another very good practice to activate all the 3 lobes of the lungs and calm down the mind is the hand stretch breathing. You breathe in, focus on the lower zone of the chest. Breathe out, relax. So this is for the lower chest. Then the same thing you do for the middle chest. Breathe in, breathe out. And then the upper chest. So you breathe in, go up. Breathe out, come down. So 3 rounds in each breathing. This is a proper warm-up. And after that, we can go into performing very simple asana practices. One practice to improve the balance can be, just hold on to the chair. When you stand, it is important that the heel, knee, hip, and shoulder are in one line. And then you breathe in, come up on your toes, stretch the whole body up, breathe out, gently come down. Also, to improve the balance, one can breathe in, take the hands also up, come up, breathe out, gently come down. These practices naturally make you mindful, because if you are not mindful, you will not be able to do it. In the same way, we can perform simple practices of improving the balance, like you perform in this particular posture. You can stand on one leg. No, you can just stand on one leg and try to balance yourself. Stretch your hand sideways. Breathe in and maintain. Gently breathe out and relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Or You can simply do the hands in and out breathing. Breathe in, open up your chest, look up, breathe out. Breathe in deep acceptance of the life as it is. Breathe out. Let go of all tension and worry. Surrender. No? So these are the practices that we emphasize preparing the body. And after that, slow Kapalabhati is another practice that we have observed to be very useful. So this Kapalabhati practice, when we sit, we have to sit on the sitting bone. And when we want to do pranayama, come toward the edge of the chair. And your knee make an angle of 90 degree with the ground, heel firmly on the ground, chin mudra, palm facing upwards, eyes closed, attention on the navel region. So here, two important things to note. One is I am doing it through the nose. I am producing a hissing sound in my throat region. It is causing a friction of the air in my throat. So that way the tone of this area is enhanced. And Kapalabhati, generally people think that you have to do Kapalabhati very fast. Kapalabhati is a Kriya. So especially in Huntington's disease or otherwise also, we do not advise performing Kapalabhati at a frequency more than 60 per minute. And if you have hypertension, heart disease, you have to do just 20 per minute. No, so in 3 seconds, you one stroke. You have to allow the abdomen to relax completely. But once you give the stroke, it has to be intense. No, you cannot do it without any intensity. Intensity should be there, but it should not be fast. It should be slow, but intense. And after performing 30 strokes of Kapalabhati, Moola Bandha or Mahabandha practices have a very intense calming effect on the mind. So for example, you complete 30 to 40 strokes. After that, you breathe in through the nose, breathe out through the mouth, and then touch your chin to the chest, suck your abdomen in, pull the anal muscles up, retain it for 5 to 10 seconds, breathe in and relax. So these practices, what we have observed is produces instant calming effect, probably enhances the central GABAergic tone, and the vagal tone throughout the body gets enhanced. After performing this short round of Kapalabhati, one can perform alternate nostril breathing. Alternate nostril breathing is done by adopting Nasika Mudra. You have to bend your index finger and middle finger and use your thumb and the ring finger to change the nostril. This is Chin Mudra with the other hand. So what you have to do is always begin by breathing in through both the nostril and holding the breath inside. Then gently close the right nostril with the right thumb. Breathe out from the left. Slow exhalation, complete exhalation. Try to prolong the exhalation. And then breathe in from the same left side. Change and breathe out from the right. Same, breathe in from the right after complete exhalation. So here you have to prolong the exhalation. Where should be the attention? Attention should be on the touch of the air in the nostrils. The breathing in and out movement should be so gentle that even if I keep a feather of a bird at the tip of your nostrils, with your breath, it should not flicker. You should not be able to hear any sound of your breath. And you should be aware of the touch of the air in your nostrils. Like we have the external nasal meatus, there are internal nasal meatus, and there are nerve fibers, glossopharyngeal nerve fibers, which are connected to the hypothalamus and bring parasympathetic activation. through the olfactory bulb also there is a connection to PFCs and calming down of the amygdala. So there are mechanisms through which this works if it is done properly. So it is a key practice in stress reduction and calming down. The Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. And another practice that releases nitric oxide, is the practice of Brahmari, reduces impulsivity. Just close your ears, cover your eyes, touch your tongue gently to the upper palate. Feel the massaging effect on the whole brain. 6 cycles of Brahmari Pranayama in one session. And after this practice, there can be meditation. What we would advise is, before going into meditation, there is one particular practice in yoga philosophy. It is called as Trataka. Trataka is a very simple practice. You have to sit on a chair at the height of your eyes. You don't have to look down or up. At the level of your eye, you can keep a lamp. And wind should not be there in the area. The lamp should be exactly at the distance of 1 meter. And what you have to do is simply keep on gazing at the glow of the candle flame and perform systematic practice of focusing the mind on the flame and then defocusing, becoming aware of the whole background, everything, still keeping the awareness on the flame. So focusing, defocusing, focusing, defocusing, and then gentle cupping and then humming. We are finding this practice clinically very useful in relieving OCD symptoms. We have also found it helpful in relieving trauma. So those who want to practice this, there is a YouTube link on my slide. You can just go to that link. There is 17-minute step-by-step instruction for Trataka. Just go into a dark room, put the candle in front of you, put the audio on, and go through the process of Trataka. In fact, in the YouTube page itself, we have kept the live candle there. You can actually watch the candle on the screen itself. So this is the link for that. We have another session that we conduct live also every day, and you are welcome to join. But if you don't have time, you can use this particular link to perform a yoga for well-being and resilience session. This is my YouTube channel. There are many such videos. So finally, the take-home message is even 10 minutes a day of simple yoga can improve strength, balance, and inner calm. Caregivers can practice with patients, and this makes it more bonding and motivating. I invite all of you to join me, whether you have problem or you are healthy, to enhance your well-being for this tele yoga sessions that we started during the COVID-19 pandemic, and because of the demand, people wanted us to continue this. And Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. Tomorrow, all of you are welcome to join us. And on every Tuesday after the session, we have discussions, where you can share your problem. Sir was telling, that professional advice, or you are really worried about something. So we have every Tuesday, I myself conduct the session, and after the session, we have a live discussion. So anybody can talk to us on Tuesday after the session. This is our email address. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Namaste.
In case there are any questions, we can take a few.
You have to do it slowly, sir. It means that you cannot exceed more than 20 per minute. So same frequency, in 3 seconds, you give one stroke. Then you can do it. So Really very good practice to vent out your anger and frustration. Young people find it very useful in anger management.
If the earlier stage anyone able to do Surya Namaskar, it is helpful.
Yes, in early stages you are correct. But in Surya Namaskar, we have done series of studies on different rates of Surya Namaskara. And what we observed is that if you maintain the posture at least for 20 seconds, then the HRV shows favorable changes, more heart rate variability. But if you do power yoga, dynamic yoga, fast yoga, it has detrimental effects. Actually the HRV reduces. So each pose 20 सेकंड तक उसको होल्ड करना चाहिए. Yes.
Any chakra healing, sir?
Huh?
Any chakra healing?
So here the meditation practice that I told you, initially we focus on the Ajna chakra in the Trataka practice, and the Mula Bandha and those Bandha practices are there. Another very useful thing is in the meditation practice, we perform this particular Neti Neti meditation, where you breathe in and say, I am not the body. Breathe out and say, I am not even the mind. There is an app known as Miracle of Mind app, which actually gives you 7 minutes of this meditation. You can use it, and that in this particular condition, I think can bring a lot of stability, because ultimately you want to transcend the instability in the mind-body complex. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Am I audible?
I'm a practitioner of Iyengar Yoga. And my sister, who's actually she left today, but she lives in Ahmedabad, and she's doing yoga with another yoga practitioner. And we do the rope Shirsasan. And she has been recommended that with assistance, somebody's there. Would you recommend that? Like, we do rope Shirsasan, I know, but I don't know whether for HD patients, I know that it helps in the blood going to the in the reverse direction, and Viparit Karni. So I just wanted to know about these two poses, if you recommend them.
So there are two things here. One is Viparit Karni. Viparit Karni practice in Hatha Yoga Pradipika text, it is said that this particular practice is useful in combating aging process. And it is a very useful practice for people who have bladder symptoms or no urgency and those kind of symptoms. Also in Ashwini Mudra, you take your legs up the wall. No, breathe in and contract the whole perineal region, breathe out and relax it. Even in prostate symptoms, this practice is useful. So I would recommend leg up the wall pose. But this particular thing that Shirshasana increases blood flow of the brain. The blood flow of the brain is so tightly regulated, madam, that just by putting your head down, it may increase the flow into your scalp. So good for your hair. No, but if you are saying about the brain per se, it is very tightly regulated system. The baroreceptors and on immediately control the flow. But if you do Shirshasana, the blood flow to the heart definitely increases. And those who have hypertension or history of ischemic heart disease, they may develop ischemia more, because the heart has to pump against the gravity lot of blood. So it increases the workload of the heart. No? So in that sense, I would say that that benefit of increasing blood flow is not there. Leg up the wall pose is good enough. Probably rope, Shirshasana and Shirshasana are quite risky, and I would not recommend them for this population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhargav. We'll move on to the next talk. So the next talk is by Dr. Selva Ganapati, who is a senior physiotherapist at the Gate Lab at Nimhans.
So, at the outset, I would like to thank the administration
HDSI, Dr. Sanjeev Jain, Meera ma'am, for inviting me to this talk. Um, Physiotherapy is actually advised in different stages of the disease. So I think I don't have to give introduction about exercise, right? So it's physiotherapy means treatment by means of exercise. So it's well studied, well researched. How does exercise can actually help Huntington patients to cope? As the medicines and doctors are working hard to reduce your symptoms and make your life better, the quality of life. If you are taking physiotherapy, it actually complement so to make your life better. So since it's a very brief presentation, I just would like to emphasize on this single slide. Of course, I will slightly elaborate on each topic. You can see in different stages how this exercise can be prescribed. In the pre-manifest stage or in the very early stage, uh, we need to focus on the exercise capacity level of a person. And so the later, again, you may have to prescribe when the cognition is getting affected. Person is finding difficulty to organize a task. Say, for example, just brushing the teeth, the order of that task, like you take the paste first, as well as that, then open the lid, take the brush, and then apply the paste. So that much should be a difficulty. So that level, we may have to introduce what is the first step and second step. The technique will be to be introduced. So and then as the stage, as the condition progresses, they are likely to develop falls, the balance issue. Um, then later on, the secondary adaptive changes as the person's. I think mostly because of the fall. I think it's a follow-up thing. Like the person has a fear of fall. Even the family members are worried that he might fall. Then, so how do you how to take care of them? So that itself impose a sort of physical inactivity, so that leads to contracture and tightness, bed sores and things like that. So at this point of time, if you intervene on balance aspect of it, that will improve the balance and things like that. That helps the person. Later on, then overall, even it's like a progressive nature. So the person's sitting ability also will be affected, standing, everything would be affected. So I think time to time, periodically, we need to evaluate, and as per the conditions, how they are presenting to you, the physiotherapist will be prescribing it. So it cannot be considered as a universal thing unless you visit the physiotherapist. I think it's a part of Niman's procedure. Like once you meet the doctor, they refer to us. I think once we are able to see you and then assess, and then accordingly we can prescribe the exercise. And of course, in the later stages, mainly the swallowing issue, I think you heard from Dr. Yamini, and also respiratory issues, all coming up. So at that time, appropriately, we need to intervene to take care of the respiratory complications. So I think we can go slightly in detail about it. So at the early stage or the pre-manifest stage, the focus should be on your strength training and as well as the aerobic training. So aerobic training, it's just focus on your endurance aspect of it, or your cardiac fitness. So the minimum of at least 45 minutes in a day, at least 5 days in a week, right? So this is the standard recommendation for any individual. So that's what recommended by WHO. So that can be introduced in the very early stage. And then the strength training by adding weight. It's a progressive resisted strengthening aspects of it. As the person is able to do, then we have to increase the load and improve the strength. So at the later stage, I already suggested that if a person is finding difficulty in organizing a task, like cognitive issues are coming up, like we need to literally um, spell out like what is the steps involved in particular task. As I said that what is the first step in that task, second step, third step, fourth step, like whatever the steps are there, we need to literally make them do. If they're not able to do in one go, at least one at a time. And there are methods like that. Chaining method is, you first forward method, what you do, the first step, you just see that whether they are able to pick up the paste, for example, the task of brushing. So if they're finding difficulty, then you can go on to the next level. Or in the reverse direction, you can wait for the last step. Don't instruct at the last step. I think initial steps you can help them, then they will be able to complete it. So accordingly, you can select that technique so that they are able to complete the task. So actually, I'm not talking about everything. It will be an elaborate thing. So as I said, that the balance issues, once it starts, so we need to check what kind of situation we ask in the history, like what actually made the person to fall. So is it because of the external cause or the person himself? Like maybe it's due to turning, or maybe unable to negotiate an obstacle. So what exactly resulted in the fall? That history has to be taken, and accordingly we can teach. In general, we can expect in anticipatory as well as reactive balance aspect. Anticipatory is that you know that there is a destabilizing force comes, and you then how you are organizing yourself to avoid the fall. And the reactive balance is something you stepped on already. For example, you stepped on a banana peel that you have hardly any time to react. So both aspects, these are the life, the daily circumstances, one can actually fall. So that sort of training actually to be given. So once we prepare for the such situations, whenever such instance happen, since the practice has already happened, has been already done, so the person will be ready to face it or better manage the issues. So limits of stability is the ability to reach out to different directions. For example, if I voluntarily shift my body from this place to, like for example, pick up a glass of water from far, it is kept little far away. So how much I'm able to reach out. So that ability will be reduced. So that needs to be systematically improved in a multi-directional way. So obstacle cross training, that this all we'll do in our balance rehab center. So stepping on an obstacle, that is for the reactive balance, and then crossing the obstacle also. So fall prevention itself a big topic. I'll just give few tips in the later slides, especially in the external factors like through our home environment, how we can avoid falls. And also we need to teach a safe fall technique, because sometimes despite whatever the effort you do, the fall is going to happen. In order to avoid the injury, so you can make a safe fall, so that you avoid injury to the head and arms. And sometimes you may have to give some compensatory measures like ankle foot orthosis if the person is having continuously not I mean having tightness and the foot is not able to be lifted up. So then we may have to give a AFO that will take care of the problem. So you can see some of our home environment alone can actually results in fall. So here you can see that unorganized the living room, quite messy, and likewise slippery surface, and poor lighting, and the carpet. I'll show some photos also. Telephone wires which is crossing in the walkway, something like that. So many of these things, it is like common sense. It is actually for anyone is going. It's a risk for fall, but for HD patients, it is still more risk. So it's better. No, we screen our environment and make some changes so that they're able to avoid falls. So this stairs, we just you can see this is from Niman's staircase. We have highlighted that the yellow line just to bring the attention where the step starts. So you can see this is actually in my house. So I got it fixed so that we can see like small things. See, there's no handrail. So if if you install the handrail, it's this is how these are the modern steps. There is no handrails, right? So you can actually replace it. You can see the dark room, and then you can make it and you just ensure that it's well lit. So the telephone wires, these all the posters you can see in our lab just to educate the patients, like simple measures what they can do. Apart from that, there are technology aspects, like the caregiver is not always present with the patient, so you can provide such devices. So if a fall happened, that caregiver will get a message, okay, so that they can immediately attend to them. The hip protectors are actually for a fall prone person. If a fall happened, the first injury happened is to the hip. The femur fracture is the significant one that actually make the person on a bed like for a long time. So the bed in mobility is totally affected, followed by a fracture. So then the overall physical activity is reduced because of that. So to avoid that, hip protectors can be given. It will reduce the impact of the force on the hip. So as I already said, that if a person developed fall and then the balance issues are predominant, they are going to reduce their activity. And that leads to completely lying on the bed. So that leads to contractures, that the muscles which are weak, then slowly the contractures are developed. So once the contractures are developed, then the person's overall quality of life is going to be affected. For example, the person's legs are not able to be separated. So then the personal hygiene itself will be affected. So that way, like, we need to take care of the joint mobilities there. And of course, overall quality of life is, should be focused. And also we should be able to work on the weight control and as well as the pain management at this stage. So impaired here actually in the late stages, where as I already said, that even bed sores can actually happen. So regular physiotherapy by periodically changing their posture. Every 3 hours is recommended to change the posture. So that's how you can reduce the bed sore. Also, in all aspects of his life, we need to give support and make him do the activities. And respiration, sometimes you may require extra supports, like even to produce the cough. That chest congestion is there, but the person is not able to cough. So there are instruments that we can start introducing to produce the cough, so that it actually generate more force, and the person will be asked to inhale, so that will bring the cough. So likewise, a lot of airway clearance techniques, which is called as chest physiotherapy. You give a percussion in order to break down this thick sputum and encourage the person to cough, so that this oxygenation is getting better. So posture management, because the person is going to might develop scoliosis and things like that. So appropriate support to be given. And relaxation, that's for mental health as well as physical health. Relaxation is important. So of course, walking aids, I prefer for HD patients a two-wheel walker, because the walker generally we lift and do, and then mostly the fall can happen because of that. If there is a two-wheel rollator walker, the person need not to lift the walker; they can just roll and walk. So the can call it as a severe stage at the later point of time. There's a risk of aspiration. I think speech therapy department's help is much important. The aspiration happened at that stage, but you do give us breathing exercise practice, work on the reduction of the bed sores, promote upright sitting position, at least passive sitting with supported sitting and standing. Again, focusing on the range of motion, much emphasized before, because the joint should be free from tightness and contractures. So that's how at the later stages, we need to ensure that the person is not getting into more and more complications. I think is going to need a lot of support from the caregiver at that point of time, totally focused on them because the person is hardly able to move. So at that time, no, the dedicated caregiver is needed. I think this may be, I don't know, maybe a reality in India here to take help from outside. A nurse or someone is regularly appointed so that the caregiver is not totally, burdened. So this I would like to stop. Thank you.
If there are any questions, we can take them now.
You were saying in the late stages, the posture has to be. Yeah, later stages, the posture has to be changed once in few hours. Do we have any aid to change that? A person who is sitting, if his posture is not right, do we have any aids to make them sit like that or things like that? Do you recommend something? Or is it physiotherapy?
Yeah, actually, you don't require major support. You can actually ensure that body is straight. Like if I'm bending like this, a patient is happy to see like this. You can support him with some pillows so that his body is straight. So
But what I've noticed is when we put pillows or whatever, because of that move, the strength is they have body strength, and since the body strength is pushing them this side, you just keep the pillows and 2 minutes it just goes off.
yeah, that's fine because you're not fit for longer time. So if it is continues to be in one position in the body, if he is able to go back.
No, go back in the sense we lift him and keep him back. So every few minutes we lift him and keep him back.
Voluntarily not able to go back. Is continuously going to be one. So that is not good. And if you observe that it's also adjusting and trying to come, then you don't have to do so. You have to have a observation. Longer the time the person is going to be on one position, then that is not good. So we are not activating the muscles on the other side. It's that will get weak, and this side the person is going to develop a contracture. I said that scoliosis and things like that. So that if it is there, then it will become a permanent one. Then that's not good. So in order to avoid that, you can just watch, like most of the time if a person is bending and is not able to recover back, then we need to provide support, even though it is failed sometime, but it is still good because 50% of the time at least the person is maintained in a proper alignment.
I don't know, from more my experience, I'm finding it difficult for him to
I think if
maintain
you,
that.
yeah, in that case, we can prescribe braces if it is extremely difficult. Braces can be prescribed.
Presently, what we are doing is I'm always there, so I
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
make
that's why I said the 50% of the time if you are managed, then that is more than enough. So still, if it is, if you are finding difficulty, then yeah.
in your can you do you have what lifters are more helpful for lifting from the bed to the chair? Is there any recommendation for that?
Lifters are available.
Any one of them which you find more better than the other or something like that?
Nothing like that. See, the thing is, our experience, whatever the Indian product we have, it's not that good. It's not very safe. So I've seen in UK and I visited briefly that amount of quality it is not come yet here. Probably now we can check, right? So it will be definitely useful, but we need to check the quality and things like that.
No, the problem is they are not able to. There are lifters, but because they are not able to hold the position, then by the time we bring the lifter itself, the position is gone. So it becomes very
No,
difficult.
generally it will be like something like a cradle, right? So the person is totally inside. That sort of lifter.
Sort of one.
Yeah.
Is
You have to place them on the bed first. At least you turn the patient and put it's like a cloth sort of thing. So the person is made to be inside and then you just hooked it. So the whole body will be there.
Those type of
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Once a week oil massage and steam, that has been shown to reduce stiffness of the muscles. No? So what happens is, according to the traditional understanding, the vata increases. Vata makes the things more stiff. So when you oleate properly and then give steam, then the vata reduces and the flexibility and this improves stiffness comes down. So when they are doing physiotherapy or any kind of exercises, we recommend that once a week we do some oil massages and give pour hot water or give some steam to them. Passively,
Yeah, actually, that's the time it's mostly needed, right? See, person is not able to move more and more. They're not moving. They're going to develop the complications. So we must move the joint. Yeah, someone else. So physiotherapists and the caregivers learn and do it. So that's very important to avoid contracture and overall mobility.
And you were saying steaming. How can we do that at home? Like,
no, you can put water in the cooker
Huh.
and the nozzle can be connected to a pipe. Through
Okay.
that, the steam can come. They in the Ayurveda thing they do with that only.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've heard of someone who says their left and right side of the body don't feel aligned. Is that something you've come across? And what can they do?
When unilateral neglect means they are not appreciating one side of their body. There's a condition called unilateral neglect.
Okay.
There, the sensory region also affected, like parietal lobe. Especially we see in stroke, right? A particular type of stroke, the person is no longer appreciating that side.
It's very subtle, nothing that's very visible. But
Yeah, but perception wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perceptual issues.
Okay.
Yeah, that can be tackled. Like the method what we use in the unilateral neglect, same can be used. If you use the prism, that right side body will shown on the just opposite, reverse directions. The person is going to appreciate the other side as well. So there are methods to take care of that.
Uh, Generally, we observe this very commonly. Even when we stand, we put more weight on one leg. So this balance is considered very important in the yogic philosophy. That's why we see that the asanas that are done on the right side are always repeated on the left side. So two asanas which I would recommend to bring this right and left balance. One is known as the Ardha Kati Chakrasana. You stand with your legs in line with your shoulder. Breathe in. Can we all do this asana, please?
Okay.
Just,
let's do
just to see the right-left difference. Very simple asana to do. Please just stand up on your feet. Align your feet in line with your shoulder. Keep half hand distance between your fellow person that is there. Yeah. Both side. There should be sufficient distance for you to stretch your hands. Okay. Now, I would request all of you to just see when you close your eyes, whether your body weight is distributed equally on both the feet. And on your feet also, whether it is distributed more towards the front or the back of your foot, to try to transfer your body weight towards the heels. That will activate the extensor group of muscles. Now, slowly open your eyes. Open your eyes. Now, just as you breathe in, try to take your right hand sideways, go up to 90 degree with me slowly, reach up to 90 degree. Breathe out, turn it upwards. Take another deep breath in, go straight up above your head till your biceps touch the ears. Okay. Now in this position, you have to stretch the whole right side of the body up without lifting your feet. Breathe in, lift your right side, stretch your right side of the body up. Now breathe out and bend to the left side. Go within your comfortable limit. Close your eyes. Now feel the stretch from the tip of your finger to the right foot. Whole right side of the body stretched. Maintain for 5 deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe in, come back to the center. Take another deep breath in, stretch the right side of the body up. Breathe out, take the right hand down, feel the tingling sensation in your palm. Gently breathe out, turn it down at 90 degree. Slowly again with exhalation, go down. Completely hand comes down, eyes closed. Now close your eyes. Now compare the right half of your body with the left half. Can you feel that the right half of the body has become much lighter and the left side of the body still feels heavy? Now to bring the balance, let us repeat the practice on the left side. Get ready. As you breathe in, start lifting your left hand sideways. Go up to 90 degree. Breathe out, turn it up. Continue the inhalation as you further go up straight. 180 degree, biceps touching the ears. Take another deep breath in, stretch the left side of the body up as much as you can. Breathe out and twist to the right side. Side bending, right hand hanging freely. Maintain for 5 breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Breathe in, come back straight. Deep breathe in, stretch the left side of the body up again. Breathe out, start bringing your hand down. Reach 90 degree. Slowly breathe out, turn the hand down. And again with exhalation, slowly come back to the original position, Tadasana, eyes closed. Now compare the right half and the left half of your bodies. Feel the balance between both the half of the body. See how you are standing and try to maintain this awareness of the right and the left halves whenever you stand. Slowly open your eyes, sit down. Thank you. Thank you. So I hope this answers your question, madam.
I think so. I'll let them know. Thank you so much.
But could you appreciate the lightness on one side and the heaviness on the other side? Yeah.
There's a question from one of our attendees on Zoom. I don't think they're in the meeting anymore. That's okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And a small token of appreciation. All right, now that everyone has stretched a little bit, we'll take a quick refreshment break for 10 minutes and come back at 5 p.m. for the final session of the conference.
Your decompression chamber is never part of your body.
That they have in their family structure and the power that they have for the future generations are simply unmatched. And that has been realized again because of one voice who met another voice who then started this movement. So sharing your story is extremely impactful. And over the course of the years, what this has created has been this global community of young people who across the board come together in order to share their journey and help support and lift each other up. Again, that's come from one person who met another person who met another person through a lot of advocacy work. And that has also led into this organization that through many different avenues brings the community together with another voice and another voice and another voice so that other people don't feel like they're alone. As I mentioned previously, sharing your story can be really challenging. It can be a little nerve-wracking. A lot of times what we see and the majority of what we do is through the power of social media, because there's a level of safety of being behind a screen where you're not having to identify yourself, where you are able to kind of follow a little bit more anonymously, but still be able to hear those perspectives and maybe find out more about education or other needs that you have. But it's not easy to take that step forward and share your story. So there are a lot of ways that you can do that while still protecting who you are and maybe a little bit about, especially if you're nervous about any kind of outward stigmas or fears that may come into play. One way of doing that is through surveys. Surveys play an important role. I mentioned that a little bit with my big A and little a advocacy. What surveys allow us to do is dive into your experiences anonymously. None of your personal information is ever shared, and the majority of time it's not ever collected. So HDYO has a series of surveys that are directed to understanding what the global HD community needs, thinks, and feels about a variety of topics. We have one that we launched in 2023 that looked at how people are utilizing resources, what resources are important, and where are those resources located. The reason we did that is because we were talking with our scientific partners who had a very narrow view of where the community was seeking for support and what information they wanted to learn about. We knew through personal stories that people were using social media. They were accessing HD associations for the majority of their information about Huntington's disease. But our partners overwhelmingly thought that people were getting that information from the neurologist. But if you are impacted by Huntington's disease, you're not necessarily seeing a neurologist, even if you're symptomatic. You might be located in a country that doesn't have professionals who specialize in Huntington's disease, and you might live in a culture where you're not able to outwardly share that you are impacted by Huntington's disease. And there are a lot of other factors with that. So we created a survey to say, let us allow the international community to share their voices so we could make change happen. We ended up having well over 600 participants, and people have used that information in order to understand how to do better with presentations, how to outreach better, which is really exciting. That's the whole point of it, is let's stop guessing what the community needs. Let's hear directly from them. We also have one that is currently available that's looking at what are the educational, cultural, stigmas and fears and lapses of education regarding research. That's available as well right now. So people can access that and go online and complete that, because again, as we're looking at how can we educate better, what are issues related to research that are important to you? Why are you not participating in research? This is all important information to gather as we continue to push and advocate for a better global HD representative community, especially when it comes to access to treatments, trials, care, research, everything. One thing that came of that is that Roche utilized that information for one of their presentations at our HDYO Congress this last year. There's a huge deficit in understanding the education around endpoints and what a meaningful endpoint means to the community, because there's a difference with a clinical endpoint, but then also some of these measuring tools that the community feels like is important, like quality of life. And they were able to develop an interactive approach using Survey 1 to understand how do young people want to be presented to, and building information about this other topic using from our Survey 2 about what information they still need to learn about endpoints. And it was really well received. Our last survey that we just launched this spring is looking at mapping HD-related milestones and life milestones and how they impact each other. Similarly to my first slides where we talked about the different developmental milestones and how learning about Huntington's disease, having the onset of symptoms for a parent or a guardian or family member close by you, how those all impact some of those decisions. So that dives into that. And the good news is that these surveys are translated into many different languages. And if there's a language that's not represented that you wish we could translate, we're all ears for that. So please let us know and we can work with you on getting that translated and available to the community. So that's one way of sharing where you never have to talk about it. The other thing that's really important is to do things like you're doing today, which is attending an event, getting educated. Those are really first steps in order to practice being a part of the community and sharing your story. Simply writing down, what do you want people to know about you or your journey? Can you join a support group? Can you follow people online? Those are all important steps to take that 1 foot after 1 foot after 1 foot to be able to start to openly share your story to make change happen. How does someone get involved in Huntington's disease youth organization? We have a lot of really great programs for individuals in all different walks and shapes in life who feel comfortable doing whatever they can to build that community around them. One of those biggest ones is through our ambassador program. We now have over 100 different ambassadors from across the globe who at the base of it are there to support one another. Through interactive WhatsApp chats, they can share their own perspective, answer polls, get advice, give advice, but know that they're a part of a bigger movement where everybody just simply understands what HD is. They also provide things like top tips, as we mentioned earlier, through our different social media channels. But this group is really invaluable. They are the pulse of this organization and continue to advise us on how we can continue to do better with how we serve young people. We mentioned a little bit about some of those stigmas and fears. We're building a program to allow for people to utilize avatars so they can share their experiences without having to share personal information or their likeness outwardly. So the ambassadors is a really fantastic way of getting involved and really taking that first step into being a part of a larger advocacy movement. We also have a lot of really important resources and support services available at H2YO. We have a translation software that can automatically translate all of the context on the website into dozens of different languages. And we also have information told from different perspectives, whether through children, teens, young adults, parents and family members, juvenile HD, friends and professionals. Those are all unique ways of talking about Huntington's disease and getting information that you might need. We also have PDF resources that are available in different languages. And we're also working with the Huntington Society of India on updating those different resources to make sure that we are offering those in a shareable format for the community in India. And all of this rounds up into one longer, larger voice of sharing about young people's impact. There are a lot of different ways for people to get involved. I mentioned we host our International Young Adult Congress in March. We'll be hosting that again in March in 2027. We will have scholarships available for people to attend where we can help fund part of or all of the travel funds needed to attend Congress. There's ways to share your voice, get your perspective out there. You can do that anonymously through shared perspectives or opinions. But ultimately, we're here to help in any way, to find a way that you can do what you need to do for yourself in a safe and comfortable manner. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here today, and know that we are always an email away Our website is hdyo.org, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have at any time.
Thank you to Jenna for sharing their work with us, and I'm sure all of us can go on their website and get more information. We will go ahead with the next talk on our session. I would like to invite Mrs. Paramjit Oberoi, who is the founder of the charity Sheenam's Wish, to share a few words about their charity organization.
So lovely to be here with you again today. And Sheenam sends her love. She sends love and blessings to all. Love Sheenam. So she's with us here. Thank you, Sheenam. Thank you, Sheenam, for who you are. Thank you for being my daughter. I thank God for Sheenam. I thank God for Harbhajan, my husband. I want to take a little bit of a time, not much, but just to give you a background to Sheenam's Wish, the charity that we set up. And very much it's about really exactly what Jenna was saying, one step at a time, one person at a time, and how we can make a difference. Matt, who set up Huntington's Disease Youth Association, he's a really good friend of ours. Jenna is a good friend of ours. Matt and I have sat for ages, and he set up HDYO, and Sheenam set up her charity around the same sort of time. But how did we set up the charity? Every year since Sheenam was diagnosed, I would ask her, Sheenam, what is your wish? What would you like to do? Mum, I want to go to Australia and I want to swim with the dolphins. We made that happen. We didn't, God did. Everything that we've done is through God's grace. Totally. Mum, I want to go to Paris. Mum, I want to go to New Zealand. Mum, I want to do this. So we were able to do as much as we could since she was diagnosed when she was 19. On her 29th birthday, of the night before her 30th birthday, I said, okay, bete, ki chahni hai tu? What do you want for your 30th? You know, 30th is a milestone. She's already outlived what the doctors had said, you know, from 10 to 12-year lifespan, they were saying, with juvenile Huntington's disease. And she said, Mum, can't tell you, you can't fulfill my wish. I said, Sheenam, I'm your mum. Of course I can fulfill your wish. I can do anything. Mum, you can't fulfill this wish. Sheenam, go on, please tell me. Mum, you just cannot fulfill this wish. I want to get married and I want a baby. She was right. For once, I could not fulfill that wish. I could not fulfill that wish of her getting married. The best I could do was to get her dressed in my wedding dress and to have a professional photograph taken. It was painful. We as parents, we want our children to progress, to get married, to move forward. I could not fulfill that wish. I remember deeply, deeply, deeply going inside myself and praying and asking God to give me something that I could answer to her when she says, "Mummy, I want to get married and have a baby." And I couldn't give her that. I couldn't give her that. And all I could hear when I asked for that was charity, 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 charity. My whole body, I was getting this vibe of charity. Sheenam, you know, in order to have a baby, we need sexual energy. How do we now transmute that energy? Because energy is energy. How do we transmute that energy and make something that is going to last forever? How about, Sheenam, we set up a charity? There was silence. I thought, yeah, she wants to get married and have a baby. A charity, what? She says, okay, Mum, okay, but there's one condition. I said, Sheenam, you can have as many conditions as you want, because the condition that you've been born with, I can't do anything about. Mum, yes, we'll set up a charity. But the condition is you have to look after this charity like you look after your grandchildren. Sheenam's a very, very wise visionary. She was forward thinking. She is forward thinking. And she says, right, let's get to work. We got out a flip chart on her 29th birthday. We put down how this is going to happen. Her friends came round. And she says, right, Mum, I'm going to raise £10,000 by my next birthday. Because as we know, there are about 100 young people with this disease in the UK. And we want to give them all £100 each. And she said, this is the beginning. And we did. With God's grace, by her next birthday, we had raised £10,000. Now, we didn't have anybody else. It was just Sheenam, myself, my family, and our friends. We just put it out there and we said, we don't want presents for Sheenam's birthday. Let's start with anybody who wants to give a gift, give it to Sheenam's Wish. So Sheenam's Wish was born, and it will last forever. Sheenam designed this logo herself. And the stars and the sky, as she says, this is how high and never-ending love is. And this is the water. It's how deep the sea is. That's how deep our love is. And that's how deep our connection is, not only just with us as a family, not only just within the Huntington's community, but it's about worldwide. She's wise, wiser than her years. So we started off with little things like literally in our front room. My sister and her husband, they have got a factory where they sell sweets and things. They donated loads of sweets. We ordered small packets, we stuffed them with sweets, and we sold little. That was the beginning of how we started, was to just put stuffed sweets and sold them at fairs, at religious places, anywhere. From there, my son-in-law, he did a skydive. Scared of heights, but he did a skydive. Sheenam's best friend did a parachute jump. Another friend did head massages. So what I'm really trying to say, very, very, very simple act. We made a cake. A friend of mine, Lorraine, she made a cake with Sheenam's Wish logo. And we auctioned it. We auctioned it for £200. Simple, simple things, but people were really committed. And then on my husband's 10th year of passing, we did a 5K run. And it was in Windsor Park. And that's the show of hands of all the people who did the 5K and raised another nearly £7,000. And it was in the paper as well. And there was Sheenam. She ran into the first in a wheelchair. We called it jogging, walking wheelchair. So these are the grants that now we give out every year to anybody who's got juvenile Huntington's disease. And so they spend it on whatever they want to. But because Sheenam's a very fun-loving person, she said that we want the young people to go and enjoy, to do something fun with the money. To maybe it's about some of them, somebody went for a massage, somebody went to a football club, somebody paid money towards to go to Italy and sit in a gondola ride. And there was one person, she was 11 years old, and we were just about to give her the grant, and she passed. And her mum said, we're going to have a bench for our daughter with the money that you sent. So that bench is now sitting there for people to come and sit. And again, it's a talking point. It's a talking point. What is juvenile Huntington's disease? So the impact with one step at a time, one thought at a time, one move at a time, one action at a time. And, you know, for us, it's been so, it's not just about giving the grants. People will send a very simple application. I'll pick up the phone. I talk to the parents. I want to know what's happening in their life. I want to know how they're feeling. I want to know. So it's not just about a grant. The grant is very minimal in terms of what they're doing. It's a way of being able to engage with the people. And for us, it's so very important. But the most important thing is that Sheenam vowed, she said she would never, ever, ever take 1 penny out of that Sheenam's wish for herself, ever. And we have, when my husband was diagnosed, you know, within the Asian community, there is a lot of stigma and keeping it quite quiet and everything. But I vowed that with Sheenam's diagnosis, the whole world is going to know about Sheenam. And I'm pleased to say that Sheenam's known worldwide, more or less. And I just want to really talk about, you know, the fact that how a small impact, it's like people may have heard the butterfly effect. You know, the butterfly flaps its wings, but the impact of that can be seen so far. I have a couple in the audience. Sorry, I didn't ask you before. There's a couple over there who I met at my in-laws' house in Delhi, I'd never met this couple. And the couple were looking for another Huntington's patient because they had got Huntington's in the family and they weren't able to find anybody. The hospital in Delhi gave them the name of my father-in-law. They found us and came to our house in Delhi, and I happened to be there from England. And we met after 20 years. Please stand up, both of you. I want to show that the butterfly effect is just amazing. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. And thank you for recognizing me. So what I want to do is keep this short because I want to spend more time with questions and answers. But what I would like to say is that Shinam, you're my biggest inspiration. You're my heart, and your brother and sister who are so supportive of you. All three of you, my dears, all three of you are my life. And Harbhajan, the root of all this, I thank him. I thank you, Shinam. And I thank all of you. Thank you.
Hi, so that would just moderate a quick Q&A. Thank you, Paramjeet, for coming all the way from the UK to be here.
My pleasure.
With us and winning a place in our hearts and creating a place in your heart. I did want to ask you, Jenna, before you spoke about little a and big A advocacy, and with Shinam's wish, you seem to have combined both. You began as a little a. Would you say you're going towards the big A? Do you think you're making policy differences?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that, Bhavna. Yes, it was a little A. And it's growing into a little bit bigger A. But I now want to put a challenge out to you, all of you today. I want you to think and to really think, what one little impact can you make to make a difference? I have a vision, and I'm sharing that vision here today because it came to me a few days ago. And the vision is, I would like to set up a Shinam's Wish Academy across the world. So Shinam's Wish would be like an academy, but underneath all of that would be all of you people, individuals, families, who would do your own fundraising, would be doing your own advocacy, but if you wanted to, under the banner of Shinam's Wish. So yes, it is going from the little A to the big A, and we need your support. So whoever's wanting to be part of this, let's show a clap of hands.
Okay. Yes, you had a question. Did you have a question? No, we were just showing support. All right, great.
But I'm open to
You did talk yesterday about a little bit about how you were on the boards of certain other chairs or
Absolutely. I think one of the things has been through totally being closed when my husband was diagnosed to being totally open. Like Jenna said, I just go everywhere and I talk. I actually literally go downtown wearing this T-shirt because people will ask me, they'll stop me. It's a way of being able to engage with people. The other thing is about, like, yes, being on boards, being on the carers board as a trustee, to raise the issues there. It's about using every single opportunity. It's about writing papers. It's about writing your story. We're so lucky with technology. Just, tape your story, video your story, share your story. Stories have such great impact. And stories are very healing. It's very healing to be able to hear our own story and share our own story and to give peace to somebody else through our stories.
Thank you so much. I think that's pretty much what I had to ask you. But if anyone else wants to ask a question, and we have so many words of encouragement and suggestions, not just from Paramjit, but from all the speakers who've gone before her as well over both days. So,
Just one quick query.
okay.
So in all this,
Yeah.
how has been the support from the medical services under the NHS, the neurologists, the psychiatrists, the social workers? How much support have you had from the healthcare system in looking after your daughter?
Right. One of the things that has been really, really, really frustrating from the day that my husband was diagnosed, that the uncoordinated support. And now I think sort of like 40 years on, there is a little bit more coordination, but that has taken a lot of courage and a lot of, it's literally going to each of them. And I do feel as though we have been the instigators of lots and lots of joined up thinking, joined up action. And that is something that, because for, my doctor had said, we haven't seen a Huntington's patient. Even now, Sheenam is in our area, is the only juvenile Huntington's patient that there are a few more now, but when she was diagnosed. So I think the joined up care is getting better, but because it's a rare disease, but not uncommon, that it falls by the wayside. So it's up to us. It's up to each one of us in this room to make sure that we can actually make a difference.
Yeah, I think we're bound by some similar frustrations in our subcontinent. Things are even more disjointed with so many states, but I think we take a lot of heart from what you've done in the UK and taking cognizance of the largeness of our subcontinent. I hope that we can still manage to make a beginning, because it's not hopeless.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Can I just say one more?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I feel totally overwhelmed and so grateful for this conference. All of you, each one of you, be it the scientists, be it the pharmaceutical, the patients, the carers, all of you are just absolutely incredible. Have I got 1 minute? 1 minute? Okay. So this is a special thing I would like to share with the carers. It's something I wrote about 10 years ago when I was really struggling with caring, which I still do. And it's called the Carers Charter. Thou shalt be loving towards yourself. Take time out to recharge your batteries. Enjoy a bath without interruption. Pursue your interests and hobbies. Express your hopes, needs, desires, dreams, and goals. Resort to nature in times of stress. Fuel your body with nutritious food. Look after yourself. You can't give from an empty cup. Share with others what you're feeling. Take unconditional support from people who really understand you. Find a good friend, a listening ear. Rant and rave if you wish. Learn the art of screaming. Ask to be looked after. Have a break. Have the wisdom and humility to ask for support. Don't pretend to be God. Know the word no. Have a punch ball at hand. Flex the muscles with exercise. Remember to count to 10. Perfect your juggling skills. Develop a thick skin. And when you're overtired, stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
You should share.
I will. I will.
Yeah, oh yeah, please stay.
I've already had one, don't worry. Oh, bless you. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nice message from you.
Thank
So
you.
we have been heard that from HDYO yesterday, also HDSA people also, and some madam and Hannah. What is the message from that? What we're learning is we should come out of the stand. So we should not have that one thing is given. It is hidden, no more.
Yeah.
So this is a message, no? We need to spread. We should reach. So they've been saying that she's telling you are cry when an occasion comes. You require to raise your voice, reach to the representatives, okay, because so that the 1 million, what doctor says, the 1 million and 2 million we should come to know in India. So that's what we need to do. So all of you should join from the hand to raise your voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik. Thanks. I'll bring this program to a conclusion. I've just written down a few people that we would like to thank. And the theme for this conference was Unified Strategies for Care and Research for HD. What has come of this? Expert talks, research on one hand, lived experience on the other hand of HD heroes and caregivers, clinicians with their work and experience who bridge the gap for us. The theme of the conference played out well on stage and off stage. Researchers talked about how they have been inspired by meeting the end users of their research. Now they know why they're doing this. And I think we've heard that from researchers, we've heard that from caregivers. Paramjit's story about how when they went to California and inspired a researcher to come to us early to the lab, it is all advocacy with a little a, and it makes a huge difference. Experts who explain the possibilities for treatment, repurposing therapies, and drugs. It was exciting to hear from all of you about new therapies that are just on the horizon. Patients and caregivers who spoke with courage and were not afraid to be vulnerable. Thank you. Your stories inspire all of us. Your courage and resilience, bravery and love are remarkable. Some of you said, what cannot be cured must be endured. But I hope that while that's a great attitude, I hope you can share more. Others said that, you'd go to the ends of the earth and be as curious as possible about how to change. Of course, also the serenity, prayer, and acceptance of a situation that you can't change helps us move on. The HDSI will definitely take up this wish list to the government, research labs, clinicians, and society at large. By Dr. Vijay Raghavan and Pratima Murthy lending their voices and best wishes to this program and to the community, the public stalwarts and their presence sheds a light and sends the right signals to society. So we are very grateful to them. All the doctors and researchers at NIMHANS, Dr. Meera, thank you for starting the registry. It'll go a long way. And Dr. Jan, thank you for for being a founding member, along with all of our other founders of the HDSI. A shout out to our collaborators from around the world, HDYO, IHA, HDSA, Sheenam's Wish. We are learning from all of you. That talk is not cheap because each voice counts. And the collaborators in India, ORDI, MDSI, thank you for joining forces with the HDSI. There's definitely strength in numbers. A heartfelt thanks to the Government of India and the Government of Karnataka. We hope that the health ministries and the family welfare ministries make us feel more seen and heard like they did by participating in today's conference, in this conference. And we definitely would like to see more concrete change, like being included and notified in the national policy for rare disease. Sponsors for this conference also include Crystal Quinone, Spinco, MedGenome. Each contribution goes a long way to help. Close to the end, the volunteers who made this go like clockwork from NIMANS and from GNCSAR and other places, I would like to call you to the stage to receive a certificate. So give yourselves a hand and please come up. Kadambari, Anushka, Nisha. If I mispronounce any of your names, I apologize. Shatabdi, Chitra, and Uma. If any of your friends are not here, please collect a certificate and a gift bag on their behalf. Jayashri, Rameshri, and Dhanushri. Shashank, Sheila, Ranjita. After we organized the program, you made sure everything ran like clockwork. Thanks for that. We got a chance to actually listen. Sasha and Shruti, who are not here. Kamakshi, Vimal, Chitra, thanks. Kamakshi, Vimal, Anushka, sorry, Anusha. I haven't missed anyone's. I think the fact that over 20 volunteers have supported us also shows that, again, the little A advocacy or the big A, whatever you want to call it, opening up, talking about HT, being seen, raising our voices, all of this helps. And I hope that our volunteers are also going to be ambassadors for this particular disease and other rare diseases. Thank you to the founders of the yeah, let us know. Thank you to the founders of the HDSI and the team and the founding members, the Shah family, Dr. Nikhil Ratna, who's not here with us, Dr. Sanjeev Jain, Dr. Meera Purushottam, and all the other founders of the HDSI. The current board, Aman Grover, Paramjeet Singh, Alapani Devi, Samvit Katti, and of course me, are very happy to be taking our cues from all of you and taking your good work forward. Even though Kaushik said that we are towards the end. Yeah.
Thank you to deliver us nice photos of your head. And who is also the manager?
And you can set the camera on wide and come there. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can your discount, you can donate it back.
For everyone who is here, we hope that it's okay to use your photos and videos that may have been captured as part of this event. I've mailed the speakers earlier, but I just wanted to let you know that we are going to be uploading this on social media. So I hope you're okay. If you're not, please reach out to me individually and we'll see what we can do. Thank you. Thank you all. It's been a party for us. Thanks for joining us. Oh, okay, right. So whoever's here from the patients community and the caregivers, if you could join us here. Or actually, let's just do one big group photo since our numbers are a bit diminished. Final photo. Yeah, everyone who's here. Yeah, actually, that'll be a good idea, right? Let's all stand here down and the camera person can be on top. Yeah. We'll have to let's face the stage. Let's face the stage. Oh, you want the backdrop to come? But how can we do that? But we can keep that in front, huh? Ah. Oh well.
Like today, exactly.
What's that? What are you doing? Huh? What?
Reflecting light.
Oh.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರ ಆ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರ
Thanks so much. Thank you for coming.
डॉक्टर मैगदी को दिया था